A handsome boy was waving his sword in the sunset. Did Li Chu see little Nami? Why can't I find her? Former Navy bellmaid came anxiously. I don't know. Maybe she was caught by Uncle Jian while reading in the library. Go and have a look. Li Chu kept waving the sword in his hand. Well, after practicing sword, I will go back to eat. No Kigo and I have prepared the meal. After that, you want to find Nami again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of swinging the sword 1,000 times. The reward is 10 points of strength. Name, Li Chu Internal Force. 220 rely on internal force to release martial arts. Strength, 310 normal people, 100 speed. 120 normal people, 100. Item, Qingfeng Sword Supreme Great Sword Level. Martial Arts. Sword Qi Ju form a powerful sword Qi and cut it towards the enemy, refining Qi Ju, increase internal force. Li Chu stopped the sword in his hand and sat on the ground panting. 10 years ago, Li Chu, who was watching One Piece, felt that the plot was getting more and more watery. He cursed the editor of One Piece a few times. If a dog can do it, I can do it too. As a result, he accidentally knocked over the instant noodles and got electrocuted and traveled through time. It was so outrageous. Moreover, the system was awakened not long ago. It is called the cultivation system of the Sword Fairy. This sword is not a Tang sword, but the kind of sword in martial arts novels. Now only some simple daily tasks are issued every day. Li Chu knew very well that Nami was 9 years old now, and Along was about to come. He must improve his strength before Long came. In the original play, Belmir committed suicide because he could not afford to pay 100,000 Baileys for everyone. He raised her for 10 years, and it was impossible to watch her die. Li Chu walked back to the village. People coming and going would give him things when they saw him passing by. Because Belmir had no income. He had already raised Nami in Nokiko, and now he was one more. The originally poor family was even worse. Arriving in front of an orange hut and walking in, Nami, brother Li Chu hasn't come back yet. Don't eat yet. Nokigo held Nami's hand to stop him from touching the mashed potatoes in front of him. I'm back. No need to wait for me. You can eat first. Look how hungry little Nami is. Li Chu pinched Nami's face. What delicious food did brother Li Chu have in his hand again? Little Nami knocked on the table with a fork. Did the fisherman in the village bring you food again? Belmer walked out of the kitchen. Li Chu said helplessly, yes, I can't stop him. Let's eat. I'm hungry. Today, Uncle Aegean caught me and punished me to sweep the floor for a day. Nami muttered softly. He also gave me 100 Baileys. When talking about money, Nami's eyes sparkled. After dinner, Nokigo packed up, and Nami covered Li Chu's eyes with her little hands, thinking that Nami was going to do something again. Belmir brought a small cake and some beer from the kitchen. Happy birthday, Li Chu brother. Belmir, Nokigo, and Nami applauded. Li Chu almost couldn't hold back his tears. Thank you, Belmir mother, Nokigo sister, and our little Nami. Li Chu secretly swore that no one could touch you, even if it cost their lives. After everyone celebrated the birthday happily and drank some beer, Nami went back to the room to sleep, while Nokigo and Belmir packed up. Because there were only 2 rooms in the house, Nokigo and Nami slept together, but now there was one more Li Chu. So Li Chu slept with Nami, and Belmir slept with Nokigo. Li Chu was also a little sleepy. He went back to the room and saw Nami was already asleep on the bed. Li Chu went over carefully. The moonlight shone on Nami's little cheeks, which were red. Observed closely, Nami was quite cute when she was a child. Ding Dong released the task. Discover the host's inner thoughts and kiss Nami. Task reward. Sword control. Control the sword through internal force and true Qi to fly in the air and kill the enemy. People with high skills can also gather Qi and condense fingers, transform Qi into swords, and use Qi swords to defend against enemies. Task penalty. None task time, 1 minute. System. What do you mean by my thoughts in this task? Although Nami is very beautiful when she grows up, she is only 10 years old, and she is still my sister. Host, don't you know that sisters are meant to be kissed after reading so many novels? Don't pretend. The host's thoughts are written on his face. It's not the system. You're making it difficult for me. You're taking advantage of me and reminding the host that there are 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 7. Looking at the countdown slowly coming, Li Chu closed his eyes and kissed her. It's all the system's fault. What do you mean by my thoughts? There is a faint smell of orange. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the sword control technique. The host should keep up the good work. Come on. Well, what is brother Li Chu doing? Why don't you sleep? Nami whispered softly Nami is a little thirsty. Can Brotherly Chu help me get some water? Nami rubbed her eyes. No, nothing. Nami woke up. Are you thirsty? I'll take over for you. Li Chu sat up awkwardly and went to get water for Nami. Okay, I'll sleep first. Brotherly Chu should go to bed early. Nami drank the water and fell asleep again. Huh. It seems that Nami doesn't know that I was scared to death by what happened just now. Li Chu breathed a sigh of relief. But what he didn't know was that Nami was not asleep. She knew what happened just now. Brotherly Chu is so bad. Kissing me secretly. Belle Mel's mother said that kissing will have children. I won't have one too. I'm still so young. Will I be Brotherly Chu's wife in the future? Nami fell asleep while thinking about it. At this time, Li Chu felt embarrassed. So he went to Liaowang Cliff alone to study the sword controlling technique that the system had just rewarded. According to the system's prompts, he used his spiritual energy to slowly control the Qing Feng sword. With a muffled hum sound, the Qing Feng sword slowly flew up. But because Li Chu's spiritual energy was not properly controlled, it fell to the ground with a clang. There was no talk during the long night, and Li Chu had slowly mastered the sword controlling technique. Chapter 2. Why did Brotherly Chu kiss her again? A week had passed since the system issued that particular mission, and each day since had been filled with mundane tasks. Li Chu gradually became adept in the art of swordsmanship. Brotherly Chu, I knew you would be here. Diligently practicing your swordplay every day. Don't you ever think of spending time with me? Nami bounced over, her presence brightening the atmosphere. Ever since that fateful night, Nami had taken to shadowing Li Chu, spending less time in the library and frequently visiting him during his training, often bringing oranges as an offering. Aren't you supposed to be in the library, reading? Didn't you say you wanted to become a great navigator? Li Chu sheathed his sword and playfully pinched Nami's cheek. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the direction of the docks, causing Nami to instinctively shrink into Li Chu's embrace. Do not be afraid, Nami. I shall protect you. Go find Nojiko and hide. I'll check it out. Belmir will surely go over there upon hearing the gunfire. You too must stay safe, he reassured her with a gentle smile, stroking her hair. No, Brotherly Chu, don't go. It's dangerous. It could be a pirate crew. You mustn't tea. Nami clung to him tighter, a hint of citrus scent lingering in the air. Trust me, I will be fine. Hurry and find Nojiko, and I'll bring Belmir back, he said, lightly tapping her forehead. Just be careful, Brotherly Chu, Nami replied. Her cheeks flushed as she dashed away, her thoughts racing about how he had kissed her again, relieved that no one had witnessed it, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Was she now to be considered Brotherly Chu's wife? Nami, why are you covering your face? Nojiko called out, hurrying over. The pirates have come. Belmir went to check it out. I was looking for you in the library, but you weren't there. Brotherly Chu went to the docks. We heard gunfire from Liaowang Cliff. He told me to come back and hide, Nami explained, her face still slightly flushed. While Nojiko assumed it was from her rushing back in haste. We must hurry back. This situation seems serious. Usually, when pirate crews come, they just demand money and leave. But this time, they VE fired shots. Nojiko urged, pulling Nami along towards the orange house. Li Chu, undeterred, made his way to the docks, where the streets were filled with anxious women and children rushing home, doors tightly shut, with only a few windows ajar for spying. The gunfire had spread fear among the villagers, who understood all too well that pirates had arrived, compelling them to retreat indoors. Some robust fishermen armed with harpoons were heading towards the docks. Upon reaching the docks, Li Chu witnessed several fishmen aiming their weapons at Belmir, while Dr. Naga was attending to the injured fishermen nearby. A tense standoff had formed, the atmosphere thick with apprehension. Let her go, you scoundrel. Lower your weapon, or you shall not see the light of day tomorrow, Li Chu shouted, his fury palpable. The fishmen were momentarily taken aback by his boldness. In a swift motion, he employed his swordsmanship, severing the weapon aimed at Belmir, scattering its components across the ground. With his sword returned to its sheath, he moved swiftly to pull Belmir behind him. The onlookers were astonished. When had this 6-year-old become so formidable? Who are you? We are members of the Sun Pirates. Sent by our captain, Arlong, one of the fishmen declared. Prepare 10,000 berries each in 7 days, or before he could finish. Li Chu unleashed a wave of sword energy, cleaving him in two. The remaining fishmen, emboldened, charged at Li Chu, but they were no match for his swiftness. A mission notification shined. To protect Nami's idyllic childhood, repel Arlong. Mission reward, introduction to observation hockey. Mission penalty, 10,000 sword swings per day. Mission duration, 15 days. It appeared that Arlong was approaching, and Li Chu knew he had to act decisively to prevent a tragic narrative from unfolding once more. What of that notorious Arlong with a bounty of 10 million? It seems I must pay the price, he thought, anxiety creeping in. What if we report to the Marines? Surely they will send someone to apprehend these pirates, someone suggested. Li Chu, how could you have been so impulsive? What shall we do if Arlong arrives? Villagers murmured. Some dejected, others still hopeful that the Marines would come to their aid, while a few blamed Li Chu for escalating the situation. Ignoring their chatter, Li Chu approached Belmir. Are you all right? I'm fine, dear. You must run now. You're no match for Arlong. The farther you go, the better. Don't worry about us. I've already contacted the Marines about the situation, Belmir said, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him. Do not fret, Belmir. Trust me. As long as I am here, no one will harm you, he stated with unwavering determination. Belmir, seeing his resolve, chose not to argue further. Wiping her tears as she resumed tending to the wounded fisherman. Is Uncle Jian okay? Li Chu inquired as he approached him. I'm fine. It's what I must do, Jian replied. I just didn't expect you to be so formidable, dispatching that fisherman with ease. Rest assured. I've contacted the Marine headquarters. If Arlong dares to come, he shall not return, he added, coughing slightly from his still unhealed wounds. Enough talking then. Remain silent while I stitch you up, Dr. Naga instructed, producing needle and thread. Li Chu, you should head back. Nami and Nojiko will be worried, Belmir insisted, focusing on treating the fisherman's wounds. All right, I'll return to reassure them, Li Chu said, making his way back, as Jian's cries of pain echoed behind him. The streets remained eerily silent, with villagers peering through their windows, anxiously awaiting the return of their loved ones. Li Chu crafted a protective talisman, granting the villagers a moment of solace as they closed their windows, though no one dared to open their doors. Undeterred, he made his way to the orange house. Upon his arrival, the two sisters rushed to greet him, Nami leaping into his arms while Nojiko smiled from behind. Nami's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, Brother Li Chu, I was so worried about you. I rushed over to embrace you, forgetting Nojiko was still here. She murmured, flustered. Where's Belmir? Why didn't she come back with you? Nojiko asked, noticing his solitary return. She's busy with something and will be back later. She told you not to worry, he said, playfully rubbing Nami's nose. Of course, Nami only has her eyes for you, Brother Li Chu. Nojiko laughed heartily. Nami, flustered, stomped her feet in frustration, her face reddening further. Nojiko, you're just teasing me, she huffed, running back into the house. Li Chu scratched his head. Nojiko, I'm going to practice my swordsmanship now. Belmir may take a while to return, so you should start preparing dinner. With that, he headed towards Liaowang Cliff. Chapter 3 The arrival of Arlong. 12 days had passed, and Arlong had yet to cause a disturbance in Cocoa Village. It was likely he had just learned of his subordinate and Appo's demise and would be arriving soon. Li Chu, as usual, practiced his swordsmanship at Liaowangya. Over the course of these days, his strength and speed had significantly improved due to the daily tasks he had undertaken. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing daily tasks. Reward, 10 points of strength. Name, Li Chu. Inner strength, 320. Strength, 430. Average person, 100. Speed, 220. Average person, 100. Item, Qing Foam Sword. Martial arts, sword chi technique. Chi refining technique, sword control technique, after several days of training. His inner strength was now sufficient to allow him to soar through the air on his sword using the sword control technique. A sense of urgency arose. Li Chu, brother. A massive pirate ship has arrived at the dock, and a multitude of fishmen have disembarked. Leading them is a shark man. Bearmol is heading that way. Nami gasped, her voice thick with distress. Nami, hurry back. I'll rush over there immediately. Remember to hide. Go to the basement with Nojiko. Do not emerge unless I or Bearmol tell you to. Obey, and you will be safe. I will bring back Mama Bearmol, Li Chu urged, not pausing to linger. Swiftly taking to the skies on his sword towards the dock. The basement was a precaution Li Chu had excavated over the past few days. A place to seek refuge in case of emergencies. Promise me you'll return safely. Nojiko and I will be waiting, Nami cried out, her voice breaking. Upon reaching the dock, Li Chu concealed himself in a nearby tree. Arlong was flanked by his formidable subordinates, Dai Buffalo, Hachi, Crocodile, and Chu. Bearmol, Kinjutsu, and several fishermen had already been surrounded. The fishmen had yet to harm them, instead demanding they return with their barrels. Why hasn't the Navy arrived? I've already sent a call through the transponder snail. They should be here, one fisherman fretted. Should we resist to buy some time? Just then, a colossal ship approached, emblazoned with a seagull emblem, docking at the pier. The Navy has arrived. We are saved. the crowd exclaimed in elation. However, their joy was short-lived as a man with rat ears disembarked and made his way towards Arlong. Long time no see, Arlong. What good fortune brings you here today? The Navy rat officer sneered. Ah, our prey. I plan to stay here for an extended period. Be sure to inform me if you receive any intelligence from the Navy. Arlong replied with a wicked grin. Turning to the gathered crowd, he declared, You have 10 minutes, 100,000 barrels per person. If you fail to gather enough, I'm afraid you'll be fed to the Sea Kings, he cackled, revealing a row of steel teeth. YISNT the Navy apprehending the pirates. How could this be? Bermel and the fishermen were incredulous, realizing the Navy had been bribed and were complicit in oppressing the populace. The fishermen herded the captives away, leaving only Arlong and a few of his men at the dock. Li Chu leapt from the tree. Recognizing this was his only opportunity, waiting for the villagers to gather would hinder his action. Feigning the guise of a lost child, he wandered about the dock, catching Arlong and Appo's attention. Hey kid, come here. Do you not know that wandering about carelessly could lead to trouble? Arlong threatened, intending to toss Li Chu into the sea. Li Chu remained silent, walking closer until he was just a step away from Arlong. As Arlong reached out to grab him, Li Chu swiftly drew his Chi Feng sword from the system space and struck at Arlong. Arlong reacted in time, using his steel teeth to clamp down on the sword, flinging Li Chu away. However, Arlong suffered too, losing 3 of his teeth in the process. Remarkable. At such a young age, this kid has the skill to break the boss and Appo's teeth. None of us can claim such prowess, Die Buffalo exclaimed, brandishing his weapon. What are you waiting for? Attack. The boss has been struck. Now is your chance to shine. Chu spat at Li Chu, launching a glob of saliva towards him like a bullet. Li Chu deflected it with his sword, while Die Buffalo and Crocodile unleashed their signature techniques, 6 swords waltz and 1,000 blades technique. Seeing this, Li Chu retreated, employing the sword chi technique against Die Buffalo and parrying Crocodile's attack. Die Buffalo fell to the ground, while Crocodile staggered back. Li Chu understood he could not delay any longer and charged towards Arlong. Arlong braced himself for the confrontation, but unfortunately for him, Li Chu cunningly struck from behind with the sword control technique. Uncertain how many unusual skills this child possessed, Arlong ordered a retreat, declaring, This kid and Appo's blade is too peculiar. We must leave at once. Crocodile assisted Die Buffalo in their escape. Hey, Arlong, are you really just going to leave? What about the 50 million barrels? The rat officer called after Arlong, who was already fleeing without a backward glance. If you want the barrels, I can send you to collect them, Arlong retorted, hurling the rat officer towards Li Chu. Arlong, this will get you a bounty from the Navy, the rat officer warned. Huh, if I'm not wanted. How can I call myself a pirate? Arlong smirked over his shoulder. Li Chu showed no mercy, swiftly cleaving the airborne rat officer in two. After all, the Navy's corruption and oppression of the people, coupled with the harm done to Mama Bermel, warranted such a fate. Bad news. The rat officer is dead. We must flee and report back to the Navy headquarters. The soldiers on the ship shouted as they hastily departed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of repelling Arlong. Reward, observation hockey. As the fishmen returned, witnessing Arlong's absence and the fallen Navy officer, they were bewildered. Where's the boss? We haven't boarded yet. How could he flee? Upon seeing Li Chu, bloodied and standing defiantly, they trembled, unable to steady their weapons. Bermel, realizing the situation, seized a weapon from one of the fishmen, and with Kenjutsu and the fishermen rallied, they began to fight back. In no time, the fishmen were routed. Diving into the sea in disarray, Bermel rushed over to Li Chu, who was covered in blood. Child, are you all right? What has happened? Let Mama see. Tears streamed down her face as she touched Li Chu and Appo's cheek. I and Appo's am fine, Mama Bermel. This isn't my blood. It belongs to that Navy officer. Li Chu indicated towards the rat officer and Appo's corpse. Ah, you killed a Navy officer. Though he deserved it, what will happen to you? The Navy will come for you soon. You're only 10 years old. Bermel's tears flowed even more profusely. I will be fine, Mama Bermel. I am grateful for your care over these 6 years. Had you not rescued me from that war-torn village, I would not be who I am today. Thank you for your nurturing. Tomorrow, I shall set sail. I do not wish to burden you. Li Chu knelt before Bermel. Bermel embraced him tightly, her tears falling onto his face. She wished to speak, but could only silently scream in anguish. Moments later, Bermel fainted to the ground. Li Chu hurriedly lifted her in search of Dr. Nagel. Chapter 4. A new adventure at sea. Dr. Naga, come quickly. Mom Belmere has fainted. Li Chu hastily laid Belmere on the sickbed. What happened? The pirates have been repelled. How could Belmere faint? Dr. Naga adjusted his glasses. Li Chu recounted the events to Dr. Naga, who examined Belmere briefly. It's nothing serious. She merely fainted from excitement. She just needs to rest well. Child, thank you for everything you've done for Kakochia Village. Hold on, and once the storm has passed, you can return. Kakochia Village will always be your home. Dr. Naga then produced 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Li Chu. Li Chu cradled Belmere and returned to the orange cottage, placing her gently on the bed before heading down to the basement to find Nami and Nojiko. Upon descending, he discovered Nami fast asleep, cradling Nojiko, who was slumped against the wall. Li Chu approached cautiously and gently shook Nami awake. Nichan, you're finally back. Where's Mom Belmere? Why didn't she come back with you? Nami nestled into Li Chu's embrace. Ahem, Nojiko is watching. Aren't you feeling shy? Li Chu teased, causing Nami's cheeks to flush. I knew you'd come back, Nichan. After holding me for so long in the basement, you didn't even think to ask me how I was. My legs are numb. Nojiko joined in the teasing, making Nami even more bashful. Where and Appos? Mom Belmere. Didn't and Appos. She come back with you? Is everything all right? Nojiko asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Mom Belmere is resting upstairs. Everything is resolved. Let's go outside, Li Chu replied, carrying Nami as they exited. Sigh, poor me, the big sister, and no one is carrying me. Nojiko shook her head in jest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have reached the level of 2 romantic partners, unlocking intimacy levels, 0 to 25, mere acquaintances, 25 to 50, casual friends, 50 to 70, friends who offer some help, 70 to 90, mutual trust, best friends, 90 to 99, romantic relationship, like siblings, sharing joys and hardships, 100, life and death companions. Willing to go through anything together, -1 to -25, extreme dislike, harboring strong aversion, -25 to -50, past grudges, developing malice, -50 and beyond, deep-seated enmity, harboring murderous intent upon seeing you. Another intimacy level from the system? What kind of nonsense is this? I'm only 6 years old. Host. The system never bestows erroneous rewards. Please explore on your own. Li Chu cast a mischievous glance at Nami. Nami and Appos, intimacy level, 100, romantic partner. Willing to do anything for the host. However, as she is still young, please refrain from any inappropriate thoughts. The intimacy level is just as I imagined. Truly. A good wife must be nurtured from a young age. The 3 emerged from the basement, finding Belmere still resting. Nojiko, please take care of Mom Belmere. I'm off to practice my swordplay, Li Chu said, glancing at Nojiko's intimacy level, which startled him. Nojiko's intimacy level, 100, romantic partner, willing to do anything for the host. But as she is still young, please refrain from any inappropriate thoughts. Is the system playing tricks on me? Has it gone awry? Host. The intimacy relations are not something the system can arbitrarily change. They are dictated by others' feelings towards the host. He checked Belmere's intimacy level and was taken aback again. Belmere and Appos, intimacy level, 100, family, willing to do anything for the host, even sacrifice her life. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the achievement of 3 intimacy levels at 100, rewarding you with the sword array of immortal slaying. In the future, any intimacy level at 100 will grant you a reward. The sword array of immortal slaying. It sounds formidable, but its power remains uncertain. Host, please do not doubt the system. With sufficient internal energy later, 1 sword array of immortal slaying could eliminate Admiral Akainu. Though the side effects are significant, requiring a day of slumber. Soon, evening fell, and Belmere awakened. The villagers organized a celebration to express their gratitude to Li Chu. Upon learning that Li Chu would set sail the next day, Nami and Nojiko wept like 2 little kittens. Li Chu sat at the cliff, gazing at the stars and the sea, listening to the sea breeze whispering in his ears, akin to his first journey in a previous life, filled with reluctance and sorrow, fearing that if he departed, Arlong would return. Nichan, I knew you would be here. Everyone is looking for you to celebrate your farewell. How can the protagonist be absent? Nami joined him. Let them drink. We are still children and cannot partake in alcohol. Li Chu playfully pinched Nami's nose. Come on, our main character is right here. We must not let him escape. Aiken shouted. A crowd lifted Li Chu and carried him towards the village, with Nami bouncing joyfully behind them. Unable to resist the villagers and Appos, enthusiasm. Li Chu also began to drink. Li Chu approached Dr. Naga. Doctor, won't you join us for a drink? Why are you secretly drinking alone? Forget it. I dislike raucous celebrations. Why did the protagonist come here? Soon, everyone will be here, Dr. Naga replied, raising his bottle in a toast to Li Chu. I have a favor to ask. After I leave, please take care of Mom Belmir and Nami. Just give me your snail phone. You can contact me if anything happens. Of course, you are our village hero, and I doubt you need to worry. The villagers will take good care of them. Here. Sometimes I can't believe you are only 10. Your maturity is beyond your years. Dr. Naga handed Li Chu the snail phone. Soon, the banquet concluded, and Li Chu returned to the orange cottage, where Belmir and Nojiko lay asleep, intoxicated, while Nami and Appo's cheeks were flushed from drink. As Li Chu settled down, Nami embraced him, murmuring, Nichan, please don't go. Li Chu gently patted Nami's back, reassuring her that he would return. The night passed in silence, and the villagers gathered at the dock the next day. They prepared a small boat for Li Chu, laden with food and water. Belmir and Nojiko. Nami held Li Chu tightly. Child, if you face hardships outside, remember that Kokochia village will always be your home. We will always wait for you in the orange cottage. Belmir and Appo's tears flowed more heavily with each word. Nichan, wait for me. I will grow up and become a navigator to find you. Nami clung to Li Chu. I will wait for your return in Kokochia village forever, Nojiko whispered softly. Li Chu waved goodbye to everyone as he walked towards the small boat, paddling into the vastness. The villagers of Kokochia waved flowers, sunlight embraced him, and seagulls bid farewell. Kokochia village will always be your home. Li Chu, do come back to visit. One by one, they waved goodbye until Li Chu's figure disappeared from sight. Li Chu glanced at the intimacy levels of everyone. Most were around 80, except for Nami, Belmir, and Nojiko, whose intimacy levels were all at 100. Chapter 5. The invitation of the red-haired Li Chu had been adrift at sea for 2 days, utterly oblivious to his location. Primarily due to the absence of a map, which the villagers had failed to provide an astonishing oversight. Thus, he floated aimlessly upon the waves, engaging in daily swordplay aboard his vessel. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed beneath the hull. Sensing impending danger through his observation hockey, Li Chu ascended into the air using his swordsmanship. In the next instant, a sea king snapped his ship in twain with a single bite. Li Chu instinctively lunged his sword toward the creature's eye, but the sea king, feeling the pain, violently shook its head, sending Li Chu crashing back into the ocean. He plunged his sword into the beast's flesh, causing its body to split open like a blossoming flower. As he fell into the water, he grasped a piece of driftwood and climbed aboard. The sea king opened its cavernous maw, intent on consuming him, when a resounding thud echoed nearby. The creature and Appo's other eye was struck, and it sank beneath the waves. Shortly thereafter, a ship approached, adorned with a flag bearing a skull and 2 crossed swords. A red-haired man leaped from the vessel, seizing Li Chu and landing deftly on the ship's deck. Little brat, who are you? It's dangerous to be out at sea at such a tender age. Speak your hometown, and we shall escort you back, said a rotund man, gnawing on a skewer of roasted meat. Indeed, this child is of a similar age to my son, yet he dares to venture out to sea. Commendable courage, remarked a scruffy man with dreadlocks, brandishing a firearm. Li Chu squinted, recognizing the infamous red-haired pirates. Noticing the bandages on the red-haired captain and Appo's arm and the absence of his straw hat, Li Chu realized they had recently passed through the waters near Cocoa Village. It was also a time when Luffy had just consumed the devil fruit. I hail from Cocoa Village, but I cannot return. Doing so would only endanger my family. Li Chu feigned a pitiful expression. The red-haired captain sensed a hint of deception. He had witnessed Li Chu's battle with the Sea King and knew that such power was not typical of a mere 6-year-old. Oh, how could returning endanger your family? Is it because pirates have invaded your hometown and there is a lack of food? The red-haired captain inquired, releasing Li Chu. Yes, precisely. I inadvertently killed a pirate, which forced me to flee my hometown, lest my family suffer the consequences. Li Chu lied without a hint of shame. Oh, is that so? You cannot deceive me so easily, the red-haired captain declared, unsheathing his sword and aiming it at Li Chu. Sensing the attack with his observation hockey, Li Chu drew his sword to defend himself, but the force was overwhelming, and he was flung away. Beckman, catch the boy, don't damage the ship, the red-haired captain shouted. Beckman struck Li Chu and Appo's clothing with the butt of his gun, halting him. Damn it, did you intend to kill me? Li Chu complained. Now, little one, perhaps you might share the truth? At your tender age, Grasping observation hockey is not something a small fishing village could nurture. Furthermore, in the East Blue, few pirates would stand a chance against you. You claim you are fleeing? The red-haired captain produced a bottle of liquor, sipping as he probed for answers. What? Boss, you believe he possesses observation hockey? No way. I feel as though I've wasted my life for over a decade, exclaimed Yasop, gazing incredulously at the child who resembled his own son. I speak only the truth. I have no intention of deceiving you, Li Chu insisted stubbornly. Beckman tossed him back into the sea. We're leaving. The red-haired captain turned to depart. Wait, I'll explain. The truth is, just days ago, Arlong allied with Navy Lieutenant Mouse to extort Cocoa Village. I managed to repel Arlong but accidentally killed the lieutenant, hence my escape to avoid implicating the villagers. Li Chu recounted reluctantly. Did you say you killed a Navy lieutenant? And repelled Arlong, who had a bounty of 10 million. Laidback looked at the 6-year-old boy in disbelief. Here, I obtained this from the Seagull newsboy yesterday. See for yourself, the red-haired captain said, producing a bounty notice from his clothing. It depicted Li Chu's youthful visage with the title Mysterious Swordsman, alongside a bounty of 5 million berries. The notice detailed that Li Chu hailed from Cocoa Village. Age unknown, suspected swordsman with an extraordinarily peculiar swordsmanship, having slain Lieutenant Mouse and repelled former members of the pirate crew of the Sun. Quite a handsome rendering, 90 accuracy. Yet still falls short of my own charm. Li Chu mused as he glanced at the bounty notice in the red-haired captain and Appo's hand. The captain delivered a playful punch to Li Chu's head. Who told you to look at this? Do you see the bounty of 5 million? When I was an intern with the Roger Pirates, mine was not nearly so high. Impressive, he remarked. But this age unknown part, I fear the Navy has noted this to save face. It would be embarrassing to admit that a child of merely 10 years bested a lieutenant. Really? Boss, does that mean this kid is even stronger than Luffy? He possesses observation hockey now. Imagine what he will become in a few years. Laidback exclaimed, astonished. Your arm seems to be crushed, Captain. The red-haired captain shot back, his expression darkening. Focus on your chicken leg. That Luffy fellow consumed that particular fruit. Turning to Li Chu, the red-haired captain posed a question. Would you be interested in joining our red-haired pirates as an intern? I assure you that within a decade, your name will echo throughout the Grand Line. Joining the red-haired pirates, a cadre of the 4 emperors, appeared enticing, offering safety from the Navy. Yet, Li Chu hesitated. Knowing that Nami would eventually join the Straw Hat Pirates, and as her elder brother, he could not abandon her. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Face-saving fruit invitation. One must grant face. Join the red-haired pirates. Mission reward. Initiation of armament hockey. Mission penalty. Being thrown into the sea by the red-haired captain. Mission duration. 1 minute. I have a condition. Would you be willing to accommodate? Little brat. Do you not realize that our red-haired pirates are a crew of the 4 emperors? Many aspire to join, and our captain extends an invitation to you. Yet you present conditions? Laidback remarked after finishing his chicken leg. What condition do you propose? If it pertains to safeguarding Cocoa Village, there is no need to discuss it further. Once you join our red-haired pirates, news will spread, and none shall dare threaten Cocoa Village, the red-haired captain replied calmly. As if anticipating Li Chu's request. Well, I wish to inquire whether, upon becoming an intern, I would have the freedom to leave if I so desired. Oh, you wish to leave? To establish your own crew? The red-haired captain chuckled, spraying a mouthful of liquor onto Laidback's face. Boss, if you splash liquor on my face, that's one thing, but ruining my meat is quite another. Laidback grimaced, discarding the soiled piece and retrieving a fresh one. No, there exists something known as fate. Just say yes or no. If I choose to leave, I shall not join any other 4 emperors faction. Well, I too have a condition. If you wish to depart, I'll recommend you to another pirate crew, and you must join them. As long as the captain lives, you cannot leave, the red-haired captain remarked thoughtfully. Very well. I shall join. Li Chu had little doubt that the red-haired captain would recommend him to the Straw Hat Pirates, as it seemed the only logical conclusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward. Initiation of armament hockey. Chapter 6 Captain, I suspect you and Appo's VE mistaken my arm, Li Chu said. Aren't you curious about what kind of pirate crew I wish to join? Red-haired Shanks inquired with a hint of confusion. Not particularly, Li Chu replied nonchalantly. Since you've asked so sincerely, allow me to enlighten you. Do you see this arm of mine? I've staked my bet on that young lad. Who will be your future captain? Shanks proclaimed proudly. Li Chu was taken aback. Did I even ask? You intend to bring that little brat onto Luffy's ship? Surely that would give Luffy an unfair advantage, said Rajilu, incredulous as he gnawed on a piece of roasted meat. Naturally, I have my own plans for him. You focus on your meat. Do you wish to be showered with my drink? Shanks retorted, then turned to Li Chu. From now on, you shall serve as an intern on our ship. Welcome aboard. Could someone please set me down? Aren't and Oppos, are you tired from holding me? Li Chu glanced at Ben Beckman. Let him down, Beckman. How could we treat our newcomer this way? We'll hold a welcome party tonight. Everyone should enjoy a drink. Shanks declared before heading toward the cabin. Welcome to the red-haired pirates, little brother. I am Raji Lu. You shall call me Brother Raji from now on. I'll treat you to the finest delicacies. Care for some roasted meat? Raji Lu produced another skewer out of nowhere. That aloof fellow with the gun is our first mate, Ben Beckman, and the curly-haired one is our sharpshooter, Yasop, Raji Lu continued, enthusiastically introducing each crew member to Li Chu. Li Chu observed that the camaraderie among the crew hovered around a score of 71, with Shanks himself reaching a notable 76. That evening, during the welcome party, Li Chu sipped juice while seated at the bow of the ship. What's on your mind, little one? Missing home, are we? Fear not. The Navy poses no threat to your family. They merely seek to capture you, Shanks said, approaching with a bottle of liquor. No. I was contemplating how I might grow stronger, enabling me to protect my family, Li Chu replied softly. In a few days, I shall arrange for you to have a teacher. You can learn swordsmanship or hockey, both of which are similar to my own style, Shanks said as he sat beside Li Chu, enjoying his drink. The next morning, Li Chu awoke early to practice swordplay and complete daily tasks. Hey, little Chu. Up so early to train? How industrious. Come, let me treat you to some roasted meat. You can't practice on an empty stomach, Raji Lu said, offering yet another skewer. No thanks, Brother Raji. I've already eaten, Li Chu responded, somewhat exasperated. It was no wonder that Biddick physique during the Marineford War rivaled that of Raji Lu. After all, he was being fed daily. Suddenly, a sea king emerged from the water, catching Shanks' attention. Without hesitation, he hurled Li Chu towards it. Captain, is this how you treat newcomers? We bear no grudge, do we? Li Chu exclaimed, using his sword technique to hover midair, attempting to return to the ship. Unfortunately, the Sea King lunged at him, leaving Li Chu with no choice but to unleash a sword chi strike. This young lad and Oppos, as swordsmanship is truly peculiar. It's no wonder the Navy has dubbed him the Eerie Swordsman, Shanks remarked, observing Li Chu's technique. Captain, you've truly chosen the wrong person for your bet. Look at little Chu. He is remarkable, Raji Lu added, still clutching his roast. Focus on your meat and talk less, or I might toss you overboard, Shanks warned darkly. The Sea King, wounded by Li Chu's attack, lunged again, but Li Chu, now airborne, was out of reach. He decided to employ his armament hockey, enveloping his sword before striking down at the creature. The Sea King fell, severed in one swift motion. Oh, I forgot I wasn't an amp. Oppos, T standing on my sword. Li Chu muttered as he plummeted into the sea. Captain, look. A 6-year-old possesses 2 forms of hockey. Raji Lu exclaimed. You've truly made the wrong bet, Captain. You have another arm, don't you? Give it to little Chu. I believe he can become that person. I see. You need to remind me, Shanks replied, his expression darkening as he slowly approached Raji Lu. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Raji Lu continued to talk, only to be kicked away towards Li Chu, who had just resurfaced. What is happening? Is it about to rain? Li Chu looked up, seeing Raji Lu hurtling towards him. Catch me, little Chu. I'll treat you to a month's worth of roasted meat, Raji Lu called out as he descended. Before Li Chu could respond, Raji Lu crashed heavily into the water, sending waves crashing like a wild beast on the surface. Thank goodness I dodged in time, otherwise that impact would have been no joke, Li Chu thought, soaring through the air on his sword. Before long, both Li Chu and Raji Lu returned to the ship. Shanks cast a glance at Li Chu. Not bad, teaching yourself 2 forms of hockey and possessing the strength to slay a Sea King. But do not let it go to your head. A long journey lies ahead, he remarked before retreating to the cabin. At that moment, 2 small versions of Shanks appeared. One white and one black. The black one said, Li Chu is a monster, mastering 2 forms of hockey at 10. Along with his peculiar swordsmanship, perhaps the captain has indeed made the wrong bet. The white one countered, have faith in your beliefs. It's impossible for Luffy to have consumed that fruit, the very one feared even by the elders. There will be no issues. Currently, Li Chu remained unaware that his very presence had begun to instill doubt within Shanks. Meanwhile, he found himself sharing disparaging remarks about Shanks with Raji Lu. Raji, it's not that I don't want to take you. My 10-year-old body cannot possibly bear your weight. If blame is to be placed, let it fall on the captain for throwing you out, Li Chu feigned innocence. Cough, cough, it's nothing. Don't ask. I was merely joking with the captain and ended up being kicked out. Come, enjoy some roasted meat, Rajilu said, pulling out yet another skewer. Li Chu accepted it reluctantly, pondering whether Luffy and Appo's fondness for roasted meat stemmed from Rajilu and Appo's influence, as he constantly offered food to others. In the following days, Li Chu engaged in daily tasks and sparred with Shanks, often being thrown into battles against sea kings. This area, the doldrums, served as a breeding ground for enormous sea kings, presenting an unending challenge. Shanks mandated that they could not use sword techniques to fly, but instead had to engage in battles with sea kings to practice their armament and observation haki. Through these encounters, Li Chu and Appo's combat skills and strength steadily improved, and though he often found himself on the receiving end of Rajilu and Appo's training, he nonetheless advanced rapidly in martial arts. After several days, they finally caught sight of Sabaody Archipelago as their ship gradually approached the dock. Chapter 7. Minggu. I remember you. The ship slowly docked at the pier, and upon seeing the pirate flag, the crowd couldn't and Appo's help but exclaim in awe. That enormous vessel belonged to a notorious pirate crew. It seemed familiar. Are you foolish? That is one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, the red-haired pirates. Who would have thought we would be fortunate enough to witness them here in Sabaody Archipelago? There was speculation among the crowd about the purpose of their visit. Quickly make way. Do you wish to lose your lives? We're all blocked here, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to disperse and clear a path. Leading the descent from the ship was Shanks, followed closely by Ben Beckman and the others, with a young boy named Li Chu trailing behind. Who was that little brat? How did he end up disembarking from the red-haired pirates and Appo's ship? Murmured some in the crowd. Could it be possible that he is Shanks and Appo's illegitimate child? One suggested. It seems plausible. Shanks is the only one among the 4 emperors without children. Another chimed in. Did you all forget the new bounty announcement a few days ago? He's the elusive swordsman. No way, he is too young, and he has already joined the red-haired pirates. In the shadows, the Navy observed Shanks and Li Chu, hastily reporting back to their superiors. The kid has left. Let me introduce you to your new teacher. Shanks led Li Chu to a bar. Oh, I thought it was someone important. It's the renowned Shanks. What brings you to my humble establishment? Spoke a woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Li Chu recognized her as Shaki. Given that Luffy would only arrive here 6 years later, Shaki must now be at least in her 50s. Yet she still looked remarkably youthful, a testament to her good care. Nothing much, just brought along an interesting little fellow for Rayleigh to minner. Shanks replied as he took a seat at the bar. What brings you here? Did you get hurt, Shanks? What happened to your arm? Inquired a disheveled man with a scar over his left eye. Come on, first mate, don't mock me. This is just a little injury I sustained in the East Blue when I pressed my arm against the future Grand Line. Shanks accepted a drink from Shaki. Are you confident? I just heard you mention introducing a kid to me. It wouldn't be him, would it? Rayleigh settled into the seat beside Shanks. No. The one I'm introducing is someone else. I was confident until he showed up, and now I'm beginning to doubt myself. Li Chu stepped forward. Let me introduce you. This is the illustrious first mate of the Roger Pirates, the Dark King Rayleigh, and he is the teacher I mentioned. Shanks said calmly. Li Chu regarded Rayleigh, noting that he didn't and Appo's appear particularly old and was rather handsome, albeit a bit unkempt. Oh, what makes this little brat so special that it causes you to second-guess your choices? Rayleigh inquired, studying Li Chu. You'll find out soon enough. Let him stay with you for a while. I have a few matters to attend to. He is not suited to accompany me. I must leave before the Navy arrives. Shanks finished his drink and departed with his crew, leaving Rayleigh and Li Chu in a state of confusion, exchanging glances. Rayleigh then suggested, for now, why don't you help out at the bar? I'll train you when I have time. I need to assist with some tasks. With that, Rayleigh left, and Li Chu felt a sense of despair. Just as he had joined the red-haired pirates, he was handed off to Rayleigh, who seemed indifferent. Li Chu had no choice but to follow Rayleigh and Appo's advice. For an entire week, he busied himself at the bar, primarily mixing drinks for customers. Rayleigh would occasionally visit, but only to drink before disappearing again, leaving Li Chu feeling helpless. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as glass shattered at the entrance. A towering giant entered, followed by a dozen pirates, led by a snot-nosed man wielding a cane, flanked by several others, including a fierce-looking young man wearing sunglasses. Li Chu recognized the intruders. Isn't that the Don Quixote family? Young Doflamingo was quite the formidable figure back then. The bartender, bring out all the good liquor, or we'll smash your bar. Doflamingo threatened with menacing words. I'm sorry, but our establishment is already closed. You'll also have to pay for the door and broken glass, Shaki replied calmly. Smash their place up. Do you even know who we are? Tori Bull sniffled, his nose running. As he spoke, he knocked over a table, and Li Chu unsheathed his sword, enveloping it with haki, blocking Torbull's punch. Stop. I'll get charged for this. Li Chu protested, pushing Tori Bull back with his sword. The latter stumbled, crashing into the wall. Such a small kid already possesses haki. How about joining the Don Quixote family? You could live a carefree life instead of wasting away as a bartender. Tori Bull wiped his nose, which continued to run. Not interested, but I must say, your snot is truly disgusting. It makes me nauseous, Li Chu retorted, lunging at Tori Bull with his sword. Virgo, however, intercepted Li Chu and Appo's strike with his own haki, overpowering him and forcing him back. As Virgo charged, Li Chu relied on his observation haki to evade the attack and sent a wave of sword energy toward Virgo, who crossed his arms to block it, sinking his feet into the floor. You amuse me, little brat. I have business to attend to today, so I want to toy with you. Doflamingo raised his hand. Li Chu understood that Doflamingo was utilizing the powers of the string fruit, wrapping his sword in haki and sensing the air with his observation haki. He manipulated his sword to spin before him. Clang, clang. The sounds of their haki clashing resonated. Suddenly, another Doflamingo appeared behind Li Chu, unleashing parasitic strings that spread throughout the air. They fell like a meteor shower, attempting to ensnare Li Chu. Just then, a figure emerged above Li Chu Rayleigh, who had been observing from the shadows. He had been watching Li Chu closely, curious about the boy and Amp, Appo's peculiar abilities. Upon witnessing Li Chu and Amp, Appo's predicament, he swiftly intervened, severing the parasitic strings with his sword. Have you come to the wrong place to cause a ruckus? Clean up your mess and pay for the damage. Just 100 million berries will suffice. Rayleigh sheathed his sword and took a sip from his flask. What do you think you are? You want us to pay for damages? This shabby bar demands 100 million berries. Tori Bull protested defiantly. Rayleigh merely shot him a glance, unleashing his conqueror's haki. Doflamingo responded in kind, their haki clashing. Li Chu struggled to breathe under the pressure, and Tori Bull and his companions felt it too, while passers-by outside fainted. Unfortunately for Doflamingo, his conqueror and Appo's haki was still unrefined, and Rayleigh easily overpowered him, leaving everyone sprawled on the ground. Now, is it worth 100 million berries? Rayleigh asked, taking another sip of his drink while perched on a high stool. We will pay 100 million berries as compensation. Please let us go, Doflamingo pleaded from the floor. Rayleigh relented, retracting his haki, and as Doflamingo paid up, he turned to Li Chu, ominously stating, Little brat, I will remember you. Don't let me see you again. He made a gesture as if to slice his throat. Li Chu glanced at Doflamingo's intimacy level -50. His expression darkened. What does it have to do with me? You caused the trouble, and it was and Appo's Timmy who fought back. If you have a problem, go find Rayleigh. Why pick on a 6-year-old? Li Chu refrained from voicing his thoughts. You've landed yourself in quite the predicament, haven't you? The Don Quixote family is not so easily dealt with, Rayleigh remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Li Chu was about to respond when the Navy surrounded the bar from outside. Prepare yourself for the training I shall take you to tomorrow. Riley left behind a remark and vanished without a trace. Shachi casually concocted a reason to placate the Navy, and they promptly retreated. Chapter 8. The emergence of the Empress at dawn the following day, Rayleigh set sail with Li Chu to an unknown island teeming with ferocious beasts. It was here that Rayleigh began to instruct him in the art of Busashoka Haki, specifically the technique known as Flowing Cherry Blossom. You are now capable of utilizing Kinbunchaku and Busashoku, Rayleigh informed him. Next, I shall teach you Flowing Cherry Blossom, given your peculiar swordsmanship, which allows you to manipulate your blade. It is imperative that you master this technique to compensate for your vulnerabilities when engaged in close combat without your sword. Rayleigh demonstrated the technique, unleashing a powerful punch that split a tree a meter away in half. Mastery of Busashoka Haki enhances both one and Appo's defensive and offensive capabilities, allowing the previously dormant haki to be concentrated into one and Appo's fist for striking. Show me your Busashoka Haki, he commanded, taking a swig from his flask. Li Chu activated his Busashoka Haki, enveloping his hands, though due to being at the novice level, it resembled typical Busashoku. Stay here, and when any creature approaches, use your Busashoka Haki to fend it off. First, become proficient in its application, and gradually grasp its deeper meanings, Rayleigh instructed before darting into the woods. Before long, the forest erupted with sounds of chaos as a pack of beasts charged forth. Li Chu utilized both Kinbunshiku and Busashoka haki, attacking while deftly dodging. Yet the overwhelming number of adversaries proved too formidable. From that day onward, Li Chu found himself either enduring punishment or on the verge of it. Time flew by. And after 2 years, Li Chu had grown capable of handling all manner of beasts, though he had yet to master Flowing Cherry Blossom. His strength and speed had significantly increased. Name, Li Chu, Internal Energy, 2,480, Strength, 2,680, Normal Human, 100, Speed, 1,580, Normal Human, 100, Items, Qi Feng Sword, Martial Arts, Sword Qi Technique, Qi Refining Technique, Sword Control Technique, Exterminate Immortal Sword Array, Haki, Kinbunshiku Haki Novice, Busashoka Haki Novice. Li Chu pondered over a perceived bottleneck in his training and sought Rayleigh's guidance for a breakthrough. Yet, after scouring the entire island, he found no trace of him, which struck him as rather absurd. However, upon reaching the shore, he spotted a small boat under attack by a sea king. Without hesitation, he soared through the air on his sword. The boat's captain was 3 young girls, seemingly in their teens. One adorable girl formed a heart shape with her hands, emitting a beam of light. Li Chu discerned they had consumed devil fruits. Though their powers were still underdeveloped due to their youth, they lacked the strength to fend off the Sea King effectively. Among them was an exceptionally cute girl, whose dirty face and tattered clothes could not obscure her charm. Goodness, the Empress, albeit still quite young, lacks that mature allure, Li Chu mused from above. Suddenly, the Sea King opened its cavernous maw, intent on shattering the boat. Li Chu landed at the bow and effortlessly dispatched the creature with a strike from his sword Qi technique. Li Chu's prowess had reached levels unknown even to himself, as he had no one else on the island to train against but the beasts. "Are you Li Chu?" Hancock shyly inquired. "You're incredible. You felled a Sea King with a single blow. My sister and I were utterly helpless against it." Hancock's heart began to flutter. "Indeed, Empress. Oh, pardon me. May I ask how you know of me?" Li Chu questioned, puzzled. "Rayleigh and Sister Shaki informed me and provided us with a permanent pointer. They said that following it would lead us to a young man named Li Chu, who would protect us to Amazon Lily." Hancock replied, her cheeks flushed. "Rayleigh has returned? No wonder I couldn't find him," Li Chu thought, bemused yet relieved that Rayleigh had done a good deed by sending him to escort the future Empress home. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have discovered a new mission. Escort the future Empress Hancock back to Amazon Lily. Mission reward, Novice Conqueror S Hockey. Mission duration, 1 day. Mission penalty, Hancock S disdain, intimacy will drop to -50. Please consider wisely." "Li Chu, thank you for rescuing us 3 sisters. My name is Boa Hancock," she said, her gaze toward him intensifying. Li Chu, slightly embarrassed, snapped back to reality. "You all go to the nearby island. I will prepare some food for you." Once back on the island, Li Chu prepared fruits and roasted meat. "Eat first. I will escort you back tomorrow. There's a wooden cabin I built, where I usually rest. After you eat, you may take a moment to relax." The 3 girls nodded, grateful for the reprieve as they had not slept soundly in a long while. Noticing the injuries on Hancock and her sisters, Li Chu gathered herbs from where he had previously battled the beasts, knowing their healing properties would aid them. He crushed the herbs and intended to deliver them to Hancock. But upon arriving at the cabin, he found her wiping herself down. The imprint of a celestial dragon's foot was starkly visible. Startled by the noise, Hancock turned and instinctively released a sweet, sweet wind towards him. Li Chu reacted swiftly and shut the door just in time to avoid being petrified. The sweet, sweet wind could turn those captivated by Hancock and Appo's beauty into stone, yet it held no effect on those with pure intentions. "My sincerest apologies. I was unaware you were occupied. I merely wished to deliver some herbs," Li Chu called out from outside, embarrassed. At that moment, Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia returned with water. "Li Chu, what are you doing standing at the door? Are you here to see Sister Hancock?" Li Chu remained silent, scratching his head, while Hancock's voice beckoned him inside. The 2 sisters entered, but Li Chu hesitated, feeling shy. "Sister, why is Li Chu not coming in?" Sandersonia inquired, placing her hands on her hips. Hancock approached the door, took Li Chu's hand, and pulled him towards the beach. "You 2 stay here. Li Chu and I have a matter to discuss." Once on the beach, Hancock sat down, and Li Chu followed suit. "You saw everything, did you not?" Hancock gazed at the stars, her expression devoid of emotion. What did I see?" Li Chu scratched his head in confusion. "The imprint of the celestial dragon on my back," Hancock replied, her tone growing cold. "I saw it. Would you mind sharing what happened to you and your sisters?" Your injury suggests that the situation was far from simple, Li Chu said, suddenly embracing Hancock. Taken aback, she had only intended to ask him for his thoughts, not to be enveloped in an embrace. Hancock gently pushed him away, staring into the vast ocean, allowing the breeze to envelop them in silence. Are you unable to speak of it? That's all right. It's not that I cannot speak. It's that I do not wish to relive those painful memories. Hancock confessed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to Li Chu. Li Chu remained silent, understanding that she needed to express her pain after years of concealing her sorrow. Eventually, Hancock recounted the torment of being enslaved by the celestial dragons. Li Chu listened attentively, offering comfort by occasionally patting her back. Will you despise me for being a slave to the celestial dragons? Hancock asked, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Absolutely not. Rest assured, everyone has their own journey in life. Do not concern yourself with the judgments of others. Who are they to dictate your life? Look forward, and everything shall gradually improve, Li Chu reassured her. Hancock fell silent, content to remain nestled in Li Chu's embrace. Ding. Congratulations, host. Hancock and Appo's intimacy level has reached 100. The reward is the Sword Heart, which allows for a rapid enhancement of swordsmanship skills. Chapter 9, Confrontation with Carp. The following day, Li Chu, accompanied by Hancock and her sisters, set sail for Amazon Lily. Unfortunately, while traversing the waters toward the island, they encountered a Navy ship adorned with a colossal dog's head at its prow, gnawing on a bone. Instantly recognizing the ominous presence of Carp, Li Chu lamented his misfortune, contemplating the necessity of consulting an almanac before venturing out in the future, marveling at the unpredictable nature of the butterfly effect. Report to Vice Admiral Carp. We have spotted a small vessel ahead, occupied by 4 children, a Navy soldier informed. Approach them gently. They may be refugees, victims of pirate devastation. Carp, accustomed to the rampant piracy of this era, showed little surprise at the sight of refugees. As Carp and Appo's ship gradually neared Li Chu and his companions, Li Chu's worst fears were confirmed. He had hoped Carp would overlook them. He hastened his rowing, but there was no competing with the might of a Navy warship. Soon, they were intercepted and brought aboard. Carp, donned in a dog-headed helmet and munching on a donut, scrutinized the 4 of them. Are you refugees? Would you be interested in joining the Navy? Li Chu was rendered speechless, finally understanding why Luffy offered invitations to everyone. Carp was indeed cut from the same cloth. We are pirates who were captured and enslaved, rescued by kind-hearted souls, and now we seek refuge in Amazon Lily. Li Chu fabricated with ease. We have no desire to join the Navy. It was the Navy that brought the pirates to our village, looted our possessions, and sold us into slavery. Hancock, emulating Li Chu's performance, added theatrically, shedding tears. Li Chu could hardly contain his admiration for her acting. If there were an award for Best Supporting Actress, she would surely win it. Is that so? I shall have to discuss this with Kong. But young one, you claim you wish to go to Amazon Lily, which does not accept men. What is your purpose here, especially in these waters teeming with sea kings? Carp queried, casting a knowing glance at Bogart. Bogart immediately understood, drawing his sword and lunging at Li Chu. Responding swiftly, Li Chu summoned his Chi Feng sword from the system space. Alas, his swordsmanship was no match for Bogart, who easily sent him flying against the ship and Appo's edge. Li Chu, are you all right? Hancock and her sisters rushed to his side. Bogart, known for having severely wounded Rayleigh and Borsellino, was formidable, his strength rivaling that of a vice admiral. Hancock contemplated using her sweet wind ability, but Li Chu grasped her hand, shaking his head. He wished to conceal their devil fruit powers, knowing that Hancock and Appo's abilities would be ineffective against Bogart. And fearing for her safety, Bogart, with a perpetual frown, glared at Li Chu. You possess considerable skill, kid. Let us see more. Before Li Chu could react, Bogart attacked again. Li Chu, enveloping his sword with haki, countered the assault. The two distanced themselves, and without hesitation, Li Chu unleashed his sword aura, aimed at Bogart. In response, Bogart released his own aura, a technique reserved for great swordsmen. Their energies clashed, scattering across the deck, while Carp interjected. Are you two attempting to dismantle my ship? Carp scrutinized Li Chu, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. You appear familiar, young lad. Have we met before? Vice Admiral Carp, this is the peculiar swordsman Li Chu, the one who was bounty hunted 2 years ago, Bogart revealed. That girl just referred to him as Li Chu. Oh, now I recall. Back when I visited Windmill Village, Admiral Kong instructed me to capture him, claiming he could wield the aura of a great swordsman at just 7 years old. We could not allow such talent to roam free. Carp mused, taking another bite of his donut, mistakenly believing Li Chu's prowess stemmed from a devil fruit ability. He was astonished that Li Chu had grown to such strength in 2 years. Had he turned to piracy, he might have become a formidable adversary for the Navy. Kid, I'm offering you a chance to join the Navy. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to take you back with me, Carp declared firmly. I'm afraid I cannot. I am under the banner of the red-haired Shanks, Li Chu replied, exasperated. Being captured and forced to join the Navy would amount to the same thing. Another one brainwashed by Shanks to become a pirate, Carp grumbled, his frustration palpable. If I see you with Shanks, I'll show you what it means to face my fists. Meanwhile, Shanks was celebrating with his crew, indulging in merriment when he sneezed unexpectedly. Who is thinking of me? I sense an ominous premonition, he pondered. Boss, keep drinking. Why the pause? Are you thinking about Yuta? Here, have some roasted meat. Lucky Roo handed him a piece of meat, prompting Shanks to dismiss his thoughts. Cheers, brothers. Let us continue. Back with Li Chu, Carp, having deemed his patience exhausted, prepared to apprehend him. Enveloping his fist with haki, he charged at Li Chu. In response, Li Chu similarly encased his sword in haki, and their collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave that rippled across the deck. Li Chu had never encountered such potent haki. Was this the pinnacle of its mastery? The force knocked down nearby Navy soldiers, and even Hancock and her sisters. Li Chu's feet sank into the ship's wooden planks as Carp struck again, sending Li Chu's sword flying. Li Chu began to harness haki to withstand Carp's relentless onslaught. Feeling an unprecedented pressure, Carp unleashed his full strength, sending Li Chu crashing into the ship's side, shattering it. Li Chu, Hancock and her sisters gasped in shock. However, Li Chu's sword soared back toward him. As he employed his sword control technique, during his descent, he finally understood the fluidity of haki, recalling Rayleigh's teachings on harnessing its flow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of advancing haki to the intermediate level. You have received the reward, 10,000 swords returned to 1. Carp, taken aback, acknowledged Li Chu's impressive growth. Regrettably, the opportunity to recruit him was slipping away. Carp activated the Navy's 6 powers, Moonwalk, and charged at Li Chu once more. Li Chu, gathering haki in his arm, braced for impact. Carp recognized that Li Chu was not merely using flowing haki. He was externalizing it. A technique Carp was well versed in, yet Li Chu's application astonished him. The clash of their energies reverberated, causing the ship to creak ominously, as if it might splinter under their might. Unfortunately, Li Chu's time using haki was limited, and he was ultimately struck down by Carp, crashing heavily onto the deck, leaving a gaping crater in the ship. Carp and Hancock's sisters rushed to inspect Li Chu's condition. Have you made a decision, kid? Will you join the Navy? Carp inquired, hands on his hips. Being in the Navy is no more comfortable than being a pirate. You are constantly under scrutiny. I think I'll pass. Li Chu replied, supported by Hancock. Stubborn, just like Luffy. No amount of persuasion will sway you. Then I have no choice but to bring you back, Carp said, pulling out another donut and taking a bite. I have one request. Please let them go, Li Chu implored, glancing at Carp. Oh, you are quite loyal, young one. Very well, I shall let you off this time. I am not obligated to work overtime. However, the next time we meet, I won't be so lenient, Carp declared, finishing his donut. Chapter 10. An unexpected encounter with Ace. After releasing Li Chu and Hancock, Carp instructed his subordinates to repair the ship and return to Navy headquarters. Li Chu, Hancock, and the others continued their journey to the land of women aboard a small boat. This time, their voyage was smooth, and they soon arrived at the outskirts of the land of women. They were spotted by patrolling soldiers who promptly blocked their path. Stop. Who are you? Why have you come to the land of women? No men are allowed to enter. The soldiers aimed their weapons at Li Chu and his companions. Hancock, however, did not allow them to speak further. With a sweet smile, she unleashed a beam of charm, instantly petrifying the guards, regardless of their gender. I won't escort you further. I fear it may cause trouble. When you become the empress of the land of women one day, I shall come to visit you openly, Li Chu said, affectionately patting Hancock's head. All right, when I become empress, you must come to find me, Hancock replied, embracing Li Chu tightly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully escorting Hancock back to the land of women. Reward, beginner-level conqueror's haki. Certainly, then farewell. I'm off to Sabaody, Li Chu declared as he prepared to soar into the sky on his sword. Wait, Li Chu, this is a permanent pointer that Uncle Rayleigh gave me. He said you don't need to go back, just head straight to Shanks, Hancock stated, presenting a crystal to Li Chu. Rayleigh said you could reach Shanks' territory by following this permanent pointer. How did Rayleigh know I was looking for Shanks? Li Chu pondered as he accepted the permanent pointer, though he did not dwell on it. At that moment, Shanks was engaged in a fierce battle with Mihawk. How could you have lost your arm in just 2 years? Who is capable of severing your arm? Tell me, and I shall confront him to test his strength, Mihawk challenged, launching an attack at the red-haired captain. Shanks swiftly drew his sword, countering the strike. As their swords clashed, a cloud of dust enveloped them, but Shanks remained steadfast, his arm resting upon the future of the Grand Line. A powerful aura emanated from Shanks, while Mihawk remained calm, matching him equally. The two auras, green and red, collided in the air, neither party showing weakness, until they both retreated to reassess their positions, launching strikes at one another with speeds and frequencies that were nearly impossible to perceive. Beckman, is the captain fighting Mihawk again? These two really can't meet without brawling. How can we enjoy the show without some drinks and barbecued meat? At least they'll be at it for a few days. Let us have a barbecue. Lucky Lou exclaimed, holding a skewer of meat in one hand while offering a piece to Beckman. Beckman, hunched over on a tree branch, glanced at Lucky Lou but remained silent, lighting a cigarette as he returned his attention to the duel between Shanks and Mihawk, their sword energies felling nearby trees. Meanwhile, Li Chu flew for a while before spotting a distinctive sailboat flying a pirate flag and decided to descend. The individual at the helm, noticing someone flying toward him on a sword, prepared for battle. Li Chu was taken aback by the sight of a man wearing an orange cowboy hat adorned with both a smiling and a sorrowful badge, a skull insignia tied to the hat, and a red bead necklace around his neck, complemented by his signature shorts and tattoos. Could it be Ace? He thought. This was Ace's second year at sea, and the Spade Pirates had yet to recruit additional members. Hello, my name is Li Chu. May I board your ship to the nearby islands? Li Chu hovered near Ace, indicating he bore no ill intentions. Ace, observing the boy who was roughly the same age as his brother Luffy, seemed to possess a commendable swordsmanship that allowed him to fly. Hello, I'm poor Gas D. Ace. Come aboard, I'll take you with me. Ace flashed a radiant smile. As Li Chu sat at the bow, Ace expertly maneuvered his surfboard-like vessel. You remind me of my brother Luffy. He asks about your age and has a tendency to cry. He is probably causing a ruckus at Makino's bar right now. Ace glanced towards the East Blue. Ace has another brother? Li Chu feigned surprise, knowing Ace often spoke of Luffy, even though Luffy had yet to set sail. Yeah, that guy is always shouting about wanting to take the title of Pirate King from me, Ace replied proudly. By the way, I haven't asked how you came to set sail at such a young age. Aren't you afraid of the dangers? Ace inquired. My hometown was ravaged by the Navy and pirates who colluded to plunder our possessions, so I had no choice but to wander the seas, Li Chu recounted, partially truthful regarding Arlong and Captain Mouse and Appo's schemes. Forgive me for bringing up something painful. Would you like to join my Spade Pirates? I aim to become the Pirate King. And you could be my first mate, Ace suggested, hoping to recruit Li Chu. I'm sorry, but I'm not ready to join a pirate crew just yet. Li Chu declined, shaking his head. All right, no worries. Now that we know each other, we can consider ourselves friends. You're always welcome to join the Spade Pirates in the future, Ace said, slightly disappointed. The two arrived at a deserted island, where they planned to rest for the night before parting ways in the morning. Li Chu hunted a wild boar, swiftly slicing it down with a sword aura and dragging it back to their campsite. Ace gathered firewood, piled it together, and with a snap of his fingers, summoned a flame that ignited the pile instantly. Li Chu prepared the boar for roasting and produced 2 bottles of wine from his system space, offering one to Ace. He was unconcerned about revealing his system, as others would likely assume it was the ability of a devil fruit. As they drank, Ace reminisced about his childhood with Luffy and advised Li Chu to take care of Luffy when they eventually met. Li Chu listened intently, captivated by stories not even depicted in the anime, including Luffy's childhood accidents and his close bond with Yuta, exploring the Windmill Village and watching sunsets together. Ace spoke animatedly, and Li Chu remained silent, absorbing every word until Ace shared his ambitions to recruit pirates and challenge Whitebeard to become one of the 4 emperors, ultimately seeking the legendary one piece left by Pirate King Roger to claim the title of Pirate King himself. Li Chu was taken aback and quickly cautioned. Be careful of someone named Blackbeard in the future. Who is this Blackbeard? Ace asked, puzzled, unaware of the warning Li Chu had issued. It's nothing. Just remember to be cautious of him in the future. Keep it in mind, Li Chu advised, not elaborating further. He had done his part to warn Ace, uncertain if the unfolding events would alter the course of their story. Ace nodded but did not dwell on it, his pride overshadowing the warning. The night passed without incident, and soon morning arrived. As Ace prepared to leave, he made a request. Li Chu, may I challenge you to a duel? I wish to gauge your strength, after all. I fear you may one day compete with me for the title of Pirate King. Ace and Apos. S smile remained as bright as ever. Sure. I and Apos. V never fought someone with a devil fruit ability before. Li Chu agreed enthusiastically. Chapter 11. Does Hawkeye want to fight me too? The two combatants distanced themselves from one another. Li Chu retrieved his Chi Feng sword from the system space, while Ace initiated the assault. Positioning his index and middle fingers like a firearm, unleashing a series of small flame attacks akin to bullets. Their strength was comparable to that of a pistol. In response, Li Chu executed the sword chi technique, generating a formidable wave of sword energy that intercepted Ace's fiery projectiles, redirecting the energy back towards Ace. Transforming his arm into a searing inferno, Ace unleashed a flaming punch, extending his arm to counter Li Chu's sword energy with a powerful strike. The impact of their clash resulted in a mutual annihilation, leaving only a scattering of sparks in the air. Li Chu sheathed his sword, enveloping his hand with armament haki, and charged directly at Ace. Observing Li Chu's approach, Ace attempted to nullify the attack through elemental transformation. However, it was futile. Armament haki is impervious to elemental evasion. And Li Chu and Apos' punch landed heavily upon him. Ace recognized that this was reminiscent of the times when the venerable Carp would strike Luffy, his fists encased in a dark aura. Remember, Ace, aside from Sea Prism Stone, armament haki is the sole means of harming those who consume devil fruits. Mastering it is fundamental in the Grand Line, Li Chu conveyed, aiming to enlighten Ace that the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit are not invincible. Li Chu helped Ace to his feet, and Ace remarked on the Grand Line's reputation as a haven for pirates. Everyone here wields armament haki. Just wait until I challenge them, Ace said, adjusting his cowboy hat with a smile. Following this encounter, a subtle bond had begun to form between them. Li Chu perceived Ace to be even more vibrant than depicted in the anime, still the devoted brother he always was. Conversely, Ace sensed that Li Chu surpassed his expectations, emanating an aura of profound strength. After exchanging farewells, Li Chu set out across the island, locating a tree with a 10-meter diameter. He hollowed out its core to accommodate a small sailing vessel, navigating diligently in the direction indicated by the permanent log pose. At that moment, Li Chu examined his status panel. Name, Li Chu. Internal power, 3580. Strength, 3820. Speed, 2640. Items, Qing Feng Sword. Martial Arts, Sword Chi Technique, Chi Refinement Technique, Sword Control Technique. 10,000 swords return to origin. Exterminate immortal sword formation. Sword Heart, Haki. Observation Haki Beginner, Armament Haki Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki Beginner. His strength approached that of an ordinary vice admiral, yet he still had a distance to cover to reach the core members of the Yonko pirate crews. Meanwhile, the battle between Shanks and Hawkeye raged on, their clash dominating discussions within the pirate realm. I'm not done yet. Does the illustrious Shanks fear the gossip of the pirate world? Shanks sheathed his sword, a hint of amusement in his voice. Hawkeye, still unsatisfied, felt the fight was far from over. In a few days, I'll introduce you to a young lad. I wish to see how his 2 years of training have fared, Shanks declared as he strolled towards the camp. Oh, what significance does a mere child hold? Are you not concerned I might dispatch him with a single blow? Hawkeye followed closely behind. You'll soon discover, Shanks replied confidently. I trust you won't. And Rotzi Lu will host a celebration tonight. Prepare some roast meat. Achoo. Li Chu sneezed, wiping his nose and murmuring, who is thinking of me? Is it Nami, Noki, or Hancock? He chuckled, oblivious to the significance of his sneeze. Following the permanent log pose, Li Chu sailed for 4 to 5 days, encountering various pirates and sea creatures, all of whom he dealt with decisively. At last, he spotted an island as indicated by the log pose and commanded the pirate ship he had commandeered to head towards it. Captain, a pirate ship is slowly approaching us, and there is no pirate flag in sight. A lookout from the red-haired pirates reported to Shanks. Understood. Rotzi Lu, take a look. Hawkeye, continue. Shanks raised his bottle in salute. Where's that young lad you mentioned? It's been 4 to 5 days, Hawkeye remarked, legs crossed, resting his hands on his knees. Patience. Let us drink. Shanks offered a bottle to Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Rotzi Lu awaited the pirate ship and Apos' arrival from a tree near the shore. All right, stop, Li Chu commanded, bringing along a shipmate who was stuck in a treasure chest. Who are you? This area is temporarily commandeered by the red-haired pirates. Please vacate, Ratsilu said, leaping from the tree, only to slip on a banana peel and land in a heap. Who tossed this banana peel? I nearly broke my neck, Ratsilu exclaimed, standing and addressing the nearby crew members. None dared to respond, for it was he who had carelessly discarded it after eating. The red-haired pirates, a Yonko crew. Captain, we must flee. The one eating the roast meat is the gluttonous Ratsilu, came and gasped in astonishment. Ratsi, it has been a while. Let us enjoy a drink tonight. Li Chu greeted him warmly. You're Li Chu's subordinate. How did you return on someone else's ship? Are you hungry? Here, have some roast meat, Ratsilu offered. As generous as ever, Li Chu accepted the roast, recounting his recent adventures while Ratsilu led him back to the camp. Li Chu, my little brother, tell me, how has your strength developed? If it's lacking, you must flee, Ratsilu said, devouring meat, never letting it leave his hands. What do you mean? After enduring so much to return with the permanent log pose, now you and Appos, telling me to run? Where would I go? Li Chu questioned, perplexed. You must know about the fight between Hawkeye and the captain. He said to wait for your return to face Hawkeye, Ratsilu clarified. Really? They've been fighting for days, and still haven't finished? I see their headlines daily at the Seagull News. Li Chu expressed his uncertainty about facing Hawkeye, yet followed Ratsilu back to the camp. Upon seeing Ratsilu, Shanks inquired, so, did the pirate crew retreat? Captain, look who has returned. Ratsilu moved aside, revealing Li Chu behind him. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Li Chu teased. The little brat is back. Hawkeye has been waiting for you, Shanks noted. Not surprised, having previously given the permanent log pose to Rayleigh, instructing him to return after training. Rayleigh had contacted him days ago through a din mushy. Oh. You're the young lad Shanks spoke of. We've awaited your return for 4 to 5 days. Come, let us battle. Hawkeye rose, drawing his sword. Chapter 12. Defeating Hawkeye soon, Li Chu and Hawkeye arrived at the location where Hawkeye had previously clashed with red-haired Shanks. Little brat, I'll use this against you. Let us begin. I fear that if I strike first, you may not comprehend it and miss your chance to retaliate, Hawkeye declared. Gripping the small knife hanging from his chest, Li Chu was left speechless. Do you think I am Appos? Zaro? I am a man with a system. Ding. The system recognized that Hawkeye underestimated the host and issued a quest, defeat Hawkeye, who wields the Black Blade Yoru. Quest reward, sword and man unification, enables the host to enter a sword domain for 1 minute, elevating their swordsmanship to its pinnacle. Quest duration, 1 day. Quest penalty, the host will be unable to use the system for 6 years. Please do not underestimate me. You will suffer a crushing defeat. You should fight me with that great sword of yours, Li Chu retorted, drawing the Chi Feng sword from the system space. Not necessary, let us go straight to it. Hawkeye replied dismissively, believing he didn't need to use Yoru against a mere child. Li Chu said no more and executed the sword chi technique, sending an invisible wave of sword energy towards Hawkeye. Come on. Hawkeye responded, raising Yoru to unleash a wave of blade light directed at Li Chu. The two waves of energy collided, unleashing a powerful force that rippled outward, sending dust and debris flying and cleaving trees and stones in half. Boss. Does Hawkeye underestimate Li Chu? He is using that little knife against him. Li Chu is at least an intern member of our red-haired pirates. Shouldn't you step in? Lucky Lu remarked while munching on roasted meat. I let him fight Hawkeye to temper his arrogance. Isn't that better? Shanks replied, observing the duel. Let me see how your training has fared these past 2 years. Li Chu enveloped his sword in armament haki and charged at Hawkeye once more, unleashing another wave of sword energy. Realizing his small knife could not withstand it, Hawkeye reluctantly drew Yoru to block the attack, which smashed into a nearby boulder. With a thunderous crash, a massive crack formed in the rock, splitting it in two. You are impressive for a little brat. Now that you've drawn Yoru, I can see this round. However, let us truly engage in battle, Hawkeye said, setting aside his earlier arrogance and addressing Li Chu with newfound seriousness. Boss, look. Hawkeye has drawn Yoru. Lucky Lu exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the roasted meat that had fallen to the ground. I see it. Don't get so excited. Just eat your meat. Shanks retorted, scowling as he retrieved the fallen food for Lucky Lu. I warned you that underestimating me would lead to a significant defeat, Li Chu said, now fully focused. The two combatants charged at each other, their swords clashing with a resounding force. The energy unleashed was palpable. Li Chu and Appos, invisible sword intent meeting Hawkeye and Appos, vibrant blade energy, resembling two colossal swords colliding in midair. The energy field between them began to spiral into a massive vortex. Neither side could overpower the other, and they retreated momentarily. Hawkeye executed the Night Arc, unleashing 3 arcs of blade light towards Li Chu, showcasing the true prowess of Yoro. Li Chu countered with a horizontal slash of sword energy aimed at Hawkeye's attack. As the energies collided, dust filled the air, within which Hawkeye's 3 arcs surged toward Li Chu. Li Chu, with his sword wrapped in armament haki, blocked the 3 strikes, with his feet firmly planted in the ground. He shouted, "Retreat." He was propelled back several meters by the force, the sword energy slicing through everything in its path, leaving behind a massive crater. "Brat, prepare for the final blow," Hawkeye declared, readying himself for the concluding strike. Li Chu hesitated not, pointing his sword skyward as countless invisible swords began to materialize above him. For the first time, he was employing the technique known as 10,000 swords returning to one, uncertain of its power, yet the spectacle was undeniably astounding. "Boss, look at Li Chu. He is using the technique." Lucky Lu stammered, shaking Shanks excitedly, causing another piece of roasted meat to fall. "What a sight. I've seen it all. Why are you so agitated?" "It's as if you think Hawkeye is about to be defeated," Shanks replied, turning to gaze at Li Chu. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the bottle of alcohol in his hand slipped from his grasp. It was the first time he had seen swordsmanship of such caliber, thousands of swords suspended in the air. Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and the other members of the red-haired pirates followed Shanks' gaze, all struck dumb with astonishment. Carmen, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in panic, "Run. It's the end of the world." He clutched a treasure chest taken from the captain and dashed into the depths of the forest. Hawkeye, equally astonished, summoned a whirlwind with his wind blade to attempt to disperse Li Chu's sword energy. Unfortunately, the vortex was dismantled in an instant by Li Chu and Appos' control over the myriad swords. "Have you ever seen such a spectacle? I'm not fighting anymore. You must be cheating. How can I contend against over 10,000 swords? Even if I strike swiftly, I cannot hope to defend against such numbers. If I had known you possessed this skill, I would never have engaged you in battle," Hawkeye admitted, feeling utterly helpless. Li Chu, upon hearing this, retracted the technique of 10,000 swords returning to one. Regrettably, due to insufficient internal energy, he could not fully withdraw. Thus, he directed the swords formed from his energy towards the mountain at the island and Appos' center. "I thought we agreed to stop fighting. Why are you still sending your swords towards me?" Hawkeye shouted, mistakenly believing Li Chu had not heard him. The multitude of ethereal swords soared towards the mountain, carving immense craters into its surface as boulders tumbled down. Carmen, having just reached the mountainside, was knocked over by the tremors, causing the treasure chest to fall and roll down, trapping him within it. "It's the end of the world," he mumbled, still in disbelief. "Boss, did I just see that correctly? What kind of swordsmanship was that? You must have come from a different era. You should have seen it." Lucky Lu continued to shake Shanks. "Do not inquire of me. This must be the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I have never witnessed anything like it. How else could swordsmanship evolve?" Shanks replied, picking up the fallen meat and stuffing it into Lucky Lu's mouth. "Boss, you've brought back a monster." Even Ben Beckman is praising Li Chu now. Shanks remained dumbfounded, pondering what manner of creature Rayleigh had trained. In just 2 years, he has grown so formidable. Am I truly mistaken about my own strength? Luffy is still a little brat, likely frolicking in Windmill Village with Yuta, yet Li Chu can wield such techniques. As for Li Chu, he was now drained of energy and collapsed to the ground. Hawkeye approached to assist him and began walking towards Shanks. Upon regaining his composure, Shanks saw Hawkeye returning with Li Chu in tow and hurriedly asked, "What happened to this little brat?" "He fainted after using that technique. I'm returning to practice my swordsmanship. When this little brat awakens, tell him I concede today, but next time we meet, I shall triumph," Hawkeye said, handing Li Chu over to Shanks before departing. Chapter 13. The Summoning of the 5 Elders. Li Chu slowly opened his eyes, awakening from a 3-day slumber. Feeling the need to replenish his strength before embarking on a journey to retrieve Yuta, he found the atmosphere devoid of musicians or merriment. Red-haired Shanks offered him some roasted meat and fruit. "Where is Hawkeye? I haven't and Appos' seen him," Li Chu pondered, recalling only the moment he unleashed the myriad sword energies toward the mountain before losing consciousness. The subsequent events remained a blur. Hawkeye had departed, declaring that next time, Li Chu should not expect to defeat him. "You are truly formidable, Li Chu, having bested the world's greatest swordsman," red-haired Shanks remarked, his tone laced with admiration. The headlines of recent newspapers were dominated by the news of Hawkeye's defeat at the hands of an unknown pirate. Raji Lu approached, resting his hand on Li Chu and Appos' shoulder while presenting a newspaper featuring an image of their duel. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating Hawkeye. Reward, harmony of man and sword. A notification chimed. Such a fluke. You should consider how long he was unconscious. Had it not been for that particular move, Hawkeye would have prevailed. As long as he can withstand that final strike, he would have succumbed to exhaustion, leaving him vulnerable, red-haired Shanks observed while sipping his drink. Li Chu scratched his head, acknowledging his leader's wisdom. He had not anticipated that his lack of inner strength would lead to such a prolonged fainting spell after manipulating the myriad swords. All right. Let us prepare to depart for Windmill Village, red-haired Shanks announced, rising to his feet. It will be a pleasure to visit that little rascal, Luffy. I can only imagine his surprise upon seeing you, Li Chu. Raji Lu, having finished his meat, expressed his excitement about returning to Windmill Village. Are you planning to return to Cocoa Village? After 2.5 years, don't you miss home? We could stop by on the way, red-haired Shanks inquired. No. The situation remains too precarious. I fear the Navy may take notice of our presence in the East Blue, which could lead to complications, Li Chu replied, shaking his head. It was not that he did not wish to return, but rather that the recent battle with Hawkeye had drawn too much attention. The Navy was surely aware of his involvement. Li Chu's instincts were correct. At the Navy headquarters, Carp and Sengoku were engaged in conversation. Carp, is what you say true? Have you encountered this boy? Sengoku teased, cradling his sheep. You may recall, he is the enigmatic swordsman from 2 years ago. I was returning from a mission near the women and Apos, country, and mistook him for a refugee. I even contemplated recruiting him into the Navy, Carp replied, savoring a donut while licking his fingers. Then why didn't you apprehend him? Such a pirate could easily rise to the level of an emperor, Tsuru interjected, approaching Carp. Indeed. He will be difficult to deal with in the future, Sengoku added, lifting his sheep onto his head. I wasn't an amp. Apos, T assigned that task. Why should I work overtime? Besides, if he can defeat Hawkeye, I'm glad I refrained from intervening, or I would have been in deep trouble, Carp expressed with relief. Both Sengoku and Tsuru were skeptical. Knowing that Sengoku had once battled the Pirate King, Roger, and could easily have subdued the boy, they understood that Carp simply lacked the desire to capture him. Just then, Sengoku and Apos' transponder snail rang. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku, he answered. A booming voice emanated from the snail, Sengoku. Immediately summon all officers of the rank of colonel and above for an urgent meeting. The 5 elders have issued a task. The speaker was none other than Fleet Admiral Kong. Did you all hear that? We have an urgent mission to attend to, Sengoku announced, handing the sheep to a nearby sailor before striding toward Carp and Tsuru. One can only imagine that the task issued by the 5 elders relates to the celestial dragons. I have no desire to be involved in this gathering, Carp muttered as he pulled out another donut. Speaking of the celestial dragons, the world government is merely their servant. They call upon the Navy for the slightest issue, which Carp finds utterly detestable. Very well, let us attend the meeting and hear what Fleet Admiral Kong has to say. After all, we are colonels and should not ignore him, Tsuru remarked, setting off on her own. Sengoku followed suit, while Carp ambled along, still munching on his donut. In the Navy conference room, attendees awaited the arrival of the 5 elders. A figure clad in a white robe, donning glasses, wooden sandals, and wielding the legendary sword Shodai Katetsu entered. This was the Indian Mahatma Gandhi, the military overseer among the 5 elders, and the only one not dressed in a suit or shoes, nor sporting a beard. Mahatma Gandhi took his seat at the center and spoke in a frail voice. I have summoned you all today for an important matter. The leaders of the world government, the 5 elders, and the descendants of the kings who established it, the celestial dragons, have conferred to organize the first celebration in 500 years at the Holy Land of Mariawa in the Sabaody archipelago. Thus, it is imperative for everyone present to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. I will coordinate with Kong to assign everyone their respective areas. Now, I shall take my leave. As Mahatma Gandhi stood to exit, murmurs of discontent filled the room. Another scheme devised by the celestial dragons. They expect us to guard their celebrations. You can go, but I will not, Carp declared, rising to leave without a backward glance. Ah, how I envy Vice Admiral Carp. I also wish to avoid this. The celestial dragons always make us clean up their messes, Fire Fist remarked, watching Carp's retreating figure with a sigh. We must follow the arrangements set forth by the world government. There is no point in complaining, Doberman replied to Fire Fist. Both were also vice admirals. Yet Doberman was known for his uncompromising demeanor, steadfast in his belief in justice, having pursued the Whitebeard pirates alongside Akaina during the later stages of the Marineford War. Enough. Silence. Kong banged his fist on the table. The room fell silent abruptly, and Kong continued, I understand that there are complaints. But this is a directive from the world government. If we do not fulfill our duties, it will not bode well for any of us. Enough talk. The meeting is adjourned. The attendees, resigned to their fate, recognized the hierarchy within the world government and had no choice but to comply. Unlike Karp, who had become a hero in the Navy and won the hearts of the people, if Karp were to announce his resignation, the world would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, Li Chu had embarked on his journey towards Windmill Village, contemplating his impending encounter with the protagonist of this world. Would the gum-gum fruit possess the same infinite stretching capabilities as depicted in the anime? And what transformations awaited him after the fifth gear? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind as he considered whether he should also seek out a devil fruit for his own experimentation. What are you pondering, Li Chu? Come and eat some roasted meat. After 3 days of unconsciousness, you need to replenish your energy, Raji Lu urged, offering him a skewer of meat. Raji, do you believe that the devil fruits truly possess the legendary powers attributed to them? Li Chu inquired as he accepted the meat. Why ask such a question? Do you desire a devil fruit? My advice is to steer clear of them. Their potential can only be harnessed effectively if one is skilled, but their abilities are limited. The better fruits have long been consumed. What circulates now are mostly useless ones, weakened by sea prism stone and harmful against seawater. It is far better to rely on your own efforts to enhance your strength, Raji Lu earnestly advised. I understand, Raji. Cheers, Li Chu exclaimed, producing 2 bottles of liquor and handing one to Raji Lu. As he contemplated whether he should venture to Sky Island to acquire Enel and Apos, fruit, the Rumble fruit. He realized it was no ordinary fruit. Chapter 14, The Fury Against the Celestial Dragons. A few days later, the red-haired pirates arrived at the Sabaody archipelago and visited Shaki's bar, where Rayleigh happened to be present. Meanwhile, on the island where Li Chu had been, a person trapped by a treasure chest was searching for Li Chu and his companions. Over the course of 2 years, Rayleigh and Apos' hair had begun to turn gray, and he jested with Shanks. I thought you wouldn't come to see me. He tossed a bottle of liquor to the red-haired Shanks, who replied with a smile. Of course, Rayleigh. I brought my apprentice to meet you. You and Apos, V.E., trained a remarkable disciple. Rayleigh approached Li Chu and patted him on the back. Li Chu and Apos' expression darkened. He had only visited in the early months of the last 2 years, and it was Hancock who had sent the permanent log pose. Nonetheless, Rayleigh's teachings had proven effective, laying a solid foundation for him, allowing him to study independently. Recently, it seems something significant is about to unfold in the Sabaody archipelago. Numerous vice admirals and admirals from the Navy headquarters have arrived. I advise you not to linger too long. The red-haired pirates are currently quite prominent, especially you. Young lad, the mysterious sword saint. Have a look at this bounty notice. Rayleigh produced a new bounty poster and placed it on the table. The poster prominently featured an image of Li Chu in battle against Mihawk, surrounded by countless swords suspended in midair. The accompanying text proclaimed, Mysterious Sword Saint, Technique Unknown, Strength Unknown. Age Unknown, suspected member of the red-haired pirates, has defeated Mihawk using unknown techniques. Previously killed a Navy lieutenant, bounty set at 35 million. Li Chu and Apos' reputation had skyrocketed. 2 years prior, his bounty was merely 5 million, but now, it had surged to 35 million in just a few days. You're almost catching up to your captain's bounty. Just for enjoying some roasted meat, he remarked, referencing Luffy, who had become quite plump over the 2 years. What is the world government scheming now? Gathering so many vice admirals in the Sabaody archipelago? No wonder the docks were deserted when we arrived. Under normal circumstances, pirates would have filled the docks, and the air would have been alive with cheers, Jesus Burgess commented as he polished his cannon. Rayleigh speculated. Mobilizing so many naval officers must be related to the celestial dragons. Do not forget that the Holy Land Mariehua, located in the Sabaody archipelago, is the residence of the celestial dragons. Indeed, otherwise there would be no reason for such a large naval presence, Rayleigh affirmed. Then we shall take our leave. We will return when the opportunity arises, Shanks said, leading his crew away. Hurry along, lest the Navy arrive. I still need to hide here for a few days. I certainly do not wish to be discovered. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Shanks turned back with a knowing smile. I understand. I won't disturb you. Vice Captain Rayleigh and Shaki. You understand nothing. I prefer the young, Rayleigh replied, taking a sip of his drink, unaware that Shaki was seething with anger behind him. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Shanks merely smiled and walked away, pointing at Rayleigh's back. Rayleigh sensed trouble and slowly turned around, only to find a furious Shaki. Fists clenched and ready. "Are you implying that I am old?" she shouted. "No, no, how could that be? I was just joking with that young lad." Rayleigh shielded his eyes, realizing that the vice captain of the Pirate King's crew had been bested by a woman. Shaki, unsatisfied, landed another 2 punches, darkening Rayleigh's eyes further. At that moment, Li Chu emerged from the restroom and witnessed the scene, stifling a laugh. Rayleigh, seeing Li Chu, gave him a light punch on the head. "What are you still doing here? Shanks has already left. You don't intend to stay behind, do you?" "Seriously? I just went to the restroom, and they left me here?" Li Chu rubbed the spot where Rayleigh had hit him. "Just a moment ago. You can still catch up. Let me escort you," Rayleigh said, kicking Li Chu towards the door. As Li Chu rubbed his backside, he thought that Rayleigh was certainly taking revenge for personal grievances, as the kick felt particularly forceful. Meanwhile, Luffy noticed Li Chu was missing and turned to Shanks. "Captain, it seems Li Chu is gone. Should we go look for him?" "No need. I saw him head to the restroom. We can wait on the ship." That kid isn't directionally challenged. "He should find his way back," Shanks replied, continuing towards the ship. Li Chu was walking slowly down the street, recalling that he just needed to follow the road to reach the docks. Suddenly, a line of armored guards forced the crowd to part, and the people slowly knelt. 3 figures clad in white gowns, wearing crystal headgear, emerged, accompanied by a giant. Li Chu recognized them as celestial dragons. One of them pointed at a beautiful woman by the roadside, and the guards immediately understood the command, advancing towards her with the intent to seize her. A man attempted to intervene but fell to the ground with a thud, shot down as the celestial dragon reloaded his gun. The guards apprehended the woman, hastily arranging a marriage contract, and then led her away. Celestial dragons enjoyed privileges beyond comprehension. No matter their actions or the consequences, their safety was guaranteed by the Navy. They could command admirals to protect them, essentially wielding life and death over others. They could shoot civilians at will, disregarding the rights of pirates, Navy personnel, giants, fishermen, and any other race. As the celestial dragons continued forward, the kneeling crowd remained silent, fearing any attention would lead to their demise. When they reached Li Chu, one of the celestial dragons raised his gun, stating, "You dare stand before me?" Before the words left his lips, the gunshot rang out. Those on the ground braced for another innocent life lost, as the sound of a gunshot invariably meant death in their eyes. However, Li Chu merely tilted his head to avoid the bullet, swiftly retrieving his Qing Feng's sword from the system space. Before the guards could react, a clang echoed, followed by 2 thuds, as Li Chu cleaved the celestial dragon in half. The guards, startled by his audacity, wondered how someone could dare to kill a celestial dragon without fear of the world government. Yet, they quickly shouted, "The noble Nakramarmar has been slain. Protect the royal." Li Chu showed no intention of sheathing his sword. He turned to the other 2 stunned celestial dragons and struck again. 2 more clangs resonating as they fell to the ground. Chapter 15. The first encounter with the 3 admirals. The guards were in a state of panic, exclaiming that they must urgently contact the Navy via the phone book, as Prince Naklamar had been assassinated. Those kneeling on the ground could hardly believe their ears. The celestial dragons had been attacked, yet they dared not lift their heads. Li Chu felt an inexplicable sense of relief at the news of the celestial dragons and Appo's demise, as if a long-standing hatred for them had been unshackled from his heart. Without further thought, he continued his leisurely walk towards the dock. The guards, seeing Li Chu approaching, assumed he intended to eliminate them and hastily dropped their weapons in a frenzy to flee. The local residents, hearing the clatter of fallen arms and the guards shouting that a demon was upon them, cautiously raised their heads. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they gasped in shock at the sight of the slain celestial dragons, urging everyone to flee. As the crowd slowly lifted their gazes, they beheld 3 dismembered bodies of the celestial dragons on the ground. Under ordinary circumstances, pirates would have cheered, yet they remained silent, aware that these were celestial dragons, protected by the world government. Li Chu and Appo's actions would surely lead the common folk to become targets of both the world government and the celestial dragons. They dared not utter a word. Whether it was the celestial dragons or Li Chu, neither was someone they could afford to provoke. They remained kneeling in silence, hoping that when the Navy arrived, they would not associate Li Chu with them. At Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Kong was preoccupied with arranging operations for the upcoming festivities at Mariewa when suddenly the phone bug rang. Moshi, this is Kong. What can I do for you?" "Admiral Kong, it's terrible news. Prince Naklamar has been assassinated on the Sabaody archipelago." "What? Who would dare to assassinate a celestial dragon? Especially on the Sabaody archipelago? Kong and Amp, Apos' voice quivered with alarm. Just days prior, the five elders had convened to discuss the grand celebration at Mariawa. The audacity of such an act could not be taken lightly. The pressure would inevitably fall upon him, leading him to contemplate resignation from his position as Fleet Admiral, a burden he had carried since Roger and Amp, Apos' execution. Yes, all three princes have been murdered, and the assassin is still pursuing us. The guards feared that Li Chu intended to eliminate them as well. I understand. I will dispatch personnel immediately to apprehend the assassin. Just after hanging up, the phone bug rang once more. Moshi, this is Kong. What do you need? Kong, you better explain how you plan to handle this. I previously instructed you to keep a low profile on Sabaody. Now, with the assassination of celestial dragons, you must provide an explanation. Lady Im is furious. The voice on the other end belonged to the revered Mahatma Gandhi. I have already dispatched personnel to capture the assassin. The assassin must be brought in alive, or the body must be retrieved. Furthermore, apprehend all witnesses to prevent this incident from reaching the public and disrupting the celebrations. We will handle it later. Very well, I will ensure it is managed. Kong quickly contacted Sengoku, and soon the phone bug crackled with Sengoku's voice. Moshi. This is Sengoku. What can I assist you with? Sengoku, you must lead all Navy personnel to the dock on the Sabaody archipelago immediately. Several celestial dragons have been murdered. Find the assassin, and whether they're alive or dead, we must see them. Use any means necessary to capture them. Kong roared. Understood. I am on my way. Just as Sengoku hung up, he gathered the Navy, and they made their way in an orderly fashion towards the Sabaody archipelago dock. Meanwhile, Li Chu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing his leisurely stroll towards the dock. At that moment, a beam of yellow light shot toward him, which he effortlessly dodged by tilting his head. Up in a tree, a man with short black hair, a hint of natural curls, donned in sunglasses, with stubble on his face, and dressed in a yellow and white striped suit with a purple tie and dark green shirt, appeared anxious. It was Kizaru, known as the Pirate King of laid-back fishing, who arrived first. Oh dear, I missed. Kid, you're quite impressive, he exclaimed. How terrifying. He then flashed in front of Li Chu, saying, let us see how it feels to be kicked by light. He unleashed a light-speed kick directed at Li Chu. Li Chu unsheathed his sword to block the attack, and suddenly a fierce wind whipped around them, causing nearby structures to creak. The atmosphere grew colder as a massive ice spear descended from above, and Kizaru had transformed into a figure clad in a white suit vest and deep blue shirt, draped in a navy coat, wearing a green eye mask. The figure was Kazan, known as Akiji. How frightening. Doesn't Akiji fear for my safety? Kizaru remarked with an odd expression. Akiji, however, paid him no mind and instead focused on Li Chu. At that moment, Li Chu unleashed a sword technique, sending a wave of sword energy toward the massive ice spear approaching him. With a crack, the spear split in two. A thunderous sound echoed as the ice spear crashed behind him, creating a massive crater. Suddenly, a resonant voice emerged from behind Li Chu, announcing, Meteor Volcano. His right arm transformed into a sword, and his left chest to the elbow bore a rose entwined with cherry blossoms, adorned with a rose lapel. Clad in a dark red suit and wearing a navy hat, he draped himself in an Admiral and Apos' coat. With immense fists resembling molten rock, he launched them into the air, and soon thereafter, a barrage of magma fists descended like a meteor shower upon Li Chu. In response, Li Chu leaped into the air, his sword reacting violently as it enveloped itself in hockey. A surge of red energy flowed along the blade as he swung it against the incoming magma fists. The impact severed the magma fists, igniting nearby homes and trees, leaving only ashes in their wake. Akiji conjured a massive block of ice overhead to shield against the falling magma. How terrifying. Admiral Akainu is still as fearsome as ever. Kizaru pouted. Akainu embodied absolute justice, his demeanor unyielding, employing ruthless tactics without mercy. To achieve his objectives, he would not hesitate to target both comrades and innocent civilians alike. Kid, your strength is commendable, but it is unfortunate that you chose to kill a celestial dragon. Akainu's fists began to emit smoke as magma began to swirl forth, enveloping his arm completely. He launched himself toward Li Chu, transforming his molten arm into the form of a dog head and extending it toward his adversary, ready to attack. Chapter 16. Li Chu sustained severe injuries. Li Chu brandished his sword to deflect the red dog and Apos' canine bite, Crimson Lotus, while Akiji summoned icy tendrils. exhaling a breath of frost that coalesced into an ice blade aimed at him. Li Chu repelled the red dog and unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Akiji, attempting to halt his advance. However, Akiji adeptly evaded with his observation haki. The red dog and Kizaru seized the moment, launching simultaneous assaults against Li Chu. Kizaru condensed photons into a luminous sword, the Amatsukes, and swiftly appeared before Li Chu, while the red dog continued his relentless use of canine bite, Crimson Lotus. The trio encircled Li Chu, attacking in unison. Li Chu parried the red dog and Amp, Oppo's assault and retaliated with a slashing strike to the red dog and Amp, Oppo's arm, augmenting his blade with armament haki to inflict a grievous wound. The red dog narrowly employed his own armament haki. Had he hesitated, he would have lost his arm. He then raised his foot, enveloped in armament haki, and delivered a powerful kick that sent Kizaru and his sword crashing into a tree, exploding into radiant shards. Kizaru, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, reformed his body, pouting in disbelief. Having momentarily thwarted their attacks, Li Chu was unprepared for Akiji and Amp, Oppo's ice blade, which struck his shoulder with tremendous force, sending him tumbling several meters before he collided with a building, shrouding the area in smoke. Akiji, Kizaru, and the red dog believed Li Chu to be incapacitated. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Li Chu steadied himself with his sword, rising slowly. I must admit, your strength is quite formidable. Alas, you have chosen the path of piracy. Had you aligned with the Navy, you might have been a Commodore by now. You ought to reconsider your actions against the celestial dragons and prepare to embrace your demise, the red dog coldly addressed Li Chu. Infuriated by Li Chu and Oppo's audacity, the red dog transformed his arm into a colossal magma fist and unleashed a volcanic eruption of flames. As the magma fist hurtled towards Li Chu, an ice bird, summoned by Akiji, veered it off course, causing it to strike a nearby building, leaving a gaping hole from which lava flowed freely. What do you mean by this, Akiji? Are you betraying the Navy? The red dog bellowed, the lava swirling ominously in his grasp. The ice bird was indeed Akiji and Amp, Oppo's creation. As he concentrated cold air into his right arm, releasing an ice bird imbued with immense force. Have you forgotten Admiral Kong and Amp, Oppo's orders? Capture him alive if possible. Akiji replied icily, exhaling frigid air. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to you. Spare us your sanctimonious rhetoric, the red dog retorted. Unable to suppress his urge to attack Akiji, Kizaru, witnessing the escalating conflict, exclaimed, "This is quite alarming. Akiji, red dog, cease your bickering. Look, that brat is escaping." He pointed towards Li Chu, who was now soaring away on his sword towards the dock. Upon noticing Li Chu and Amp, Oppo's flight, the red dog refrained from pursuit, instead directing his fury at Akiji. "This is your fault. If not for you, that brat would have been in our grasp by now." Without hesitation, the red dog launched his magma-encased fist towards Akiji, who responded with his ice sword. Just as their attacks were about to collide, a colossal golden Buddha appeared between them, intercepting their blows. "What is the meaning of this? I summoned you to capture the assassin, yet you are here squabbling." It was Sengoku, the fleet admiral. Li Chu and Akiji reined in their powers, the red dog huffing in silence while Akiji remained uncharacteristically mute. "Admiral Sengoku, the assassin is the elusive swordsman, Li Chu. We have already wounded him, and he is making his escape towards the dock," Kizaru reported. "Quickly pursue him. We cannot allow him to flee." "This is an order from the Gorosei," Sengoku commanded, leading the navy in pursuit. Li Chu, still reeling from his injuries, contemplated using 10,000 swords returning to one, but feared that exerting himself might lead to unconsciousness. Thus, he seized the opportunity to flee while they bickered. A new mission was assigned: escape the Navy and Oppo's encirclement. Mission rewards: 10,000 swords united can be combined with 10,000 swords returning to one to form a colossal sword with devastating power. Mission duration: 1 day. Mission failure penalty: being killed or captured by the Navy. Li Chu dared not glance back, fearful of the Navy and Oppo's imminent approach. "Boss, do you think Li Chu has lost his way? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Reisai Lu inquired, looking toward Shanks. Meanwhile, Shanks peered at the buildings on the island, drawing his sword. "It seems that Li Chu is in trouble. Prepare for battle. We must retrieve him." His tone sharpened with urgency. Upon hearing Shanks, Reisai Lu abandoned his meal. "Boss, do you mean Li Chu is in danger? I will go save him. This situation appears troublesome. I sense that the dock is swarming with Navy forces, including Admiral Zephyr and numerous vice admirals, Shanks replied gravely. At this moment, Zephyr had yet to depart from the Navy and had not established the Neo Navy. Ben Beckman, Yassop, and others prepared for battle. Even though Li Chu had not spent much time with them, they shared a bond as crewmates, a testament to the ties of piracy. Li Chu finally glimpsed the sea when suddenly, a figure with purple hair emerged from an inconspicuous alley, his arm hardened with hockey, launching a punch at Li Chu. Li Chu raised his sword to block, yet the force sent him crashing into a tree, causing him to spit blood as he clutched his chest, struggling to support himself with one hand on his sword. Where do you think you and Oppos, re-going, brat? It was Zephyr, the Black Arm boss. Look, Li Chu is being attacked. I must intervene, Ray Sai Lu shouted, preparing to charge forward. However, he was met with a swarm of Navy personnel emerging from Sabaody Archipelago, led by Sengoku, followed closely by Kizaru, Akiji, and the Red Dog. Ray Sai Lu picked up his food, brushing off the dirt. I cannot waste food. Boss, what should we do about all these Navy forces? Wait a moment, Shanks instructed calmly. Zephyr, leave this brat to me. The Red Dog asserted as he and the others approached. Sengoku, thankfully you had arranged for an ambush at the dock. Otherwise, if he escaped, the Celestial Dragons would hold us accountable. Sengoku, this brat is mine to capture. I will ensure he doesn't get away, the Red Dog declared, his expression seething with anger, recalling how Li Chu had wounded him. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 17. Red Dog, call again, hearing Akainu and Oppos' words. Sengoku spoke with an authoritative tone, instructing him not to exert excessive force, as it would be preferable to leave some alive. The red-haired pirates were still at the dock, and killing them might provoke their wrath. It would be more beneficial to capture them alive for interrogation. Sengoku had continuously ordered the Navy to keep a close watch on the red-haired pirates, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble, prioritizing the capture of Li Chu. Understood. With so many of us in the Navy, how can we fear just one red-haired pirates? Akainu responded impatiently to Sengoku. ISN and Oppos. It because you and Oppos worried about causing a scene at the Celestial Dragon and Oppos' celebration? The five elders would blame you for it. Sengoku felt a surge of anger. Akainu ignored him, now fixated on Li Chu. There was no way he would let him off lightly. At the very least, he wanted to vent his frustrations before proceeding. He advanced toward Li Chu alone. Is the captain not going to make a move? Akainu is about to attack Li Chu's subordinate. Rakairu fretted, pacing anxiously. Patience. Now is not the time. Acting rashly could provoke the Navy, and we would suffer as well. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, stated calmly. As if everything was under his control, he began to walk toward the ship and Oppos' cabin. Seeing Shanks retreat to the cabin only heightened Rakairu and Oppos' anxiety. Hey, Captain, why are you going back to the cabin? Li Chu and Oppos' subordinate is in danger, and you're not watching over him. Are you going to save me or not? Shanks paid no heed to Rakairu, but Ben Beckman interjected. How could the captain casually abandon a crew member? He must have a plan. After all, I and Oppos am here with Jesus Burgess. Who can rival us from a distance? Rakairu hesitated, unsure how to respond. Yes, if Vice Captain Beckman says so, you should trust him. Even I believe it. Although Li Chu and Oppos' subordinate has not been with us long, he is still an intern on our ship. Moreover, he is of the same age as my son. Seeing him reminds me of my own child. Can I just stand by and watch him be captured? Jesus Burgess said earnestly, placing a hand on Rakairu's shoulder. Meanwhile, Shanks entered the cabin and retrieved a din-din mushi from a treasure chest, dialing a number. Upon connection, a dignified voice emanated from the other end. Moshi, I didn't expect you to use the din-din mushi I just gave you so soon. Speak. What is the matter? On Li Chu and Oppos' side, Akainu began to melt his arm into magma, the lava bubbling and emitting thick black smoke. He approached Li Chu with an air of arrogance, stating, Little brat, no one can stop me now? Let us see where you think you can run. Akainu smirked wickedly. Raising his hand, Akainu transformed his molten arm into a dog's head, extending the lava-laden limb to strike Li Chu, the fiery dog head lunging to bite him. Li Chu, enduring the pain, raised his sword to utilize the sword chi technique. The clash of sword energy against Akainu and Oppos' attack produced a thunderous sound, creating a massive crater at the point of impact. The magma dispersed, and the sword energy spread, melting or severing the surrounding vegetation. The little brat still has the energy to resist? Let us try this move then. Akainu reformed his arm. The Hellhound technique swiftly extended his molten arm to attack, boasting incredible speed and power. In the original manga, Akainu used this technique to severely injure Whitebeard. However, Li Chu was far from the Whitebeard of the Marineford War. Recognizing Akainu and Appo's technique, known as Hellhound, Li Chu gripped a sword and attempted to block it. Nonetheless, the force sent him flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt. In the shadows, Rayleigh contemplated intervening. Having heard the sounds of combat from the bar, he stepped out and saw a multitude of Navy personnel gathered. He realized the situation was not simple. However, having just spoken with Shanks through the Den Mushi, he understood that intervention was unnecessary. Shanks had his own methods. Akainu taunted, "Warren and Appo's, you just so brave? Even I could injure you, yet now your courage seems to have vanished." Li Chu, having endured for long enough, finally erupted. He had been waiting for his internal energy to reach a sufficient level. Fearing that using the 10,000 swords returning to the origin technique would leave him drained and unconscious. Just then, the system informed him, "Host, you can utilize the sword and human unity technique. After employing it, you will enter the sword Dao domain, where all sword techniques will not consume internal energy for 1 minute. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me sooner, system? I've been taking a beating for nothing. Are you trying to sabotage my mission? Host, please do not slander this system. This system is fair and just. It is you who failed to inquire." Li Chu silently invoked the sword and human unity technique, and the surrounding atmosphere began to shift. A layer of airflow slowly formed around him, which then morphed into countless small swords, swirling around him. This was the sword Dao domain. Akainu sensed a change in Li Chu. As if he had transformed into a different person. He quickly unleashed a massive burst of flames, launching a colossal magma fist toward the sky, which then exploded into numerous volcanic projectiles, each packing tremendous power. However, Li Chu merely raised a hand, and countless swords began to coalesce behind him. Unlike before, these swords were not ethereal. They had solidified into tangible Qingfeng swords. The Navy personnel stood in awe, having never witnessed such a spectacle. The bounty posters barely scratched the surface of Li Chu and Appo's true power, and they were astonished by the grandeur of the scene. An enigmatic sword immortal. He must be captured alive, or he cannot be allowed to leave. Otherwise, he will become a formidable adversary to the world government. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, astonished himself. In the shadows, Rayleigh finally grasped Shanks and Appo's words. He had truly trained a monster over the past 2 years, yet it seemed to have no connection to him. Li Chu thrust his hand forward, unleashing a swarm of swords that surged toward the volcanic projectiles, slicing them down one after another. Where the projectiles fell, the ground was instantly consumed by lava, resulting in significant casualties among the Navy. Fortunately, Akiji employed the Ice Age technique to encase the volcanic projectiles in ice, mitigating the damage and avoiding further losses. Li Chu then directed his swords toward Akainu. "Red Dog, weren't you just enjoying yourself? Now let me show you true power." As countless swords approached him, Akainu began to sweat coldly, though he remembered to defend himself. He gathered the magma into one hand, forming a gigantic hand that opened its fingers to create a molten shield, attempting to block the swords. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of the sword Aura, which pierced through the lava giant and Appo's palm, though it did not harm Akainu due to his Logia elemental nature. However, the Navy behind him suffered greatly. Akiji, Kizaru, and Sengoku managed to intercept some of the swords, but the air was filled with the sounds of agony. The Navy personnel fell like wheat under a scythe, their upper bodies severed. Sengoku had not anticipated the sheer power of Li Chu and Appo's technique. Even ordinary haki could be cut through, leaving only Logia users with elemental transformation and advanced haki as viable defenses. Chapter 18. Almost annihilated by Akainu, the members of the red-haired pirates had witnessed Li Chu employ this technique before, yet today it was even more astonishing, its power magnified, leaving them utterly astounded. Moreover, the sword shadows had materialized, a phenomenon they had never encountered in their extensive years at sea. Akainu, seeing that Li Chu and Appo's sword could not inflict any injury upon him, burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Is this it? I expected something more formidable. Yet it cannot even breach my elemental form." Li Chu shook his head, realizing that he must further hone his Busashoka haki to imbue it onto every blade. Otherwise, he would be powerless against the abilities of a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. However, he had one technique he had yet to employ. One that the system indicated could indeed harm Akainu, provided his internal energy was sufficient to execute it. Li Chu then raised his hand to utilize his sword control technique. Directing the Qi Feng sword toward Akainu, the blade began to inscribe runes along its length, which gradually coalesced at the tip to form an enormous pattern. Haha, the little brat claims your swordsmanship cannot breach my elemental form, yet you still wish to attack me? How amusing. Akainu continued to laugh, oblivious to the impending danger. As Li Chu swung his hand downward, the moment of unity between man and sword arrived, and the realm of swordsmanship dissipated. The attacks aimed at the navy faded away, causing Sengoku and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. With casualties nearing half their number, they feared that within minutes, the entire fleet would be annihilated, leaving only the higher-ranking officers of the navy. Yet, the Juxian sword array above Akainu's head remained intact. Li Chu, stifling the pain coursing through his body, expended his internal energy to manipulate the array as it descended upon Akainu. Though Akainu attempted to evade with his elemental form, he felt a sharp pain as the sword made contact with him. Alarmed, he hastily employed Busashoka Haki, but to no avail. The sword pierced through his body, inflicting immense damage and causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. This was merely the result of Li Chu and Amp, Appos, own internal energy controlling the Juxian array. Had he been in a state of unity with the sword, Akainu would have already been a lifeless body. Li Chu was not in a much better condition. Clutching his chest and coughing up blood, as the Qi Feng sword returned, he leaned upon it to keep himself from collapsing. Akainu knelt on one knee, clutching his wound, which oozed red blood and molten lava. What sort of technique is this, little brat? Why can my body not heal using magma? Sengoku and Black Wrist Zephyr approached Akainu, with Zephyr assisting him back to the navy for treatment. With a grim expression, Sengoku declared, "Little brat, I am here to put an end to this farce." As he spoke, he transformed into a massive golden Buddha, his fist descending toward Li Chu. Li Chu attempted to defend with his sword, but as soon as he grasped it, his body, weakened from overexertion, collapsed heavily onto the ground. That he had not fainted was a minor miracle. Li Chu could only watch helplessly as Sengoku and Amp, Appos, as colossal golden fists bore down on him. A torrent of frustration surged within him. Where is Shanks? I and Appos am on the verge of death, and he still hasn't. And Appos, T appeared. Does he intend to show up only after the likes of Whitebeard are gone? Resigning himself to fate, he lowered his head, but after a prolonged absence of pain, he thought perhaps he had already perished. When he looked up, he saw a one-armed man wielding a sword, who blocked Sengoku and Amp, Appos, massive fist with a smile, asking, "Am I late, little brat?" He then effortlessly repelled Sengoku and sheathed his sword. "If you had arrived any later, I might have been digging my own grave," Li Chu remarked from the ground, gazing up at the towering Shanks. "Ha ha. ISN and Amp, Appos, is it customary for the protagonist to make an entrance at a critical moment? I thought I might learn from that." Shanks laughed heartily, seeing Shanks block his attack. Sengoku roared, "Red-haired Shanks, what do you intend? We have so many Navy personnel here. Do you dare to cause trouble for us pirates? Do you truly believe we are so easily intimidated?" Shanks chuckled and replied, "Might I ask for a favor? Let today and Amp, Appos, events be forgotten. Should you wish to continue the fight, the red-haired pirates are more than willing to oblige. Is it truly honorable for the Navy to mobilize so many against a mere child? Impossible. You may leave, but this child must remain. He has assassinated a celestial dragon, and the world government is furious. Do you wish to stand against them?" Sengoku pointed at the prone Li Chu. "Is it true, little brat?" Shanks inquired, lowering his gaze to Li Chu. "Yes, they aimed guns at me and fired. I acted in self-defense. You cannot blame me for that. Just tell me, can you take me away today?" Li Chu responded. "Absolutely. It's merely the matter of a few slain celestial dragons. If you have slain the Navy and Amp, Appos, Rear Admiral Akainu, I can certainly escort you away. Even if Jesus himself were to arrive today, he could not keep you on Sabaody Archipelago. That is what I, Shanks, guarantee." Shanks declared proudly, "Today, no one shall take him away. If he is rescued, how can our Navy maintain any dignity?" Sengoku retorted coldly, the Navy ready for battle, while the red-haired pirates prepared themselves for a potential clash. As both sides stood in tense confrontation, Sengoku and Amp, Appos, transponder snail rang incessantly. Sengoku answered, "Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. What is the matter?" A commanding voice emanated from the device, instructing, "Release the enigmatic sword master Li Chu and the red-haired pirates. Clean up the scene and find a few pirates to serve as scapegoats. Let this matter conclude without further disturbance." This voice belonged to one of the five elders, Jacarcia Satan, a former member of the Roger Pirates who had suffered grievous wounds at the hands of the Rocks Pirates. relying on crutches for support, ultimately saved by Roger. Initially, Jacarcia was adamant about capturing Li Chu, insisting that he could not be spared for publicly slaying a celestial dragon. However, for reasons unknown, he later changed his stance. But Li Chu has indeed slain a celestial dragon and numerous Navy personnel, jeopardizing the Navy's reputation and that of the world government, Sengoku pondered. Perplexed as to why the five elders would order his release. Do not ask what should not be asked. The ceremony is soon. Any further disturbances will yield dire consequences. Just know this is a matter agreed upon by the five elders and fulfill your duty, Jacarcia stated sternly before the line went dead. Sengoku, feeling helpless, realized that if he did not comply, the red-haired pirates would undoubtedly retaliate. Engaging in battle would likely result in significant Navy casualties and escalate the situation further. It would be more prudent to release Li Chu and, come tomorrow, spin the narrative that the red-haired pirates attempted to land on Sabaody Archipelago but were driven away by the Navy, making it sound more palatable. See? My influence is quite effective. Shanks turned to Li Chu with a smile. Chapter 19. The emergence of Emu and the dragon Li Chu, enduring excruciating pain, gave Shanks a hearty thumbs up before succumbing to unconsciousness. Shanks exchanged a knowing glance with Reiji Lu, who immediately understood and hurriedly lifted Li Chu onto his shoulder, making his way toward the ship. Wait, why did Admiral Sengoku let that brat go? Doesn't he, the Navy, and the world government care about their reputation? The whole world needs to know that the Navy still commands respect. Akaina bellowed, clutching his wound, which had left him with irreversible damage from Li Chu and Appo's attack. The injury was beyond healing, and thus, Akainu could not fathom the idea of letting Li Chu escape so easily. This is the directive from our superiors. I am merely following orders, Sengoku sighed in resignation. I refuse to allow Li Chu to be let off so easily. Akainu retorted, but before he could continue, a formidable presence loomed beside him. Red-haired Shanks had appeared before him, blade drawn, and demanded, "What did you say? Dare to repeat that? If you haven't had enough, I'll gladly oblige." Akainu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Shanks' aura felt lethal, and he struggled to maintain his composure as his hands trembled uncontrollably. Enough of this farce, Shanks. We, the Navy, have already taken a step back, Sengoku interjected, stepping in to prevent Shanks from acting impulsively against Akainu. Shanks sheathed his sword and, with a swish of his crimson cloak, declared, "Brothers, let us depart." The members of the red-haired pirates followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Jacarcia Saturn knelt before a castle. "Lady Emu, your mission has been accomplished." "Very well, you may leave," murmured a figure adorned with a crown, cloaked in dark fabric, holding Li Chu's bounty notice. "So it has come to pass. After 800 years, the world is about to begin anew. I wonder if this time it will proceed smoothly." Reiji Lu carried Li Chu on his shoulder back to the pirate ship. "Captain, what shall we do next? It seems that Li Chu is gravely injured." Shanks gazed at the young man, who bore a long scar on his forehead, dressed in a gray coat and trousers. "I have examined him. The injuries are severe, his organs have shifted, he has lost an alarming amount of blood, and 9 out of 12 ribs are fractured. A normal person would have perished by now. The fact that Li Chu is still alive is nothing short of a miracle. I can treat his external wounds. But for internal injuries, we must seek out Ivankov on Kamabaka Island." The ship and Appo's Dr. Dagu spoke with concern. Sigh. "Very well. Let's take him to Kamabaka Island and find Ivankov. We can address Windmill Village later," Shanks replied, shaking his head, aware that very few in the pirate world could save Li Chu in his current state. This commotion disrupted Shanks' plans. He had intended to retrieve Yuta. The ensuing events would set off a butterfly effect, the consequences of which Li Chu remained unaware. After Dagu and Appo's administrations, they swiftly set sail for Kamabaka Island. After a day of travel, they finally arrived, greeted by a panorama of pink flowers and foliage from afar. The sentries on Kamabaka Island, upon spotting the approaching pirate ship, massive in size, adorned with a bull figurehead and equipped with 6 cannons below and 4 above, immediately recognized it as the red-haired pirates and rushed to inform King Ivankov. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a ship has arrived at the dock," the sentry exclaimed, dropping to his knees, breathless with excitement. "Do you not see I have pressing matters? What is it?" Ivankov glared, his long, thick eyelashes adding to his intimidating presence. "Wait, let him finish. It seems there is indeed something urgent," a commanding voice interjected. The sentry looked up to see a figure clad in a deep green coat, adorned with a red tattoo on his left cheek. With slicked back black hair and a fierce expression, he bore no eyebrows and sported stubble on his chin, blocking Ivankov and Amp, Oppo's path. Beside him stood several unfamiliar individuals, including a child with a scar over one eye, a hulking figure wearing a trapezoidal white hat speckled with brown, and another with curly black hair marked with the PX-0 insignia. The red-haired pirates have arrived at the dock, the sentry announced. What business do they have here? Ivankov pondered, perplexed. It seems something significant is afoot. Otherwise, Shanks would not come looking for you. We should investigate, Dragon remarked casually. Dragon was convening a meeting regarding the Shichibukai issue, discussing intelligence received from the Navy's undercover agents about who might take up the mantle of the Shichibukai. As Ivankov and the others emerged, the red-haired pirates found themselves surrounded by the inhabitants of Kamabaka Island, who were casting flirtatious glances in their direction. Eventually, when Ivankov and Dragon arrived, the red-haired pirates were unsurprised to see Dragon. After all, they knew Ivankov was associated with the Revolutionary Army. However, they understood that the presence of the Revolutionary Army and Oppo's leaders indicated serious discussions were underway. Greetings, Ivankov, Dragon. We come with urgent matters to address, Shanks began. What could the illustrious Emperor Shanks possibly need? Dragon inquired, having known Shanks since their early days, recalling when the Navy, under Dragon's command, attempted to apprehend Shanks, only to be thwarted by the elders. Shanks waved his hand, and Reiji Lu emerged, shouldering the bandaged form of Li Chu, still gnawing on a piece of roasted meat. Upon seeing Li Chu and Oppo's condition, Ivankov immediately exclaimed, such grave injuries. How did this happen? Even I find it difficult to save him, Dragon remarked. This must be the enigmatic swordsman Li Chu. I did not expect him to be so young. He was surrounded by thousands of Marines at Sabaody Archipelago. It is remarkable that he emerged alive from that ordeal. Shanks, you came for this boy? Intelligence from the Navy indicated that the red-haired pirates had attempted to invade Sabaody Archipelago but were ultimately repelled by the Navy. Following the incident, Admiral Akiji was relieved of his position, and Sengoku naturally ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral due to his favoritism towards the Celestial Dragons. Upon his appointment, Sengoku raised Li Chu's bounty to 500 million, although the elders intervened. Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru successfully defeated other candidates for admiral, with Akainu leading the charge and seeking vengeance against Li Chu for the grievous wound he had sustained, one that continued to ooze lava. Chapter 20. The Dragons demands. The red-haired Shanks calmly acknowledged that there were few pirates capable of rescuing Li Chu, and he was only acquainted with Ivankov. Thus, he had come uninvited. Ivankov remained silent, merely observing Dragon. It seemed that Dragon held a deep admiration for Shanks. He respected Shanks for never occupying islands as a pirate, for his yearning for freedom, and for his willingness to relinquish even the title of Celestial Dragon. Nothing was more desirable than freedom. He was also grateful to Shanks for guiding Luffy, unlike himself, who had been indoctrinated by Garp from a young age to believe that the Navy represented justice. However, upon joining the Navy, all his illusions shattered. The Navy was indeed the lackey of the Celestial Dragons, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent and only caring for the sentiments of the Celestial Dragons. Defying them was tantamount to a death sentence. During his time in the Navy, Dragon had been enslaved by the Celestial Dragons thrice, bearing 3 hoof marks on his chest. Yet, after many experiences, scars had covered those marks. Although 9 dots remained in their original positions, it was Garp, feeling pity for him, who defied the will of the Gorosei to rescue him, which also fueled Garp and Oppo's disdain for the Celestial Dragons. Among the enslaved, Dragon had encountered many who shared his plight and endured much darkness, compelling him to overthrow the world government and establish a new one. However, ever since Luffy appeared and consumed the gum-gum fruit, the gears of fate for Shanks seemed to shift. From the very beginning, he had kept a watchful eye on Luffy, even if he could not assist him. I can have Ivankov save him, but I have one condition, Dragon stated, his demeanor eerily calm. Shanks, you must be aware of Ivankov's fruit abilities and their side effects. You need not speak. I know what you wish to convey. If you are curious, come with me. Shanks leaped onto his ship and returned to his cabin. A gust of wind swept past Ivankov as Dragon had already jumped aboard Shanks and Oppo's vessel, calling back without turning, Ivankov, hurry and save this lad. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. This left the red-haired pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the conversation between Shanks and Dragon. Ivankov then arranged for his crew to escort the members of the red-haired pirates back to the castle. They laid Li Chu upon a bed and unwrapped the bandages. revealing his grievous wounds. Such severe injuries, if we delay any longer, we might as well dig a grave on the spot, Ivankov remarked, pacing anxiously. He then inserted his nails into Li Chu and Oppo's arm, administering Ambrioro healing hormone, which could offer a chance of salvation to those afflicted with terminal conditions, albeit at the cost of sacrificing 10 years of one's life, with only a 1 to 2 success rate. Beckman, why is Ivankov spinning around while using his fruit abilities? He looks like a top, Lucky Lu whispered to Beckman. Beckman, still puffing on his cigarette, had yet to respond when Ivankov bellowed. What do you know? Spinning enhances the success rate. As for looking like a top, I believe you resemble one even more. As the two engaged in their standoff, Li Chu began to convulse. Blood spilling from his mouth, his blood pressure surging towards his heart, hastening its rhythm. Goodness! Is Li Chu bleeding? Could he be in trouble? Lucky Lu exclaimed, attempting to step forward. However, Ivankov restrained him, declaring, you cannot go now. Let us see if he can withstand this. If he cannot, we will have no choice but to find an island and dig a grave. Li Chu's veins bulged, his eyes widening in shock, startling Lucky Lu. Yet, he continued to writhe on the bed, his entire body tense, only settling down after several minutes of stillness. All right, you may prepare to find a grave, Ivankov stated with somber seriousness. Are you saying Li Chu is gone? Lucky Lu questioned through tears, gnawing on roasted meat. Ivankov placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Yes. Oh no. Before Lucky Lu could finish, Shanks returned, patting his head. What are you wailing about here? Boss Li Chu. He what? He and Oppo's merely lying on the bed, is he not? He is not dead. Stop your wailing, Shanks replied. Exasperation evident as he regarded Lucky Lu as though he were a fool. Li Chu has not died. Then why did Ivankov say he had? And Warren and Oppo's, T. Beckman, and the others grieving? Lucky Lu turned to look. Dage and Yesub held back their laughter, while Beckman shook his head, seemingly indicating he did not recognize this fool. Dage and Oppo's medical expertise allowed him to see that Li Chu had escaped danger, and Beckman, along with Yesub. Since Li Chu still had a pulse through their observation hockey, Ivankov spun around joyfully, laughing heartily. I told you I resemble a top. I was merely teasing you. I did not expect you to take it seriously. I advised you to train your observation hockey, yet you ignored me. Eat less roasted meat. Had you understood even a bit of observation hockey, you wouldn't and Oppo's have made such a fool of yourself. Shanks approached Li Chu and Oppo's bedside. Li Chu and Oppo's breath was erratic, faint. Though his internal injuries had largely healed, he showed no signs of waking. We are preparing to depart. We must return to the new world. There are important matters to attend to, Shanks said, smiling as he observed that Li Chu was stable. But what about Li Chu? He has yet to regain consciousness. And we are just going to take him back? Lucky Lu protested, gnawing on his meat. Dragon instructed that Li Chu remain behind to train the Revolutionary Army's swordsmanship, thereby strengthening their forces. How can you still refer to him as your junior? If we do not enhance our strength, we will find ourselves at the bottom of the red-haired pirates. All you do is eat. Shanks scolded, his expression darkening. Return to training in a few years. The pirate world will undergo a transformation. We must enhance our strength during this time. It will prove invaluable in the future. Shanks departed with his crew. As Dragon returned at that moment, he had obtained what he sought from Shanks, although Shanks was unaware of the full extent. Is this little rascal unharmed? Once he awakens, I will lead the other members of the Revolutionary Army away. You stay here for news. When the time comes, assist Kuma. You two must coordinate well to allow Kuma to capture you and hand you over to the Navy, thus securing his position as a Shichibukai. Meanwhile, you will gather intelligence within Impel Down, where we have like-minded Revolutionary Army members as well, Dragon declared, as if he had made a monumental decision. With an undercover agent within the Navy, there was little fear that Ivankov could not rescue them from Impel Down. Moreover, as Impel Down served as a Navy stronghold, when the Revolutionary Army clashed with the world government, Ivankov could create chaos within its walls, liberating the prisoners inside and significantly increasing the pressure on the world government, which would benefit the Revolutionary Army immensely. Very well, I shall dedicate everything for the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov affirmed earnestly, making the singular gesture of the Revolutionary Army, raising his hand in a gun-like pose towards the sky. The Revolutionary Army members present mirrored this gesture, with Dragon joining in as well. This symbolized their intent to overthrow the world government, to eliminate the incompetent celestial dragons, and establish a new world characterized by freedom and equitable governance. Chapter 21. Bullying Zaro. Li Chu slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his head. He had fainted after giving a thumbs up to Shanks that day. However, he was oblivious to what transpired thereafter. Attempting to rise, he realized his body was exceedingly frail, wrapped in bandages. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of escaping the encirclement of the Navy, you have been awarded Unity of 10,000 Swords. System, you startled me. How long has it taken for you to notify me? Rewards cannot be issued while the host is in a comatose state. Li Chu detected a floral fragrance wafting through the room. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed all the furniture was adorned in shades of pink. And he lay upon a pink bed. This was decidedly not Shanks and Appo's ship. After a brief moment of recovery, he managed to sit up. Suddenly, a flamboyantly dressed individual materialized before him. You're awake? Whoa, a ghost! Li Chu exclaimed, instinctively swatting the figure away. Hearing the commotion from Li Chu's room, several individuals rushed over. Upon entering, they found the flamboyant figure pinned against the doorframe. Ivankov arranged for someone to assist the individual, while Dragon, accompanied by members of the Revolutionary Army, entered the room. In a deep voice, Dragon remarked, You're awake. Prepare yourself. We shall depart for White Soil Island. Li Chu glanced at the person before him, whose hat cast a shadow over their face, yet the tattoo on the right side of their chin was unmistakable. Was this not Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Why was he here again? Where was Shanks? With curiosity, Li Chu inquired, Who are you? How did I end up here? Where is Shanks? Do not concern yourself with our identities, Dragon replied calmly. All you need to know is that we rescued you. The red-haired pirates have returned to the New World. Shanks promised to wait until you recovered before you would serve as a swordsmanship instructor with us. Before Li Chu could respond, Dragon turned to Ivankov, instructing, Prepare the food. We shall set sail today. The plan may commence at any moment, so be ready. Understood, Ivankov replied, directing his subordinates to gather food and water for the ship. The members of the Revolutionary Army also lent a hand, leaving Li Chu alone in the room, bewildered. Had he once again been abandoned by Shanks, and now tasked with teaching swordsmanship to the Revolutionary Army? Who was he, and where was he? Li Chu watched as the Revolutionary Army departed. Soon, food and water were loaded onto the ship, and the members of the Revolutionary Army ushered him aboard. Ivankov and his followers bid farewell to Dragon and the others with a gesture specific to the Revolutionary Army. Having regained some strength, Li Chu practiced swordplay. Aware that during his days of unconsciousness, he had missed countless opportunities to complete daily tasks, resulting in a significant loss of power and speed points. While he was swinging his sword, a young man in a white suit, carrying a water pipe on his back, approached him. Hello, I am Sabo. Li Chu paused, instinctively extending his hand to shake Sabo and Appo's. Hello, I am Li Chu. Noticing Sabo and Appo's surprised expression, Li Chu assumed that word of his antics at Sabaody Archipelago had reached the world government, eliciting Sabo and Appo's astonishment. Feigning nonchalance, Li Chu replied, Oh. The Sabaody Archipelago incident was nothing to be surprised about. Sabo, scratching his head awkwardly, remarked, I've heard about the Sabaody Archipelago. You're quite impressive. Once you're healed, we should have a spar. In truth, Sabo was not astounded by Li Chu and Appo's actions at Sabaody, but rather by the fact that Li Chu had politely shaken his hand. Among the common folk in the world of One Piece, such formalities were rare. They typically greeted each other with casual banter or playful gestures, not handshakes reserved for nobility. Sabo, having grown accustomed to this, had not anticipated Li Chu and Appo's response and was now pondering his background. Hearing Sabo and Appo's words, Li Chu began to boast about his exploits at Sabaody Archipelago, but Sabo soon made an excuse to depart. From a distance, Dragon murmured, just as Shanks said, He is indeed an intriguing little rascal. I hope you and Luffy can change the world together. He then turned and retreated to the ship and Appo's cabin, unbeknownst to Li Chu. Before long, the Revolutionary Army arrived at Frostmoon Village, where supplies aboard the ship were dwindling, prompting them to seek assistance from Yasu. Dragon led the group to Yasu and Appo's residence, the Frostmoon Dojo, where a small green-haired boy was engaged in a swordsmanship duel with a girl. The boy, with a sword clenched in his mouth and wielding two others, was ultimately bested by the girl. Li Chu recognized them. Was that not Zaro and Kuina? It appeared this was their 2001st match. Did this mean Kuina would perish tonight? As Li Chu pondered, Kuina pointed her wooden sword at Zoro, declaring, "This is the 2000th time. Father said I am no match for boys. A female swordsman can never become the world's strongest. I must prove him wrong." Dragon observed the scene, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as a woman in a kimono and black-framed glasses addressed him amiably. Following Yasu, Dragon led the group while the Revolutionary Army members waited nearby. Zoro, noticing Li Chu with a sword of comparable size, approached him. "Are you also a swordsman? Let us have a duel." The members of the Revolutionary Army chuckled at Zoro and Amp Appo's challenge, fully aware of Li Chu and Amp Appo's prowess after spending so many days on the ship. This little rascal dared to challenge Li Chu? Li Chu shot Zoro a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Zoro replied earnestly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Li Chu retrieved his Qing Feng sword from the System S storage and selected a wooden sword from the weapon rack. "Come at me. Are you not wearing protective gear? You might get injured," Zoro innocently inquired. "No need. Let us go." Li Chu shook his head. Kuina, initially intent on practicing, returned upon hearing Zoro's challenge to Li Chu. "All right, I'm coming." As Zoro spoke, he picked up his twin swords, one clenched in his mouth, and charged at Li Chu. Zoro's right-hand sword swung first, but Li Chu deftly blocked it. Zoro's left-hand sword followed, and Li Chu parried the right-hand sword before countering with a block of the left. A nearby child turned to Kuina, asking, "Sister Kuina, that unfamiliar boy seems stronger than Zoro, don't you think?" Kuina rolled her eyes. "I'm just here to watch. What else would I do?" Anyone can see that Li Chu and Zoro are not in the same league. Li Chu is merely teaching Zoro. Only when Zoro was utterly exhausted, unable to steady his sword, did he cease fighting. "Enough. This is bullying a defenseless person. Not once did your hair even touch me, but I believe that one day I will defeat you." Zoro remained unwavering in his tenacity. "Keep it up. I look forward to your next challenge. But tell me, is your hair dyed? Or were you born with it?" Li Chu chuckled, ruffling Zoro's green locks. "It's dyed. It's my mark for becoming the world's strongest swordsman," Zoro proclaimed proudly. Li Chu had assumed Zoro was born with such a distinctive style. He was pleasantly surprised to learn it was a conscious choice. Zoro and Amp Appo's unique personalities shone through once more. Emerging from the crowd, Kuina declared, "I want to challenge you too." Chapter 22. Teaching Zoro. Li Chu pressed his forehead, realizing that after striking her husband, the wife had come to seek vengeance. "Come on, put on your protective gear." Guena donned her armor, wielding her sword as she charged at Li Chu. He could distinctly sense that her strength surpassed Zoro and Amp Appo's considerably. As they sparred, Li Chu provided commentary. "You need to be quicker with that move. Your stance is incorrect. It should be like this." He lightly tapped Guena and Appo's foot with his sword and adjusted her grip. Remarkably, he was offering technical advice to Guena, showcasing his impressive skill. "Look, Guena is indeed faster than before and can now link her attacks." The onlooking children exclaimed in admiration, while Kung Shiro and Dragon observed from the sidelines. Kung Shiro, astonished, inquired, "Is this child also part of our Revolutionary Army? I do not recall seeing him before. His swordsmanship rivals mine. I borrowed him from red-haired Shanks. Since your return to Frost Moon Village, no one has been able to teach swordsmanship. I noticed this little kid has considerable talent. So I brought him in as our Revolutionary Army and Amp Appo's swordsmanship instructor. Moreover, Shanks mentioned that he might change the pirate world, which is precisely what we desire in the Revolutionary Army," Dragon replied with a smile. "What are the plans moving forward?" "It has been a while since I last engaged in activity. The Navy may have forgotten about me." Kung Shiro adjusted his glasses. "Currently, there are no specific plans. But they will come soon. Just a few more years, and I will notify you," Dragon said, gazing towards Windmill Village. "I intend to integrate Guena into the Revolutionary Army. She is too headstrong. I fear that one day I may not be able to keep her from setting sail. Joining the Revolutionary Army will broaden her horizons and perhaps aid her growth," Kung Shiro remarked, observing Li Chu instructing Guena in swordsmanship. "Sounds good. But have you discussed her mother and Appo's situation with her?" "Not yet. I and Appo's wait until my next mission to tell her. It and Appo's still too early," Dragon replied. King Shiro understood that if he were to undertake a Revolutionary Army mission, it might take years and carry significant risks. "The Revolutionary Army has reached this point thanks to your selfless dedication. Rest assured, the world government will be overthrown one day," Dragon reassured as he patted Kung Shiro and Amp Appo's shoulder. Sensing a somber atmosphere, Dragon inquired, What about that green-haired one? I noticed he has considerable perseverance. Do you plan to instruct him yourself? After I finally found such a promising apprentice, you wish to take him from me? In truth, he is entrusted to me by an old friend. So I cannot relinquish him. I will challenge him tonight. He may surpass me in the future. Ha ha ha. King Shiro laughed. Are you not worried he might be disheartened? I trust he won and Appos, TB. I know him well. His determination is not easily extinguished, King Shiro remarked, watching Zoro, who was captivated by the lesson. Guena bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Your swordsmanship is truly formidable. Li Chu concluded with a flourish, using his sword techniques to deftly return the wooden sword to its rack. Sensing the sparring had ended, Zoro pulled Li Chu aside. Brother, can you teach me swordsmanship? I aspire to become the world and Appos' greatest swordsman. Zoro knelt before him. Li Chu was rendered speechless. It seems Zoro always knelt when requesting swordsmanship from others, just as King Shiro and Mihawk had. All right, rise. Do you not know that beneath a man's knees lies gold? I can teach you, but time is short. I leave tonight. How much you learn depends on your own diligence. Zoro stood, thanking him. I will surely defeat you someday. Li Chu felt exasperated. It was uniquely Zoro to request training and then proclaim he would surpass him. Grasping Zoro and Appos' two wooden swords, Li Chu prepared to demonstrate. Two-sword style, eagle wave. Li Chu swiftly drew both swords, generating pressure that could topple distant foes. The wave-like shockwave expanded to strike enemies. Nearby trees were cleaved in half. In another technique, two-sword style, tornado, Li Chu spun both swords at incredible speed in the same direction, creating a whirlwind of pressure that attacked distant enemies, powerful enough to contend with ordinary stone. Now, you may take your time to comprehend this. I shall observe your practice. Li Chu returned the wooden swords to Zoro. Zoro was momentarily stunned, awestruck. Li Chu nudged him gently to regain his focus. Brother, you are incredible. You can shatter stone with a wooden sword. Zoro exclaimed as he accepted the sword. Such feats are merely foundational. Once you leave Frost Moon Village, you will understand. Alternatively, you can ask Uncle King Shiro to demonstrate. Li Chu encouraged as the sun began to set. You must practice diligently. Zoro quickly picked up the techniques, as Li Chu had essentially stolen them from his future self. Li Chu guided him on where he faltered and how to improve, allowing Zoro to gradually grasp the skills. Soon, dusk fell. Zoro's drawing speed was still lacking, but he managed to create a flow of air. With more practice, he should be able to harness it effectively. Excitedly bidding farewell to Li Chu, Zoro set off to challenge Guena. Upon arriving at their usual training spot, Zoro found Guena seemingly anticipating his arrival. Seated under a tree with her protective gear and wooden sword beside her. Guena, come on. This is my 2001st challenge. I will surely defeat you today. I was going to say. Wait, I forgot to ask your name. Guena rolled her eyes. You're here to fight the guy who just defeated me, aren't you? The two donned their protective gear and commenced their duel. Li Chu not only taught Zoro swordsmanship but also instructed him on footwork and more. Initially, both were evenly matched, exchanging blows, but Zoro soon began to tire. However, Guena seemed distracted, exposing numerous openings, which Zoro seized upon, yet he still could not claim victory. Eventually, both collapsed in exhaustion. So how do we call this? A draw? Guena lay on the grass. Consider me defeated. Tomorrow, I will challenge you again. After all, a man aspiring to be the world and Appos' greatest swordsman cannot accept a draw, Zoro declared, rising to leave. Keep pushing forward, Roronoa Zoro. Remember our promise. One day, one of us will become the world's greatest swordsman, Guena said, tears streaming down her face. I will, rest assured, Zoro replied with a smile over his shoulder. From behind a tree, a figure emerged. We can leave now, Guena. Guena's distraction during the duel stemmed from her father King Shiro's words urging her to join the revolutionary army, knowing she could not acknowledge Zoro in the future. This burden weighed heavily on her heart as she followed Dragon away. Zoro skipped back to the Frost Moon Dojo, thrilled at having drawn with Guena. However, his joy was short-lived as the dojo's apprentices rushed towards him. Zoro, brother, Guena. She has died, one apprentice stammered, tears streaming down his face. What did you say? Impossible. I just challenged her. How could this be? Zoro shouted, grabbing the apprentice's collar and shaking him violently. I'm not lying. It's true. Master King Shiro said so and told me to summon you, the apprentice said, fear evident in his eyes. Zoro fell silent, shoving the apprentice aside and sprinting towards King Shiro's home. Upon arrival, he found a coffin draped in red cloth, with Guena's portrait resting atop it. Zoro's legs weakened. and he knelt, trembling as he touched Guena's photograph. Kung Shiro began to recount the circumstances of her death, handing Zoro a sword. Complete our promise. From that moment forth, Zoro plunged into relentless training, determined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 23. How can I observe? I can simply stand and watch. The following day, Li Chu, as usual, practiced swordsmanship aboard the ship. A girl approached, her waist adorned with a sword. Hello, I am Shuangyue Guena. Please teach me how to practice swordsmanship. Guena bowed respectfully. Li Chu was somewhat astonished. Was this not Guena, who was supposed to have perished? How had she ended up on Dragon and Appo's ship? Did she not fall from the railing and die in the original storyline? Hello, my name is Li Chu. There is no need for such formality. Once we reach White Earth Island, I will be instructing swordsmanship for the Revolutionary Army, and you are welcome to join. Li Chu remained puzzled. He speculated that his arrival in this world had initiated a butterfly effect. Originally, Guena had fallen and struck her head, but with Ivankov present, it was unlikely she could have died so easily. Surely, after being saved and suffering amnesia, she was persuaded by Yasaka to join the Revolutionary Army. She was later assigned to the Navy and renamed Dasky, which would explain Zoro and Appo's sense of familiarity upon meeting her. I made a pact with Zoro that one of us would someday become the world's greatest swordsman, so I implore you to guide me, Guena insisted, her determination evident. I understand your aspirations, but at present, I am unable to provide such guidance on the ship, Li Chu replied. He observed that in the pirate world, swordsmanship either stemmed from innate talent, like Mihawk, or was gained through combat experience, as with Zoro, who seemed to grasp the essence of battle at critical moments. The best he could offer was basic physical training and sword swinging. The rest was entirely up to them. Sabo approached and noticed Guena's dejected demeanor. Li Chu is indeed like this. Many aboard our ship wanted him to offer private lessons recently, but he remains this way. Well, that is all right. I shall not miss out on your instruction, Guena encouraged herself. Soon, they arrived at the Revolutionary Army's base, White Earth Island. A secluded little isle where the villagers warmly welcomed the Revolutionary Army's ship and prepared food. The villagers and the revolutionaries supported one another whenever the villagers were in need. The revolutionaries were there to assist, maintaining a relationship of equality where neither party would oppress the other, unlike the Navy, which only served the celestial dragons. Li Chu commenced his teaching tenure, with Dragon assigning him over 200 individuals, including several assistants, Guena being one of them. He instructed everyone to run 5 laps around the island to enhance their speed, followed by wielding stone swords to practice hand strength. The formation of sword energy depended on the speed of the sword swing to compress the airflow. So he also arranged one-on-one sparring sessions to help them adapt to various opponents. By the end of the first day, the revolutionary troops were utterly exhausted, barely able to walk. The island and Appo's diameter was no less than several thousand meters, excluding the outer circle. The stone sword training was no less grueling, as Li Chu pushed them relentlessly, refusing to let anyone rest until they could barely lift their swords. Consequently, during the subsequent one-on-one duels, they could hardly raise their wooden swords. Yet, there were no complaints. They gradually grew accustomed to the rigors. Over the year, the entire team experienced remarkable improvements. Dragon occasionally visited to witness Li Chu and Appo's training results and expressed astonishment at the elite fighters Li Chu had cultivated. Initially, he had merely intended for Li Chu to guide them casually, but their practical skills and abilities exceeded his expectations. Dragon calmly approached Li Chu and posed a question. If our revolutionary army were to overthrow the world government, how should we manage the people and the pirates? The pirates are the most troubling issue for me. What are your thoughts? What can I say? I can only stand and watch, Li Chu replied. This question has perplexed the world government for 800 years without resolution. What use is my input? He shot a glance at Dragon. Dragon burst into hearty laughter. Oh, but you did not express yourself like that previously. Li Chu had earlier conversed with Sabo about the Revolutionary Army, inquiring about his motivations for joining. Sabo had replied that he had seen through the world and Appo's ugliness and yearned for freedom. However, Li Chu countered that without the Navy, pirates would run rampant, committing acts of arson and slaughter. Sometimes, freedom could be a form of tyranny. Without the control of the world government, everyone would become a pirate, plunging the world into chaos. Remember this, the Dragon Slayer eventually becomes the dragon. Dragon had been present during that conversation, which led him to occasionally attempt to persuade Li Chu to remain with the Revolutionary Army. However, Li Chu maintained that he was not suited to their management style. Even Sabo joined in the training, but not for swordsmanship. Rather, they focused on strength and speed. Li Chu advised him against using that broken water pipe, but Sabo persisted, seeking out Li Chu for one-on-one challenges, leading to a daily exchange of water pipes. Li Chu often provided extra training for Sabo and Guena, resulting in their rapid enhancement. As their physical training became less beneficial, Li Chu prepared to teach them observation hockey and armament hockey. Demonstrating, Li Chu blindfolded himself and instructed Sabo and Guena to attack him without him retaliating, as they were the strongest present. Sabo eagerly seized the opportunity for revenge. Without hesitation, he unleashed the dragon and Amp, Oppo's S-claw, curling his right hand and Amp, Oppo's S-index and middle fingers together while spreading the ring and middle fingers apart and bending the little finger inwards, forming a posture reminiscent of 3 dragon claws. The claw aimed to seize Li Chu and Amp, Oppo's S-lower body. What is this? Are we playing games now? Li Chu leaped back, while Guena lunged at him from behind with her sword, which he deftly evaded. He kicked Sabo away. Wait, Warren and Amp, Oppo's, we supposed to refrain from fighting? Is this cheating? Sabo groaned as he stood up. I said no fighting, but I never mentioned not using my feet. Besides, you lack martial ethics by attacking my lower body. Li Chu removed the blindfold. Did you see that? This is observation hockey, which sharpens the 5 senses to perceive the presence of surrounding beings and their emotional shifts, allowing one to foresee and evade danger. It can also be described as Endopos, the power of hearing. Endopos, as long as one is alive, the body emits unique sounds. And by tuning into these sounds, one can predict an opponent and Amp, Oppo's next move and position. With training, the range can be expanded. Li Chu led the group into the woods and instructed, blindfold yourselves and use your hearing to catch falling leaves from the trees. Each of you must catch 10. If you fail, you shall not eat until you succeed. No trickery. I can sense everything. Over the past year, Li Chu and Amp, Oppo's strength had also grown, and he had reached an intermediate level of observation hockey. This progress was partly due to Dragon and Amp, Oppo's silent approach, which startled him repeatedly, as Li Chu could never overpower him. Even with his mastery of observation hockey, he could not detect Dragon's presence. 10 individuals stood beneath each tree, flailing about in search of leaves, some being affected by their surroundings. Li Chu, alongside Guena and Sabo, provided them with additional guidance. Focus on listening. Do not be anxious. Take your time and turn everything around you into mere illusion, he advised. How can we practice with you making all this noise? Sabo complained. Unable to concentrate due to Li Chu and Oppo's incessant chatter, Guena, however, was different. As leaves fell, she reached out and, though she missed, she sensed the trajectory of the falling leaves. Li Chu felt a sense of satisfaction. Guena's strong-willed nature and refusal to give up were evident. He then addressed the Revolutionary Army members. Calm your minds. Do not let distractions hinder your practice. Chapter 24. Sabo no longer recognizes a month had passed, and the foundational skills of sound recognition and spatial awareness had been mastered. However, the mastery of observation hockey still relied on personal insight gained through combat. All right. Today we shall learn armament hockey. Li Chu began his instruction. He demonstrated Sabo's dragon claw fist, enveloping his hands in armament hockey. With the lower arms wrapped in the power, he lightly touched the ground, then unleashed a swift, zero-distance strike. This explosive force concentrated at a single point on the earth, causing it to crack and shatter as if rent by a dragon and Oppo's breath, resulting in a cloud of dust and an explosive impact that startled the Revolutionary Army members. The ground caved in dramatically, and Sabo watched in excitement, impressed by Li Chu's mastery of the dragon claw fist. Do you see? This is the enhancement of personal attack and defense capabilities that armament hockey provides. It serves as an invisible armor, enabling the user to contend with the powers of devil fruit users and even touch the entities of Logia-type abilities. Li Chu showcased his arms. How does one practice armament hockey? Guena inquired. Due to its fluid nature, armament hockey has various techniques: hardening, wrapping, external release, and internal destruction. The techniques vary in complexity. Yet this does not correlate with their strength or the user's overall power. Therefore, begin by mastering hardening. Focusing your strength in your arms or other parts of your body, control is paramount. The reason I have you practice swordplay daily is for this purpose. Li Chu explained amicably. Many students began to concentrate their strength, forming small black auras around their bodies. Sabo was the quickest learner. Within a day, He had managed to harden his fingers and tried his dragon claw fist. Although its power paled in comparison to Li Chu's, it was sufficient to create a small dent. Other students struggled to consolidate their power, yet within a week, most had improved significantly. Li Chu and Imp, Oppos, daily sword practice was not in vain. Sitting atop a mountain, Li Chu was approached by Sabo. I heard from Mr. Dragon that you intend to leave. Indeed, I have imparted all I can teach. Now, it is up to you to grasp the rest. I feel compelled to depart. It has been nearly 4 years since I set sail, and I have yet to experience the vastness of the sea. Li Chu gazed into the distance. We all yearn for freedom, though our missions and methods differ, Sabo remarked, handing Li Chu a bottle of liquor. Li Chu accepted it with gratitude. Take a look at this report and see if you notice anything unusual. There and Oppos. There's nothing odd about it. It merely states that Port Asti, Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates, challenged Whitebeard and was defeated. It is quite normal to be bested by the world and Oppos, as strongest, Sabo noted. However, this Port Asti, Ace doesn't end Oppos. TC much older than I am. How could he challenge Whitebeard? His name sounds familiar. I feel I have heard it before. Li Chu anticipated that Sabo would soon recall Luffy and Ace, especially since Ace had once aided him. Yet, Sabo and Oppos' next words astonished him. Wait, I remember now. Mr. Dragon rejected the world government and Oppos' invitation to become a warlord of the sea. Later, Kuma took Ivankov and Oppos' place. And we owe him our gratitude for assisting the Revolutionary Army, Sabo exclaimed. Do you know him? I do, and he has helped me as well, Li Chu replied, somewhat exasperated. It and Oppos', not that I refuse to help you. It's just that your brother does not acknowledge you. Sabo cheerfully responded. When you meet him, please convey my thanks. Soon, Li Chu was set to depart, and the Revolutionary Army bid him farewell at the dock, performing their signature salute. As Li Chu drifted across the vast ocean for several days, he muttered to himself, what a predicament. That rascal dragon did not provide me with a permanent compass. Merely a tattered map. I am not a navigator. How would I know where I am? All I see is endless blue. Just as despair settled in, he spotted a small island in the distance. Li Chu, as if entranced, steered his vessel toward it with fervor. Upon landing, he found the island to be eerie and foreboding. Checking his map, he gasped, could this be Nightmare Island? How did I arrive here? At that moment, a girl with pink pigtails, a crown atop her head, and a wine-red umbrella floated nearby, shrouded in a mist, observing Li Chu. Using his observation haki, Li Chu sensed her presence and swiftly appeared behind her. Perona, startled, rubbed her eyes. Huh, where did he go? Little girl, what are you looking at? Li Chu queried. Upon hearing his voice, Perona turned, exclaiming, a ghost. Li Chu seized her, covering her mouth. You are the ghost, Arin and Oppos. To you? What about that thing floating beside you? He pointed. Wawa. Perona struggled, unable to articulate her words. Suddenly, a transparent figure emerged from behind Li Chu, launching an attack. He leaped to evade it. Perona was freed from his grasp. Who are you? Why are you on Nightmare Island? Perona pointed at Li Chu. I'm just passing through. Do you believe me? Li Chu leapt down from a tree. Regardless of who he is, he just attacked you. Without me, you would have been captured. A figure appeared beside Perona. Adorned with a lion's face, elephant-like skin, a circular hat embellished with Moria's insignia, spherical earrings, a high-collared long coat, and boots. Absalom turned invisible, activating his monster hand, utilizing his transparency to launch a hefty attack undetected. Li Chu, sensing Absalom and Oppos' position with his observation haki, struck with the back of his sword, rendering Absalom unconscious, collapsing him to the ground. Seeing Absalom downed, Perona did not hesitate to unleash her mini ghost bomb, which miniaturized countless spirits into a powerful shockwave. The wave formed a dense fog, and when it dissipated, Li Chu was nowhere to be found, leaving only Absalom lying on the ground. Assuming Li Chu had been blown away, Perona approached to assist Absalom, but suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, and darkness engulfed her as she collapsed. Chapter 25. Moria spewed until bile emerged. Li Chu bound Absalom and Perona together. At the moment Perona collapsed, a cloud of white mist surged towards the castle deep within the forest. Seated upon the eerie throne of the castle was a colossal figure, resembling a demon with a hairstyle akin to fiery green onions, sporting 2 horns at his temples, along with sharp ears and teeth. His neck bore cross-shaped stitches resembling sutures, and he was clad in a shirt with a bat-like collar and gothic attire, dozing off. The white mist penetrated the castle walls, merging with Moria and Oppos' body. Startled, Moria opened his eyes and wondered who had the audacity to venture into his nightmarish island to capture the terrifying trio of the three-masted ship. With a mere thought, shadows erupted forth, and soon grotesque, stiffly walking zombies were assembled before the castle, marching towards the dock. Li Chu unceremoniously tossed Absalom and Perona onto the ground. Perona, furious, demanded to know who dared to attack them on their nightmarish island, and boasted that their master would come to rescue them. She pouted, cheeks puffed out. "Be quiet, or I shall cut out your tongue. I merely passed through, seeking a permanent pointer to the new world, yet you insisted on confronting me." Li Chu brandished his sword to intimidate Perona. Zombies lunged at him from behind, and Li Chu wasted no time, dispatching them swiftly. As each zombie fell, a cloud of black mist emerged, coalescing towards Moria. Li Chu understood that capturing Perona and Absalom would surely draw Moria and Apos' attention, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Upon seeing Moria, Absalom ceased to feign restraint, freeing himself from the ropes and charging towards Moria with Perona in tow. "Ha! You little wretch, how dare you invade my nightmarish island? There is no escape for you now." Moria revealed a sinister grin, displaying his rows of sharp teeth. He then charged at Li Chu, employing his shadow slice technique, tearing his opponent and Apos' shadow from the ground with his bare hands, using specially crafted giant scissors to sever the shadow and infuse it into a reanimated corpse, transforming it into his zombie soldier. Li Chu was no ordinary adversary, capable of allowing Moria to approach him unchallenged. He raised his hand, unleashing a blade of sword energy towards Moria, the gust of energy lifting dust from the ground and cracking the earth beneath. Moria had no opportunity to evade, and was struck, cleaved in half, and crashing to the ground. However, as his body touched the soil, it began to merge back together slowly. Li Chu was well aware that Moria was not so easily vanquished. A being who had survived under Kaido's command could not simply be slain by a single sword strike. Moria and Apos' true form emerged from the woods, utilizing his skill, Shadow Warrior, which allowed him to exchange positions with his shadow, a valuable technique for evading attacks. "Not bad, little wretch," Moria acknowledged, sensing that without employing Shadow Warrior, he might have genuinely perished at Li Chu's hands. That strike would have been insurmountable. Moria transformed his shadow into a swarm of bats, utilizing his shadow box technique to envelop his target in a cubic prison of darkness. Perona joined the fray, unleashing her negative spirit, releasing multiple ethereal duplicates that could plunge a person and Apos' spirit into despair if they were touched. However, it proved ineffective against someone already steeped in negativity. Absalom unleashed the Hand of the Dead, seemingly wielding an air cannon, which was, in fact, a transparent attack from his rocket launcher. 3 ranged attacks surged towards Li Chu. Sensing Moria and Apos' shadow box with his observation haki, Li Chu retaliated with several slashes of sword energy, successfully deflecting Moria and Apos' and Absalom and Apos' assaults. Perona and Apos' ethereal attacks were ineffectual. But Li Chu, utilizing his armament haki, encased his blade and severed the spirits. Seeing his attacks ineffective, Moria activated Shadow Gathering, causing the surrounding zombies to expel shadows, collapsing to the ground as their shadows converged towards him. As the shadows amassed, Moria and Apos' form began to swell, his facial expressions contorting. Moria and Apos' ultimate technique, Shadow Gathering, employed the powers of his devil fruit to absorb all the shadows he controlled into his own body. In a terrifying roar of battle, he absorbed the shadows of 1,000 souls, amplifying his strength to the point of being capable of shattering an island with a single blow. However, this required immense mental fortitude. Without sufficient mental power to sustain it, he would lose consciousness or go berserk. Once Moria absorbed the shadows of 1,000 souls, he began to wreak havoc, attacking Perona and Absalom in his vicinity. He uprooted a massive tree and hurled it at Li Chu. Li Chu effortlessly raised his sword, splitting the tree in twain. A tremendous noise erupted behind him. Suddenly, Li Chu had a revelation and turned to see, "Oh no, my ship." Moria's overzealousness had gone too far. Moria's colossal hand descended upon Li Chu, but he sensed it with his observation haki and dodged nimbly. He then enveloped his hand in armament haki, forming a swirling red mist, and struck Moria's abdomen with a fierce punch, demanding, "Return my ship." A rush of white mist pierced through Moria and Apos' body, soaring into the heavens. Moria knelt, violently expelling shadows mixed with a faint green bile. "Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Li Chu urged, sitting cross-legged on his sword, pushing Moria and the others to build the ship. If you had mentioned you were borrowing a permanent pointer sooner, I wouldn't Apos. T have had to endure this beating, Moria grumbled. You didn't Apos. T give me a chance to speak. You attacked me on sight. That and Apos. That's the demeanor of you terrifying trio. Enough chatter. Hurry up, I and Apos, impressed for time. Li Chu wielded a whip, while Perona fed fruits beside him. Days later, the ship was finally completed at the dock. Moria grinned as he bid farewell to Li Chu. Take care, little ancestor. Do come again when you have a chance. Until next time, Li Chu replied, glancing back. Certainly, you're always welcome, Moria exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. I extend a courtesy, and yet you remain so brazen. Returning to his ominous castle, Moria sighed with relief. Finally, I've sent that ancestor away. Master. I feel like I've seen that person before, Absalom remarked. Indeed, he looks familiar, though I can't recall where, Moria pondered thoughtfully. Perona held up a bounty notice. Isn't this the one who attacked us? Oh, I knew he looked familiar. It's the bizarre swordsman. The Navy advised me to keep an eye on him. Over a year had passed since he appeared, and now he had contacted the Navy. Moria, as one of the 7 warlords, had certainly heard of the Sabaody archipelago incident from the Navy. Chapter 26, Akaina pursues Li Chu in the New World. Hey, Akiji. What do you think Admiral Sengoku wants with us? Is it even permissible to fish a little? Kazara casually trimmed his nails, leaning back with his legs crossed. Akiji paid him no mind, reclining in his chair with his feet resting on the table, pulling down his eye mask to resume his slumber. Meanwhile, Akainu rushed in, grumbling. Why am I being summoned when I'm so busy? Can't those two, Akiji and Kizaru, handle it? Sengoku arrived and coughed. I just received a peculiar report. The enigmatic swordsman Li Chu has resurfaced in the territory of the Shichibukai Moria. He is likely heading to the New World, possibly in search of the red-haired pirates. This presents us with an opportunity. Surely, we have not forgotten the humiliation from 2 years ago. Thus, I am gathering the 3 of you admirals, who will undertake the task of capturing Li Chu. Kazara waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I and Apos am too afraid. I've got matters to attend to in Sabaody archipelago. Things have been a bit tumultuous lately, so I'm unable to go. Akiji, after stating he had obligations, simply walked away. Wait for me, Akiji, Kizaru exclaimed as he darted out. Admiral Sengoku, allow me to take on this mission. I was just about to head to the New World. And I will capture Li Chu, Akaina declared, his anger palpable. The memory of Li Chu's blade still throbbed in his mind, the wound continuously oozing magma, rendering him unable to wear a shirt. He lit a cigar. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. Do I have any other choice? Who else could it be but you? If it weren't for Akiji and Kazara being occupied, I wouldn't allow you to go. 2 years ago, you were humiliated like a dog. Had you not delayed him, that brat Li Chu would have been imprisoned and impelled down by now. Sengoku thought to himself, I have faith in you, Sakazuki. But you must be cautious. 2 years ago, the enigmatic swordsman was capable of injuring you. His strength now is uncertain. Exercise utmost caution. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. I shall take my leave, Akaina replied, striding toward the door. In his mind, he thought, they doubt my strength. I have grown remarkably since 2 years ago. This insignificant Li Chu shall not escape my grasp. You have haunted my nights, Li Chu. Until I eliminate you, my heart cannot find peace. Akainu clenched his fists, teeth gritted. Unbeknownst to Li Chu, Akainu was en route to apprehend him. He drifted at sea, content aboard a vessel constructed by Moria, which was quite spacious. Each day was filled with slaying sea kings and completing daily tasks, a life vibrant and varied. As Li Chu sailed through the waters belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, he was spotted by them. They approached a ship, mistakenly believing it belonged to a rival crew. A man with golden punk hair, a dagger at his waist, and a tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates across his chest leaped onto Li Chu's ship. Who are you, and why are you alone in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates? Li Chu recognized him as Marco, the pineapple head that Luffy had mentioned, patrolling the waters of the Whitebeard pirates. Greetings. I am Li Chu, a friend of Ace. He smiled at Marco. A friend of Ace? I've never heard of you. I've only heard of his brother, Luffy. Marco expressed his disbelief. Ace is aboard your ship. Isn't? Just take me to see him, Li Chu replied. Unfortunately, Ace is not on the ship right now. Hence, I cannot take your word for it. Please leave, Marco said, his smile remaining but his tone firm. Is he off pursuing Blackbeard Marshal D? Teach? That fool was warned to be careful but didn't listen. It seems I cannot alter the course of this grand narrative. The butterfly effect is indeed present, Li Chu sighed in resignation. How do you know Marshal D? Teach? Are you saying Ace is pursuing him? He is a member of Ace's 2nd Division, one of our father's sons. How could he possibly be hunting him? Who exactly are you? Marco's demeanor shifted sharply, realizing the gravity of Li Chu's words. I've already said, I am Ace's friend. Li Chu raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Marco, provoked, transformed into his hybrid form, his arms becoming the wings of a phoenix, granting him flight. While his legs morphed into claws capable of delivering powerful kicks, he lunged at Li Chu, angered by the earlier insinuations. With Marco soaring into the sky, he quickly descended. Executing a powerful kick utilizing the momentum from his high-speed flight, Li Chu drew his Chi Feng sword to counter Marco's claws. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of metal clashing. Sending shockwaves that rocked the ship, Li Chu pulled back, inflicting a cut upon Marco and Apos' claw. However, Marco and Apos' wound would soon be enveloped in his regenerative blue flames, rendering the attack ineffective. Yet, the process of regeneration had its limits. He was not impervious to injury. Marco and Apos' blue flames, known as the Flames of Resurrection, did not possess typical fire properties, thus unable to spread or incinerate objects, but they could accelerate healing for others. Li Chu understood that he could not explain the situation to Marco now. He needed to defeat Marco first, allowing for a calm discussion afterward. He summoned his swordsmanship, surrounding himself with energy, and unleashed several waves of sword chi directed at Marco. Marco, employing his blue flames, formed a circular shield to defend against the onslaught. When Li Chu's sword chi made contact with Marco's barrier, it was deflected, resulting in a stalemate. Neither party could gain the upper hand. Li Chu decided to engage in close combat, seizing the moment to propose, Don and Apos. Do you have Ace and Apos' Dindin Mushi? Why not call him? Continuing this fight will yield no benefits for either of us. Marco fended off Li Chu with his claws, reverting to human form. You make a valid point. I should consult with Ace. If he does not recognize you, it will be your end. Li Chu sheathed his sword as Marco retrieved the Dindin Mushi, dialing Ace and Apos' number. Moments later, a familiar, mature voice resonated from the device. Hello, this is Ace. How may I assist you? Ace, this is Marco. Do you know a kid named Li Chu? Yes, he should be around 13 or 14 years old. Indeed. But why does he claim you are pursuing Marshal D. Teach? Marshal D. Teach has been missing for several days. I am searching for him and was about to report back to Dad on this matter. Be careful. I will take this kid back to the ship to see Dad. Marco hung up the Dindin Mushi. Li Chu inquired, what did Ace say? He acknowledged me yet still needed to check. Is it customary for the Whitebeard pirates to not know one another without a fight? Marco sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had acted impulsively without first consulting Ace. Chapter 27. Collision with Whitebeard. Marco returned to the Whitebeard pirates with Li Chu, encountering a formidable figure blocking their path. This imposing man, muscular and broad-chested, with dark skin and donning armor, bore a striking resemblance to an Aztec warrior, his face angular and devoid of eyebrows, perpetually wearing an expression of anger. Who is this little brat? Whitebeard inquired, his attention fixed on Li Chu. He and Apos, a friend of Ace, though he speaks rather oddly. He claims Ace is pursuing Marshal D. Teach, and I intend to inform Dad, Marco replied calmly. As Marco spoke, dozens of crew members gathered behind Li Chu, primarily the division captains. Whitebeard, with his crescent-shaped white mustache, lounged on a makeshift sofa, wielding his weapon, the Tsong Yun Xie. Still robust and unencumbered by 4 drips or oxygen tubes, taking hearty swigs from a flask. Who is this little brat, Marco? Whitebeard repeated, his gaze fixed on Li Chu. Dad has warned against excessive drinking. Why are you still indulging? He is a friend of Ace, Marco remarked, watching helplessly as Whitebeard continued to drink. Marco, the 1st Division commander and ship and amp, Apos, doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, possessed exceptional medical skills. His mythical phoenix flames held healing properties, capable of countering even Queen and amp, Apos' ice abilities, thus earning him the reputation of a divine doctor. Ha ha ha. Is this little brat here to challenge me like Ace? Come, be my son. Whitebeard bellowed, ready to adopt another son. Dad, he is not challenging you. He said Ace is pursuing Teach, Marco quickly clarified. As he spoke, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted. An overwhelming force of Conqueror and amp, Apos' hockey surged towards Li Chu. Unyielding, Li Chu retaliated with his own Conqueror and amp, Apos' hockey, the two energies colliding, causing several members of the Whitebeard pirates to collapse under the pressure. Is this little brat truly Ace's friend? How can he be so strong? Joes exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. Ace spoke of him as a friend. I and Apos, fought him before. His strength surpasses Ace and Amp, Oppos, S significantly, reaching the level of a grand swordsman. Marco leaned against the ship and Amp, Oppos, S railing. An expert swordsman, I would relish the opportunity to spar, spoke a towering, muscular man beside Marco. He wore a deep blue top hat and a dark blue shirt that revealed his chest hair, complemented by a black cloak and white gloves. Dual swords sheathed at his hips. Realizing that his ordinary conqueror and Amp, Oppos, S hockey was ineffective against Li Chu, Whitebeard swung the Tsong Yun Xia, cleaving the sky in two and slicing through the clouds. Li Chu countered with his Qing Feng sword, and upon impact, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, creaking the ship and causing fissures to appear. Newly arrived crew members, unaware of the situation, gasped, "Who is Dad fighting? Why do I feel so breathless? The pressure is immense. What are you doing here? It seems many will fall today," Marco mused, astonished by Li Chu and Oppos' prowess. Though he could discern that Whitebeard was holding back, numerous crew members rushed to the scene, only to succumb to the overwhelming force before they could intervene. "Ha ha ha. Kid, your strength is commendable. Join us in the Whitebeard Pirates. Come be my son, and I shall overlook the past." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Regrettably, I am currently an intern with the red-haired pirates. I have no means to join your crew," Li Chu replied, his voice strained as he felt Whitebeard and Oppos' pressure intensifying. Just as Li Chu was on the verge of succumbing, a voice rang out, "Dad, spare him. He is my friend." It was Ace. Now bearing the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates on his back, a symbol of his most cherished honor, Ace still carried a dagger at his left hip. Upon hearing Ace and Amp, Oppos' voice, Whitebeard halted his assault, appearing unperturbed. Li Chu retracted his Qing Feng sword, gasping for breath. "Ha ha ha. Ace has returned. But why did he say you were pursuing Teach? ISN and Oppos. Teach a member of your second division?" Whitebeard inquired, genuinely pleased to see Ace. "Oh, Teach went missing while I was out, but we found him, albeit gravely injured. There may have been a misunderstanding at sea," Ace explained. "Then let Marco tend to him. Since it and Amp, Oppos, a misunderstanding and you are Ace and Amp, Oppos' friend, stay with us." "Ha ha ha. Join me for a drink," Whitebeard said, settling back into his small sofa and producing a flask. Ace approached Li Chu, supporting him. "Are you all right?" "I didn't and Amp, Oppos, expect you to be stronger than me. I could barely withstand 2 strikes from Dad. I and Oppos am fine. But how did you return, and why is Marshal Teach with you?" Li Chu asked, puzzled. "Oh. We tracked Teach using his life paper. By the time we found him, he was unconscious, and the scene was a wreck. His fingers bore some flesh wounds, indicating a fierce struggle," Ace reflected, pondering who could have caused such damage to Teach. Upon hearing Ace's words, Li Chu instantly comprehended the situation. Could it be Shanks? Why did Shanks not kill Blackbeard when he had the chance? Wooden and Amp, Oppos, that have changed everything? Lost in thought, Ace nudged Li Chu. "What are you pondering? Come, let and Amp, Oppos' drink." Ace pulled Li Chu along, and under Ace and Amp, Oppos' jovial spirit, the Whitebeard Pirates began to revel. Later that night, Li Chu pulled Ace aside into a secluded corner, using his observation hockey to scan their surroundings, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. "Ace, you must remember my next words. Never let Marshal Teach venture out alone. Nor allow him near Sachi," Li Chu said earnestly. "How do you know Sachi?" "He ISN and Amp, Oppos, even on the ship. Besides, Sachi and Teach are close friends." "How can we prevent Teach from approaching Sachi?" Ace seemed bewildered. "Do not concern yourself with that. If all goes as expected, Sachi will return in a few days, ready to share news of a newfound devil fruit. Teach may be present as well. Just be cautious. I cannot divulge too much," Li Chu warned. After revealing this crucial information, he began to feel unwell, unable to utter another word. "System, what is happening? Why can I not control my speech?" Ding. "Host. This is due to the interference of the world and Amp, Oppos' will. You may only change events, not divulge information to those involved, as your purpose is to alter this world. Not to reveal its secrets," the system explained. Li Chu, partially comprehending, fell silent, while Ace pondered Li Chu and Oppos' words. If what Li Chu stated was true, what should he do? Should he prevent Teach from approaching Sachi? Unbeknownst to them, not far away, a rugged middle-aged man with several missing teeth, a stocky build, and a thick mane of hair, adorned with necklaces and rings, observed Ace and Li Chu, clad in a white shirt and a black coat. His shirt unbuttoned to expose his chest, he muttered to himself, "Who is this little brat, daring to disrupt my plans?" Chapter 28. Akaina Wooden and Oppos. It be rather unfortunate to encounter Whitebeard and Oppos as flagship? Li Chu felt as though someone was observing him, yet his haki proved futile in sensing that presence. On the Navy and AMP, Oppos' side, Li Chu was indeed on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, Sengoku rose from his chair, holding a den mushi. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. We witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, we have heard that the enigmatic Sword Saint is clashing with Whitebeard. However, the current situation remains unclear. This is dire. Sakazuki is going to deliver himself to them. One Li Chu is already enough to give him a run for his money. Now, with Whitebeard and his crew, the situation has escalated. Sengoku leaned heavily against the table, struggling to maintain his balance. He swiftly took out his den mushi to contact Akainu, fearing that his recent promotion to Admiral could result in the loss of a significant figure. However, his calls went unanswered. Report to Admiral Akainu. Admiral Sengoku is calling. A Navy officer informed. Ignore him. He probably wants me to capture that little brat alive, Akainu replied, puffing on his cigar. There was no way he would let Li Chu off so easily. Meanwhile, Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, damn it. How dare he not answer my call? Someone, fetch Kizaru. An officer dashed out to relay the message to Kizaru. After a few moments, Kizaru strolled in leisurely. In a commanding tone, Sengoku instructed Kizaru. I order you to pursue Sakazuki immediately. Bring him back. The plan has changed. The enigmatic Sword Saint is currently aboard Whitebeard and AMP, Oppos' ship, and if Akaina goes, he may not return. How terrifying. The Whitebeard pirates? Are you sending me to my death? Kizaru retorted, resuming his nail grooming. I and Oppos, VE tried. He and Oppos, not answering. Enough of your nonsense. If you delay further, Sakazuki will never come back. Sengoku exclaimed, banging the table in frustration. Understood. Kizaru vanished in an instant. Glancing at the time, Kizaru thought it was quitting time and decided to wait until the following day, reasoning that there was no rush as he Wooden and AMP, Oppos, catch up anyway. Merely instructing his subordinates to prepare a ship, Li Chu stood alone at the stern of the ship, declaring, you needn't AMP, Oppos, hide any longer. Not bad, little brat. It seems you and Oppos, VE caught on. However, I advise you to mind your own business, or else. Blackbeard emerged, making a gesture across his throat. Li Chu assumed a combat stance, acutely aware that Blackbeard, who could injure Shanks, possessed formidable power. Fearing a sudden ambush, he remained vigilant. However, after speaking, Blackbeard simply walked away, which was uncharacteristic of him. Just as Li Chu sheathed his sword, a bullet was towards his forehead. Fortunately, Li Chu and AMP, Oppos' haki sensed it in time, allowing him to evade the shot. The gunfire quickly attracted the attention of the Whitebeard pirates, who found Li Chu standing alone. Who dares fire a weapon on our territory? Marco flew over, transforming into his hybrid form. Are you all right? I just heard the gunfire and rushed over, Ace said, approaching Li Chu. I and Oppos, am fine. Perhaps someone accidentally fired their weapon, Li Chu replied, recognizing that this was Blackbeard testing his strength, truly a cunning and treacherous foe. Among the crowd, Blackbeard smirked, once again making the gesture across his throat. For now, Blackbeard had not yet fallen out with the Whitebeard pirates. So Li Chu refrained from making a move on the ship. Nevertheless, that did not mean he would let Blackbeard off easily. Days passed, and Blackbeard persistently sought to trouble Li Chu, urging him to leave and not interfere with his plans. At that moment, a Navy ship appeared not far from the Whitebeard pirates. Report to Admiral Akainu. We've spotted a massive pirate ship resembling a white whale, flying the Whitebeard pirates flag. Oh, the Whitebeard pirates? Wazn and Oppos. Had said that Li Chu was nearby? Why are there still members of the Whitebeard pirates? Akainu crushed his cigar in his hand. It doesn't and Oppos, matter. As long as at ISN and AMP, Oppos, Whitebeard and AMP, Oppos' flagship, we need not fear. The Whitebeard pirates have 4 identical ships. We can and AMP, Oppos, be that unlucky. Fire, Akainu commanded, aiming at the Whitebeard pirates and AMP, Oppos' vessel, launching a lava-encased cannonball at it. Meanwhile, aboard Whitebeard and AMP, Oppos' ship, the crew sensed a Navy warship led by an admiral. A Navy warship? Am I seeing things? Whitebeard sat on the sofa. There is no mistake. Just then, a loud explosion echoed as the side of the ship was struck by the Navy's cannon. Marco, Ace, Jozu, and Vista prepared for battle. while some of the lesser crew members panicked, exclaiming that the Navy had openly provoked the Yonko crew. Marco transformed into his half-beast form, conjuring a circular shield from his blue flames to defend against the cannonball hurled by Akainu. Akainu fell into a contemplative silence, staring at Marco. Could it be that we have truly encountered Whitebeard and Appos as flagship? Akainu refused to believe it, convinced that he had merely encountered Marco as First Division. Thus, he unleashed a massive eruption of flames, transforming his arm into a colossal lava fist and simulating the explosive force of a volcanic eruption to launch his fist skyward. The eruption would scatter countless volcanic projectiles toward the Whitebeard ship. Marco found himself powerless against this assault. Whitebeard rose from his seat, wielding the Tremor Fruit's power as he approached the bow of the ship. With a single punch, Whitebeard shattered the surrounding space, akin to a mirror breaking apart. He then unleashed a devastating strike into the air, causing a seismic tremor. This power, capable of splitting the ocean, created a massive tsunami that would overwhelm its target. Once unleashed, it was nearly impossible to halt such overwhelming force, capable of obliterating an island in an instant. The colossal tsunami swiftly enveloped Akainu's volcanic projectiles. Why does this all seem so familiar? It appears that only one individual among the Whitebeard pirates possesses the ability to trigger such a tremor. Akainu fell into deep thought as he witnessed the quake. Meanwhile, Ace prepared his fire fist, enveloping his arm in intense flames and extending his reach to deliver a fiery punch towards the Navy's ship. The impact created a massive crater in the vessel, causing many sailors to be violently thrown overboard. Soon, the Whitebeard pirates drew closer to the Navy warship, leaping onto the deck. Li Chu also soared onto the Navy ship. As he observed the weak Navy personnel being slaughtered, some attempting to escape into the water, Akainu took matters into his own hands, ruthlessly eliminating any who dared to flee. Whoever dares to be a coward shall be the first to die. Charge! Akainu bellowed. Despite the presence of numerous vice-admirals, the Navy still managed to offer some resistance. Chapter 29. The appearance of the performing ape. Akainu believed that the Navy headquarters must have received the information and would surely send reinforcements. Amidst the chaos, Akainu spotted Li Chu within the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates and charged towards him, dispatching any pirates that crossed his path. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing their crew members fall to Akainu, rallied towards him. Marco unleashed the power of resurrection, using his blue flames to heal the injured members of the Whitebeard pirates. Jozu, with arms as hard as diamonds, rushed forward at high speed, crashing into Akainu, while Bista leapt into the air, wielding twin swords and showering the battlefield with a flurry of red rose petals. Ace conjured numerous glowing orbs resembling fireflies, which floated around the enemy before converging explosively upon them, dealing significant damage. All attacks converged on Akainu, who enlarged his molten arm to shield himself. Just when he thought he had successfully deflected the assaults, Li Chu and Appos' Qing Feng sword spun and shattered Akainu and Appos' molten hand. The molten lava splashed onto numerous Navy soldiers, forcing them to flee in panic. Akainu was sent flying by the combined might of the attacks, and even in his elemental form, he was wounded by the haki of Bista and Jozu. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chu pursued, his sword enveloped in haki as he struck at Akainu. Fully aware that injuries inflicted by Li Chu might be irreparable, Akainu swiftly dodged using his observation haki. As Akainu evaded Li Chu's strike, Marco, propelled by his high-speed flight, launched a powerful kick at him. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light appeared, intercepting Marco and Appos' attack. How terrifying! Why didn't you answer Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's call for reinforcements? If you wish to perish, do not involve me in your demise. Moreover, I am on vacation, encroaching upon my holiday. Yellow Ape remarked as he whisked Akainu aside. Accompanied by several capable subordinates, the Navy and Appos' morale surged. The sound of shattering glass echoed as Navy soldiers fell in droves. Ha ha ha. You two little brats dare to oppose the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard declared, brandishing his weapon, Murakumo. Li Chu, in a moment of bravado, unleashed his conqueror and Appos' haki. The two waves of haki surged toward the Navy, toppling numerous soldiers in their wake. Whitebeard swiftly moved beside Akainu, employing the tremor powers of his Gura Nomi to create a white spherical shield with a single fist. Akainu extended his molten arm to strike at Whitebeard. But the latter, no longer the same as during the Marineford War, effortlessly evaded using his observation haki. With the shield, Whitebeard shattered Akainu and Amp, Appo's molten head, compressing and distorting space. Akainu and Amp, Appo's head was twisted, crashing down heavily onto the deck of the ship. Seeing this, Yellow Ape quickly utilized his Yasakani no Magatama, soaring into the air and unleashing a barrage of dazzling light bullets toward Whitebeard, a wide-area attack. None of the light bullets managed to land on Whitebeard, nor did they harm the pirates behind him. Clearly, the Navy was underpaid and had to work overtime, entering a state of performance. Li Chu realized that Yellow Ape was not there for battle. It was merely a formality, akin to attending a meeting before heading home. Yellow Ape emerged as the greatest beneficiary of the Navy amidst the chaos, achieving much while pocketing considerable sums. He possessed 4 combat forms: Performing Ape, Combat Ape, Butchering Ape, and the special form, Rescuing Nephew Ape. It was well known that during the Marineford War, Yellow Ape adopted the Performing Ape form, lamenting the inconvenience of being summoned at noon, which deprived him of his afternoon nap, an apparent reflection of the ordinary wage mentality. Once the fight commenced, he transformed into the Master of Shadows. Having previously demonstrated his steadiness against Rayleigh during their sword duel at Sabaody Archipelago. During the Marineford War, when facing Marco, he fluttered like delicate tissue paper, graceful yet vulnerable to the slightest breeze. Then, when Luffy unexpectedly arrived on the battlefield, Yellow Ape, seeing his nephew, realized that the Navy's compensation was insufficient for the situation, leading him to spring into action. Yellow Ape's performance during the Marineford War was nothing short of spectacular, embodying the essence of a performer, a master of aerial precision, and a king of timing, specializing in rescuing his nephew by kicking Luffy back toward the pirates. Observing Yellow Ape, it was evident that the Navy fought without breaking a sweat. In reality, the Navy headquarters was nearly dismantled by Whitebeard, with Aokiji sustaining minor injuries and Akainu battered all over. Only Yellow Ape emerged with slightly soiled clothing, appearing pristine enough that no one would suspect he had participated in a bloody battle. In contrast, in his Combat Ape form, he actively volunteered, striding in with an air of confidence, effortlessly dispatching supernovas with each step, his strikes unencumbered by the usual preparation. Comparatively, during the Marineford War, Yellow Ape had taken considerable time to aim, ultimately hitting Buggy and Appo's collar. The difference in his demeanor was stark, as the subsequent encounters with his nephew were solely about familial ties rather than wages. Each time he met Luffy, he adopted the Rescuing Nephew Ape form, though he could seamlessly shift back into Combat Ape form when facing Rayleigh. However, having received his due payment, he was determined not to return empty-handed, capturing 500 small pirates to report back after the battle. With triple wages and performance bonuses, a different spectacle unfolded. In his Butchering Ape form, Yellow Ape was the antithesis of the fidgeting, performing ape from before. During the Marineford War, he was eager to clock out, whereas facing Zifa, he was entirely devoid of emotion, driven solely by his KPI goals. It became clear that Yellow Ape's Yasakani no Magatama was indeed capable of hitting its mark. In summary, during the Sabaody Archipelago, Yellow Ape was present when Luffy was sent flying by Kuma. At Marineford, he was there when Luffy was rescued by Law. In the fervent chaos, Luffy escaped under Sabo's cover, purely as a rescuing nephew. Akainu was knocked unconscious by a punch from Whitebeard, yet Yellow Ape hesitated to intervene, as Whitebeard's fist coalesced into a sphere. Recognizing the urgency, Yellow Ape transitioned from performance to action and swiftly carried Akainu away, while Whitebeard's punch began to split the Navy vessel in two. Chapter 30. The origins of Li Chu. The naval warship slowly sank into the sea, while the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates returned to their ship, with Li Chu soaring through the air on his sword. Kizaru flew towards his naval warship alongside Akainu. As numerous sailors fell into the water, the Sea Kings, drawn by the scent of blood, swarmed in, devouring the fallen sailors with a crisp crunch. Akainu was engulfed in either blood or molten lava, the latter appearing even more vividly red. How terrifying! Sakazuki, wake up! Kizaru exclaimed, forcefully smacking Akainu and Appo's face, perhaps out of disdain for the latter and Appo's encroachment on his leave time. Akainu, spitting out what could be either blood or lava, opened his eyes and muttered, Borsalino, have you also ascended to heaven after being slain by the Whitebeard pirates? He vividly recalled being struck by Whitebeard not once, but twice, the aura of death enveloping him completely. Kizaru instantly changed his demeanor, shoving his hands into his pockets and walking away. Heaven? What a waste of my vacation saving this wretched fool. The marshal's salary hasn't even come through yet. It's so tough to survive in the Navy, Kazar mused, shaking his head. On the Whitebeard pirates and Apos side, casualties were minimal, but the Navy suffered greatly, not accounting for those who fell into the sea. Several vice admirals had perished, all at the hands of the various captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace himself had taken down two, one of whom was the infamous Doberman, a vice admiral involved in the Justice Island extermination order. Doberman, a man with numerous scars and a distinctive mustache, had been one of the two vice admirals pursuing the Whitebeard pirates during the latter stages of the Marineford War. Ace managed to kill Doberman amidst the chaos. Aided by Marco, Li Chu, too, had claimed numerous naval lives while Whitebeard attacked Akainu, including a vice admiral known as Ghost Spider, who had previously escorted Ace to Marineford. Li Chu and Apos' arrival had already initiated a series of unforeseen events, the implications of which were beyond his understanding. His presence would undoubtedly reshuffle the future. Meanwhile, the gates to the New World, located at Sabaody Archipelago, had begun to witness the clash between the Whitebeard pirates and Navy Admiral Akainu, accompanied by rumors of the Navy preparing to eliminate pirates. Whispers circulated that the newly appointed Sengoku intended to make a statement by targeting the world's foremost pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates. This news reached the New World, inciting excitement among pirates, who reveled in the prospect of the Navy clashing with the Whitebeard pirates. Should the Whitebeard pirates falter, their territories would become unclaimed, ripe for the taking by anyone bold enough to seize them, potentially leading to the emergence of a new Yonko. However, before any plans could unfold, further news arrived. The Navy admiral had been defeated by Whitebeard, with his fate uncertain. The pirates of the New World quietly set down their weapons. On the other hand, the red-haired pirates were not preoccupied with the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and Admiral Akainu, for it was evident that the former would prevail. Instead, they pondered the Navy headquarters' questionable decision to confront Whitebeard. Unless Sengoku and Garp were to lead the charge, their past encounters during their youth had resulted in stalemates. Adding Garp to the mix would make victory for the Navy even more improbable. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, perused a newspaper sold by a seagull, spotting Li Chu perched on a sword aboard the Whitebeard ship. It appeared that the Navy headquarters had intended to capture the boy, but an unexpected twist had altered their plans. At that moment, Shanks noticed a fresh scratch on his face. The renowned information broker Morgan's was indeed formidable. As the head of the largest newspaper, he wielded considerable influence over global news and could manipulate public opinion at will. News spread rapidly through the pirate world. "Boss, what are you reading?" exclaimed a member of his crew. "Isn't that Li Chu? Why is he with the Whitebeard pirates instead of returning to us?" Lazily, Rosai continued to munch on roasted meat, oblivious to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Sengoku was furiously banging on his desk at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. "Damn it! What is that Sakazuki thinking? Ignoring my calls and recklessly engaging the Whitebeard pirates. He and Apos' made a mess for me to clean up." Just then, Sengoku and Apos' transponder snail began to ring. Moshi, this is Sengoku. What is the matter?" he said, lowering his voice, knowing this was a direct line from the Gorosei. He had to suppress his frustration, as their call surely concerned Sakazuki's confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates. The Gorosei member resembling Gandhi spoke first. "Sengoku, what have you done? Why did you send an admiral to challenge the Whitebeard pirates? What were you thinking?" "I ordered Sakazuki to capture Li Chu, but the sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates disrupted my plans," Sengoku replied, gritting his teeth. "Increase the bounty on the Whitebeard pirates' crew and spread the word that they ambushed Admiral Sakazuki. As for that enigmatic swordmaster Li Chu, you need not worry about him." "Hey, what about Li Chu's bounty? Isn't it supposed to be raised? Just do your job and ask no more questions." After a brief silence, the transponder snail fell silent, and Sengoku leaned back in his chair, instructing a sailor outside to summon Sakazuki to him. Meanwhile, in a castle, a throne loomed high against the wall, adorned with 20 swords. A woman cloaked in black sat upon it, while the Gorosei knelt before her. "Rise." A gentle voice resonated from the throne. "Lady Emu, the tasks you assigned have been completed. What shall we do next?" Gandhi inquired, bowing respectfully. "None for now, Don Quixote Mas." "Lady Emu, have you decided which light and Apos, in history you intend to extinguish this time? If you have reached a conclusion, please share the name of that individual." The man clad in a black suit, with long white hair and a lengthy beard, was none other than Marcus Mas, formerly known as Don Quixote Mas. Now a member of the Gorosei, he held the power to resolve lingering historical issues. Bring me the history of that surname. As Marcus Moss concentrated, a crystal ball materialized in his hand. Emu gently raised her hand, and the crystal ball floated into her grasp. Very well, you may leave now. Understood, Lady Emu. The Gorisei simultaneously placed their right hands over their hearts, bowing before exiting the castle. Emu gazed at the crystal ball, murmuring to herself, is history repeating itself? Or is it beginning anew? Within the orb appeared a man with white hair and attire, beaming with a radiant smile, seated beside a flying sword. Emu swiftly crushed the crystal ball in her hand. Chapter 31. Li Chu's quest for the secrets of Wano. The Whitebeard pirates were hosting a jubilant celebration, with the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, among them. Blackbeard approached Captain Sachi, asking if he could accompany him on his next voyage. Sachi, puzzled, inquired why he didn't wish to join Ace instead. Oh, you know Captain Ace prefers to venture out alone. He only takes us along on missions from Dad. And who knows where he is now? Blackbeard replied with a sinister grin. Sachi, without further comment, acquiesced to Blackbeard and Amp Apos' request, unaware that this agreement would herald his demise. Meanwhile, Li Chu was with Ace, both sharing a common aspiration to visit Wano. Ace intended to introduce Li Chu to their friend, Yamato, while Li Chu sought to immerse himself in the origins of the samurai sword. He felt he had reached a plateau in his training, unable to break through despite his efforts. Li Chu planned to consult Shanks upon his return, but then the system issued a quest to journey to Wano and discern the difference between swords and knives, while uncovering a mysterious artifact of the land. The rewards included the ability to dance with the sword in the sky, piercing the heavens with a single stroke. The quest duration was set for 1 month, with the penalty being the loss of the Qingfeng sword. Upon hearing of Li Chu's intentions, Ace eagerly offered to guide him, promising to introduce him to friends. They set sail on Ace and Apos' surfboat, heading towards Wano as indicated by the eternal pointer. As they approached the vicinity of Wano, they encountered an enormous elephant with deep-set green eyes, giving it an almost eyeless appearance. Its wrinkled, mottled skin reflected its age, and its ears bore numerous ragged holes. A peculiar voice emanated from the elephant, welcoming them back. Ace, did you hear that sound? It seems to be coming from the island. Li Chu pointed towards the elephant. No, I didn't. And Amp Apos, hear anything? Are you sure you and Amp Apos were not imagining things? Ace replied, bewildered. Forget it. Perhaps I misheard. We should be nearing Wano. Li Chu changed the subject. Li Chu, having traversed from another world, recognized the elephant but was perplexed by his ability to understand its words. The elephant was a companion of Joy Boy. Why could he comprehend its greeting? What did welcome back signify? Li Chu fell into deep contemplation. As they arrived at the surface waters surrounding Wano, even Ace was taken aback. Was this the same Wano he had visited before? Why was the sea a deep gray here while the outer waters were blue? Below the surface lurked grotesque creatures, including an 18-armed octopus with 8 eyes and fish with bizarre faces. Li Chu was astonished to see that since Kaido and Apos' takeover, Wano had begun developing industrial factories, its waters tainted by harmful industrial waste. Ace guided Li Chu to the bamboo forest, leading him along a narrow path to a humble bamboo dwelling. There, they encountered a charming, petite girl with round purple eyes and deep violet hair, styled into a bun adorned with a yellow comb and a pink flower pin. She wore a light green kimono skirt, patched in many places, cinched with a light orange obi, her long, slender legs bare, clad only in black sandals. You and Amp Apos, here Ace. It and Amp Apos, been so long, the girl exclaimed, her smile radiant. Ace affectionately patted her head, replying, it and Amp Apos, been a while, Au. This is my friend, Li Chu. Hello, Au, Li Chu said with a smile, extending his hand. Au hesitantly reached out, but upon noticing her dirty hands, she withdrew, wiping them on her clothing before daring to shake Li Chu and Amp Apos' hand. She then took Ace and Amp Apos' hand, leading him into the modest bamboo house, which contained only a bamboo bed and a small table. Ace, please sit while I prepare dinner, Au said in her youthful voice. After a considerable wait, Au returned with 2 bowls of rice and 2 small pieces of meat. I and Apos am sorry for the humble meal. It and Apos, that's all I could manage, she said, placing the food before Ace and Li Chu while avoiding eye contact, fearing her stomach would betray her with its growls. Au, you should eat too. I don't and Apos, need anything. Li Chu insisted, pushing the rice and meat towards her. He understood that Yu had prepared this meal for Ace, and his presence was only exacerbating her family and Appo's precarious situation. Ace began to eat without a second thought, unaware that Yu had spent her meager earnings from weaving hats to buy the rice, which might leave her without food for the next month. Misfortune often seeks out those already burdened by hardship after losing her parents. Yu was taken in by Tengu Mountain and now lived in a treehouse in the village, enduring a life of poverty and subsisting on millet. Yu quickly returned to the kitchen, insisting, "You are guests. You must eat," before darting out again. "Li Chu, why aren't and Appo's to you eating?" Ace asked, puzzled. "Donna and Appo's, do you notice how tightly Yu has tied her obi? She can and Appo's, to bear to eat herself, that she offers us everything. Have you not seen how desolate Wano has become?" "There are no wild beasts in sight," Li Chu replied, taking the bowl of rice outside, leaving Ace to ponder. Yu, meanwhile, returned to her weaving, attempting to distract herself from her hunger. It and Appo's a disgrace for a samurai to let their stomach growl, she chastised herself, tightening her obi further. Li Chu, sensing Yu's presence with his observation haki, approached her with the bowl of rice. "Yu, please eat. Your stomach's growling can be heard throughout the bamboo forest." Embarrassed, Yu and Appo's cheeks flushed upon hearing Li Chu and Appo's comment. Although she wanted to take the rice he offered, her rationality held her back. "This is from our ship. You made this for us. Please eat it," Li Chu said, knowing that children were easily persuaded. Yu, believing his words, accepted the rice with a beaming smile. "I can finally eat rice," she exclaimed, tears of joy mingling with her laughter. Chapter 32. Li Chu, it was the first time I had heard someone suggest digging up their ancestral land. My horizons had been broadened. Suddenly, a man dressed in a costume resembling a Tengu, complete with a mask and wings, strode into the treehouse on stilts, brandishing a knife. "Yu, how come you have rice to eat? Did you steal it?" Yu quickly set down her chopsticks. "I didn't steal it. This brother gave it to me. Who are you? And why are you here?" Tengu Mountain Fei Che assumed a combat stance, pointing his sword at Li Chu. Noticing that Li Chu's attire was not traditional Wano clothing, but rather foreign, Yu interposed herself protectively. "Master, he is a friend of Ace. You cannot harm him." "A friend of Ace, you say? Little brat, you should really wear a proper kimono. Wearing foreign clothes in Wano makes it easy for the followers of Kaido to capture you." Tengu Mountain Fei Che lowered his blade and spoke earnestly to Li Chu. At that moment, Ace had changed into a striking red jacket and long pants, clearly not a kimono. He casually tossed a set of clothes to Li Chu, who was astonished to discover they were ancient garments. Once donned, his demeanor transformed, exuding an aura reminiscent of a legendary sword, immortal, overwhelming, and fierce. With a gaze full of murderous intent, Ace handed a package to Yu, who quickly shook her head in refusal. "Please accept it, Yu. It is a token of gratitude for your hospitality. If you do not accept it, I might just get angry." Ace pretended to pout. Reluctantly, Yu accepted the package. But as she did, it slipped from her grasp and fell heavily to the ground, spilling out the coins, fruits, and meat within. Yu had never seen such a bounty of wealth and food before, hastily attempting to return the package to Ace. "I cannot accept this. It is too precious." Tengu Mountain Fei Che remained silent. "Take it, Yu. For us, this is not much, but it can help you through tough times. If you refuse, Ace may not return here again," Li Chu encouraged her. After much hesitation, Yu finally accepted, tears welling in her eyes. "Thank you." Tengu Mountain Fei Che spoke up. "We are immensely grateful to you. Yu has suffered since childhood and has never had a full meal. Thank you for the food and coins. Are there no wild animals in the forest? No fish in the rivers?" Ace inquired, puzzled. "The water in this country is tainted by waste. The sewage in the ocean is like poison for everyone, young and old," Tengu Mountain Fei Che explained. Before he could elaborate, Yu chimed in. "The animals drink the tainted water, and if humans consume those animals, it becomes poison to them. No wonder our journey has been so desolate. Animal carcasses are everywhere." Ace remarked somberly. That evening, Yu gazed at a table laden with unfamiliar dishes, her mouth watering. Ace served her rice, and laughter filled the air around the dinner table. After the meal, Tengu Mountain Fei Che went for a stroll, with Li Chu trailing behind, leaving only the two of them. Li Chu suddenly asked Tengu Mountain Fei Che, "Do you have a sword similar to the one called Kazuki Sukiyaki from Wano?" Li Chu produced the Qingfeng sword, aware that Tengu Mountain Fei Che was a former general of Wano and the father of Kazuki Oden. Tengu Mountain Fei Che was taken aback by the mention of his name, suspecting his identity might have been revealed. However, upon seeing the sword in Li Chu's hand, he understood. Taking the Qingfeng's sword, he exclaimed, "What a magnificent sword! I never expected to see such an extraordinary blade in my lifetime. I have seen it in the history of Wano. 800 years ago, a man wielding a sword brought our ancestors here, and thus Wano was established. It seems he left something behind for our ancestors to guard, to be given only to those who wield such swords." Li Chu was bewildered. Was he not the only one who had traversed time to this pirate world? Moreover, this man had come 800 years earlier, during the same era as Joy Boy, and could foresee that others would arrive in Wano? This enigma eluded Li Chu's understanding. Rubbing his temples, he decided to clarify what exactly had been left behind. "Is there any record of where that item is?" he hastily inquired. "Currently, that place is occupied by Kaido and guarded by the likes of Black Maria. I cannot go there. But if you take this, you will be able to unlock the Kazuki ancestral land. Find the first tombstone and dig it up. Within, there is a box. Place this object in the opening, and the box will open." Tengu Mountain Fei Che presented a jade pendant inscribed with the characters for Kazuki. "Goodness. It is my first time hearing someone ask another to excavate their ancestral grave. My eyes have truly been opened," Li Chu remarked, accepting the pendant. "Do you think I desire this? It is merely to fulfill the task entrusted to me, to safeguard this item. Who would willingly bury it in their ancestral land? Kaido has been desperately seeking to uncover my whereabouts," Tengu Mountain Fei Che retorted irritably. "You still have a mission?" Li Chu queried, perplexed. "That individual once said that when someone comes to retrieve that item, if Wano is under occupation, then liberation is near. Thus, it is crucial to protect this object. Our ancestors did not take it seriously, but now, with the prophecy manifesting, the people of Wano await your arrival with bated breath." Tengu Mountain Fei Che clasped Li Chu's hand. "What is going on? Who is this person? How does he know about the Pirate King and the arrival of other time travelers?" Li Chu and Appo's mind was in turmoil, unable to piece it all together. "Enough for now. Let us first obtain that item." Li Chu withdrew his hand from Tengu Mountain Fei Che's grasp. "I must return urgently. If you find Yamato and Wano, please send my regards." Ace hurriedly made his way to the dock. "What happened, Ace?" Li Chu attempted to stop him, but Ace had already vanished. Ayu also rushed out. Unable to find Ace. "He has gone back. What just transpired?" Li Chu patted Ayu and Appo's head. Ace took out a talking snail that seemed to say something about the 4th Division captain being killed by Teach, and then he rushed out, Ayu said, her eyes wide with innocence. "Blackbeard has struck again. It seems necessary to resolve some personal grievances after completing the system and Appo's tasks," Li Chu muttered under his breath. Chapter 33. The Prophecy of Wano. Li Chu stealthily infiltrated the flower capital, the most prosperous region of Wano, which serves as the heart of the nation and the residence of its rulers. The streets were alive with laughter and joy as villagers celebrated the courtesan parade. Perhaps the happiest day in all of Wano. A figure adorned in a kimono embroidered with peacocks, recognized as the foremost courtesan of Wano, walked gracefully in elevated wooden clocks, accompanied by several guards resembling black serpents. After the parade, they were to join the serpent in revelry and dance. Li Chu concealed himself within the crowd, observing intently as he followed the courtesan, Xiaozi, inching closer to the daimyo's mansion. The mansion was heavily guarded, and Li Chu sensed 4 ninjas lurking in the shadows, members of the Orochi's elite guard, Hans, Ri, Jin, and Raijin. As Li Chu contemplated a covert entry, Raijin detected his presence and alerted the others. In an instant, 4 figures lunged at him, throwing shuriken. Li Chu deftly deflected the shuriken with his Qifeng sword, but the noise attracted numerous guards. Channeling his conqueror's haki, he unleashed a force that sent lanterns flying, causing ordinary guards to collapse one after another. Raijin, with his striking white hair and red goggles, launched a shuriken crackling with electricity towards Li Chu. With a swift stroke of his sword, Li Chu sent the shuriken careening away, only to find Ri, with disheveled hair and a scroll in his mouth, attempting to ambush him. However, as Ri closed in, Li Chu executed a counterattack, swiftly dispatching him. The remaining 3 ninjas, witnessing Li Chu's formidable prowess, attempted to retreat to the mansion to report to Orochi. Yet, before they could turn, 3 blades of energy flew towards them, severing their heads and leaving their bodies to roll lifelessly upon the ground. The 4 ninjas of Orochi's elite guard could hardly comprehend why their reinforcements had not arrived despite their prolonged struggle. Perhaps Orochi believed in their capability to resolve the situation, remaining entranced by Xiaozi's dance. The sounds of battle had already alarmed Orochi, who dispatched Kai Shi to investigate, while he continued to dance and drink with the courtesan. However, upon witnessing Li Chu's strength, Kaisha chose not to engage, intending to weaken Orochi's power instead. After Li Chu vanquished the ninjas, Kaisha emerged from the mansion, pointing at Li Chu and boldly demanding, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in the daimyo's mansion and slay the general's subordinates?" With that, Kaisha charged at Li Chu, their blades clashing, sending shockwaves in all directions. Upon noticing Li Chu's unique sword, Kaisha declared, "You must be the one foretold in the prophecy. I am Kinemon, one of the red scabbards. I will withdraw for now, but tonight, I will seek you out. It is too complicated to explain now." He handed Li Chu a map. "Also, do not reveal this sword casually in Wano. The entire nation is aware of the prophecy." As Kinemon retreated, Li Chu struck him back with a single blow, sending him crashing against the wall, blood trickling from his mouth as he cried for help. An assassin is escaping. Confused yet resolute, Li Chu took to the skies on his sword, leaving the scene behind. He recognized Kin and Appos, Eamon as one of the red scabbards, but pondered why he had not been permitted entry into the mansion. Emerging from the mansion was a towering man, bald with long earlobes and a pronounced skull, sporting a lengthy, pointed black beard. He wore a purple kimono and an orange mantle adorned with the characters for ninja and shuriken designs. This man was Fukuro Kuju, the captain of Orochi's elite guard. Upon seeing Li Chu soaring above, he was taken aback, wondering if the prophecy was about to unfold. He hastily ordered his subordinates to assist Kaisha and the others. Upon discovering the fallen ninjas, their bodies strewn about, Fukuro Kuju seethed with rage and commanded the guard to pursue Li Chu. As they barreled through the streets, toppling anything in their path, they still could not catch up to him. Back at the mansion, Fukuro Kuju knelt before Orochi, reporting, "We failed to capture the assassin. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the one foretold, capable of flying upon his sword." Seated in the main hall was a formidable figure, broad-shouldered with a large head and mouth, seemingly bald with a square jaw. He wore a crown on his left and a topknot on his right, his purple hair cascading down his sides and back, accentuating his upward curled beard. Orochi, clad in a yellow kimono adorned with black crescent-shaped patterns and a black cloak with intricate designs, raised a goblet to toast with Xiaozi. Upon hearing Fukuro Kuju's report, he inquired, "Are you certain he aligns with the prophecy of the Kazuki clan?" "Indeed, my lord. We witnessed it ourselves, and he has slain the 4 ninjas, F-Ri, Raijin, F-Jin, and Hans," the remaining members of the elite guard affirmed. Upon hearing of the prophesied individual, Xiaozi trembled with excitement, her anticipation finally realized. To mask her exhilaration, she danced with even more fervor. Furious, Orochi smashed his goblet against the ground, exclaiming, "Useless fools! How could so many fail to capture a single person? After all the time I have invested in you, cannot any of you prove useful?" He ordered that they inform Kaido of the prophesied individual and Appos' appearance, urging him to increase patrols. Orochi then resumed his dance with Xiaozi. Meanwhile, on a strange island in Wano, a towering figure with long black hair and dragon-like horns, adorned with a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, sat upon a throne draped in animal skins. His imposing physique was partially bared, revealing an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen. Clad in loose green trousers with a purple cloak, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a demon. Holding a gourd marked with the character for heaven and wielding a spiked club, he commanded, "Jinbei, take men to the flower capital. Orochi claims the prophesied individual has appeared. Assess his strength. If he proves capable, summon me. It has been far too long since I have had a worthy challenge." The voice belonged to Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world. A well-built man, clad entirely in dark attire with a mask and goggles, entered the castle. His black, double-breasted coat bore skull motifs on the collar, and he was adorned with gloves, leaving no skin exposed, with decorative accessories on his arms and legs. He bore a long blade at his waist. "Lord Kaido," he addressed, "ready to serve." Chapter 34. Infiltrating the daimyo's manor, Li Chu arrived at the location marked on the map provided by Tsujuro, where he found Xiaozi already waiting with Tsujuro for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Chu, Xiaozi immediately knelt down and wept, pleading, "Benefactor, I implore you to save Wano country. I am willing to comply with any request. Please rise. How do you know that I am the one destined to save Wano?" Li Chu responded, "I merely passed through Wano, having heard of its renowned sword-forging history." He helped Kei Matsuhaiwa to her feet. "Your features, as well as the sword you wield, closely resemble the records of our ancestors," Kei Matsuhaiwa said, grasping Li Chu's hand. Tsujuro chimed in, The prophecy is indeed related to the records of our ancestors. Moreover, the sword in your possession is fundamentally different from those of Wayno. How am I to explain this? I can only say that a person wearing a straw hat may arrive in a few years. He is the true savior of Wayno, Li Chu said, rubbing his forehead. The time of the prophecy has not yet come. I have endured by Kaido's side for many years without haste, he continued. In the prophecy, you mentioned a person with a straw hat. How do you know of this? Sujiro was astonished. He had not even revealed the timing, yet Li Chu seemed to know. And he was aware of the straw hat as well. We have refrained from killing Kaido because the time of the prophecy has not arrived. We are uncertain whether his death would alter the prophecy, so we have deemed it unwise to act. Xiaozi wiped her tears. What then? Is your purpose in seeking me? I still wish to infiltrate the daimyo and Appo's manor and enter the Keimatsu ancestral land, Li Chu queried, puzzled. We can provide cover for you to enter the daimyo's manor, but ever since our grandfather disappeared, no one has been able to access the Keimatsu ancestral land. He vanished along with the key to our ancestral land. Without it, no one can enter, Keimatsu Haiwa explained, shaking her head. Do not worry about that. I possess a method to gain entry. However, how will you cover for me? The members of Kaido and Appo's retainers witnessed my face today. There is no way I could disguise myself as a servant to blend in, Li Chu replied helplessly. If you can enter the ancestral land, I can apprehend you. The question is whether you can handle the members of Kaido's retainers. Additionally, there is Kaido's own Maru, who possesses the barrier fruit ability. This is currently the only way to enter the daimyo and Appo's manor, Sujiro declared, tossing his punk hairstyle. There is another way. You can hide beneath my kimono. I shall take a step, and you shall follow, Keimatsu Haiwa suggested, her cheeks flushed. That will not work. The members of Kaido's retainers possess observation haki and can sense our presence. I must go along with Sujiro's plan, Li Chu concluded. You can apprehend me. And when we reach Kaido, I will find a way. Sujiro handed Li Chu a new map of the daimyo's manor. Tomorrow, you will create a commotion at the manor. I will come out to capture you. Cooperate well. Place a bag of blood on your back. I will slash through it without harming you. The next day, Li Chu followed the plan, wandering outside the daimyo's manor. As expected, the members of Kaido's retainers hiding in the shadows spotted him and rushed toward him. Sujiro was among them, having been assigned to the entrance to prevent Li Chu from re-entering after being injured the previous day. Li Chu skillfully battled the retainers, countering their moves effortlessly. Suddenly, Sujiro appeared behind him, striking with a blade that drew blood. Li Chu fell heavily to the ground. Well done, Kaiser. This is the person foretold in the prophecy, yet I see nothing remarkable about him. He wishes to infiltrate our daimyo's manor and ambush General Kaido? How amusing. Remarked a tall man with wild red hair, donning a horned helmet and a black-green kimono adorned with shuriken patterns. Let Kaiser take him back. We shall let the general deal with him, Fuker Suk commanded, pointing at the fallen Li Chu. Very well, I shall take him back. Kaiser replied with a sinister smile, as their plan unfolded further. However, Fuker Suk grew increasingly suspicious. He could not fathom why Li Chu had attempted to breach the daimyo's manor again after failing the previous day, knowing full well the heightened security. Did he have some scheme? He followed Kaiser to escort Li Chu. When Kaiser brought Li Chu to the place where Kaido often drank, Xiaozi was also present, as she frequently attended the general and Appo's banquets and had won his favor. General, this is the individual who sought to infiltrate the daimyo and Appo's manor yesterday. We have now captured him, Kaiser declared, tossing Li Chu to the ground. To the onlookers, Li Chu appeared bloodied and unconscious, presenting no threat whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Kaido became intrigued. Is this the person foretold in the prophecy? Is this all they can do? If you cannot even handle him, how do you expect to assassinate me? How laughable. As he spoke, he poured wine over Li Chu and Appo's face in an attempt to rouse him. Li Chu suddenly opened his eyes, startling Kaido, who stumbled backward. Li Chu drew his Qingfeng sword and struck at Kaido. Kaido raised his hands defensively, unable to meet Li Chu's gaze. Just as the blade was about to connect, a transparent square barrier manifested before Kaido. An elderly man with gray hair, holding a pipa, approached Kaido, forming a gesture with his fingers. He had previously blocked Keimatsu Waita and Appo's strike. This man was none other than the former barrier fruit user, Kaido and Appo's personal bodyguard, who ensured Kaido and Appo's safety at all times. Though appearing to be a frail old man, his strength was formidable. With the power of the fruit, he was the foremost warrior under Kaido, always safeguarding his life. Quickly. Seize him. Do not let him escape. Today I shall make sure he dies. Kaido shouted, pointing at Li Chu. Fukursuk and the members of Kaido's retainers charged at Li Chu, while Kaido's bodyguard created a powerful barrier to envelop Li Chu. Kaiser pretended to attack Li Chu with sword energy, but most of it was directed toward the members of Kaido's retainers, creating chaos for Li Chu to access the Keimutsu ancestral land. In the meantime, Kaido transformed into the eight-headed serpent, each head green, with the central head darker and exhibiting Kaido's characteristics, while the other 7 resembled dragons. Each head possessed its own consciousness, allowing Kaido to attack enemies from various angles and at different speeds. Li Chu seized the opportunity to unleash a sword energy aimed directly at Kaido's head. Not good, General. Kaido's bodyguard realized he could not react in time to block Li Chu's sword energy. The members of Kaido's retainers desperately attempted to intervene, but a figure emerged. Chapter 35, The Convergence of 10,000 Swords. The figure that appeared was none other than the foremost of the 3 calamities, known as the Flame Calamity, Jin. Wielding a colossal katana that effortlessly deflected Li Chu and Amp, Appo's sword energy. You possess commendable strength, little ghost. I shall indulge you in a game, he declared, flames licking at his form. Transcendence was suddenly filled with foreboding. He had not anticipated that Kaido would dispatch the Flame Calamity Jin. His plans were thrown into disarray, and he could only silently hope that Li Chu would manage to handle the situation on his own, while he reluctantly prepared to intervene, covertly, if necessary. With a flourish of his blade, Jin unleashed a fiery sword energy towards Li Chu, while members of the snake's minions stealthily hurled shurikens at him. Li Chu deftly evaded the shurikens, pivoting to counter Jin and Amp, Appo's attack with his own sword energy. The resultant flames scattered, igniting the fabrics and furniture within the room. Kurizumi Orochi was shielded by Kurizumi Semimuru, who ensured his escape alongside Kamurasaki. Only Jin and Li Chu remained amidst the flames, as the snake's minions escorted Orochi to safety. Have you come to the Wano country to seek the worthless artifacts of the Kazuki clan? Jin taunted, believing that Li Chu's intent was to acquire the mysterious treasures to enhance his power. Join the beast's pirates. We can provide you with what you desire, including a devil fruit. Jin was convinced that such an alliance would nullify the prophecy concerning Wano. Jin's demeanor was composed, exhibiting remarkable courage and intellect. He had dared to confront the Big Mom pirates alone to protect Wano and remained unwaveringly loyal to Kaido, always prioritizing his master's interests. Li Chu shook his head. You fail to comprehend. While strength is paramount, the beast's pirates, akin to refuse cast into the sea, are destined for ruin. Kaido believes he is born of nobility, indulging in the comforts of power while dragging the battlefield into his semblance of equality and freedom. Only war can determine the worth of humanity. Yet observe the grotesque denizens of Wano today. Upon hearing Li Chu's words, Jin ignited with fury, enveloping his sword in flames as he charged at Li Chu. No one is permitted to speak ill of Lord Kaido. Jin was a remnant of the Lunarians, a race capable of wielding flames, thought to have vanished from history. If reported to the world government, he would fetch a bounty of 100 million berries, as per Marco's accounts. They were the original inhabitants of the Holy Land before the celestial dragons. Jin had been a subject of experimentation under the world government in his youth until he encountered Kaido and chose to follow him, thus developing profound respect for his master. Li Chu retaliated fiercely, sending Jin crashing into the wall. The already burning structure succumbed to the impact, collapsing entirely. Fortuitously, Li Chu was positioned near the entrance, making a daring leap from the flames. The building crumbled under the fierce blaze, burying Jin within. A flurry of shurikens was launched towards Li Chu, accompanied by a barrier aimed to pin him against the wall. Li Chu began to gather swirling currents of energy around him, gradually shaping them into the form of a sword. I tire of this game. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness, he declared, as he pointed his sword skyward. A beam of light descended, accompanied by a multitude of swords that spiraled upward around the light. On Onigashima, a towering figure emerged, massive and formidable, with flowing black hair, resembling a dragon with long, horn-like protrusions and a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. Clad in a purple garment adorned with golden chains and dragon scale tattoos on his left arm, he exuded a demonic presence. Carrying a gourd inscribed with the character for heaven and wielding a spiked club, he stepped forth, exclaiming, "It seems there's more entertainment to be found here. I wonder how long you can amuse me. Best if you can kill me." Kaido lamented, tears streaming down his face. Kaido and Appo's temperament was notoriously capricious. He oscillated between sorrow and rage, reveling in alcohol and harboring a penchant for self-destruction. He found the world unbearably dull. desiring its obliteration and the commencement of a grand war. Witnessing this scene, the people of Wano clasped their hands in prayer, believing that divine intervention had arrived to deliver them from their plight. Meanwhile, Li Chu transformed his sword energy into tangible blades, effortlessly directing them toward Kurazumi Orochi and his followers. Kurazumi Semimaru quickly formed a protective gesture with his fingers, conjuring a barrier that blocked a portion of Li Chu's assault. Nevertheless, many samurai fell victim to Li Chu's onslaught, their bodies cleaved in two as structures around them crumbled under the strain. Members of the snake's minions had never beheld such devastation. They frantically sought cover, yet wherever they fled, they met either piercing or severing blows from the relentless barrage. Everyone, take refuge behind me. My barrier can withstand his onslaught, Kurazumi Semimaru urged, but the limited range of his shield left many exposed. Despite their haste, several members were wounded, some sustaining grievous injuries. Li Chu and Appo's convergence of swords claimed numerous lives among Kurazumi Orochi and Appo's ranks, leading to the collapse of many buildings within the domain. Yet, Kurazumi Orochi remained unscathed, thanks to Semimaru and Appo's protection. With a mocking tone, Orochi sneered, "Is this all you have? You wish to harm me? I expected the prophesied one to be formidable, yet here we are." Ha ha ha, the Kazuki clan clings to such prophecies, it and Appo's. No wonder I, Kurazumi Orochi, have overturned them. Li Chu, casting his Chi Feng sword skyward, transformed his sword energy into a colossal blade that materialized in the heavens. The people of Wano, upon witnessing this spectacle, fell to their knees, fervently bowing and chanting, "The sword of prophecy has appeared. Salvation is at hand." Many wept and laughed simultaneously. Within the depths of Onigashima and Appo's prison, inmates ceased their labor, directing their prayers toward the immense sword in the sky. Among them was a rotund figure, bald with sunglasses, sporting purple lips and a golden braid atop his head, with a mechanical prosthetic for his left arm and two golden mustaches adorning his face. He wore a black and white striped jumpsuit, his right arm bearing a tattoo of Queen and the emblem of the Beast's Pirates. Observing the prisoners and Appo's inactivity, he scolded, "Get back to work. Do you wish to forfeit your lives? Why are you kneeling?" Queen flicked the ash from his cigar, singeing the ground beneath him. No matter how he prodded, the prisoners remained unmoved, prompting Queen to ponder their unusual behavior. Upon turning his head, he noticed the cigar had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the ground. Chapter 36. The music resumes. The dance continues. What on earth is this? How did it come to be in Wano? I must call Kaido immediately. Someone, fetch my snail phone, quickly. At this moment, Quinn had no time to attend to the prisoners. He was eager to understand how this sword was forged. Meanwhile, Kaido, upon seeing Li Chu wielding the colossal sword, was overcome with excitement. Finally, someone capable of fighting. Ever since Kazuki Oden's demise, no one in Wano could match me. How dull. Transforming into a massive azure dragon, Kaido soared towards Li Chu. Those kneeling on the ground also beheld the azure dragon flying towards the flower capital. Recognizing it as Kaido, thunder roared and lightning flashed wherever Kaido passed. Kaido is making his move. Victory is certain. Let the music play and the dance continue. Quinn, accompanied by his subordinates, danced and sang in harmony with the melody. Li Chu pointed the giant sword directly at the barrier created by Kurazumi Semimaru, and with a thunderous impact, the barrier was pushed back several meters, though it remained unbroken. Just as Kurazumi Semimaru and Kurazumi Orochi were reveling in their moment. A loud crack echoed as the barrier split open where Li Chu had struck, and the enormous sword aimed for Kurazumi Orochi. Kurazumi Semimaru wrapped the barrier around his arm in an attempt to withstand Li Chu's blade, but it was futile. He was sent flying back. Crashing against the wall and coughing up blood, his head lolling to the side, he was finished. Meanwhile, far away in Rogue Town, a man sporting a grass-green rooster comb hairstyle, with a tattoo beneath his right eye and adorned with a nose ring, bore a ghastly visage. His chest was inked with a black, wing-like half-ring tattoo, and he donned a purple coat emblazoned with a skull and plaid trousers, a short dagger at his waist. He and his gang seized fruits from a nearby stall. Unbeknownst to him, the fruits in his hands began to exhibit strange patterns. He took a bite and exclaimed, "What kind of fruit is this? It and Appo's, as horrid. Smash his stall for selling me rotten fruit." As he gestured with his hand, the middle and index fingers overlapping, a barrier pushed forward from his position, sending the fruit stall flying. "Boss, it seems you have gained the powers of a devil fruit," one of his subordinates remarked. "Then hurry and help the old man fix his stall and compensate him." How could the old man possibly sell me rotten fruit? Bartolomeo retorted, slapping his subordinate on the head. After Li Chu dispatched Kurazumi Semimaru, the azure sword did not cease its assault, continuing towards Kurazumi Orochi until it severed one of his heads, sending it tumbling to the ground. Li Chu was aware that Kurazumi Orochi would not perish until all 8 heads were slain. He disregarded the feigning death of Kurazumi Orochi and advanced towards the Kazuki ancestral ground. Yet, barely a few steps in, a flaming stick flew from the collapsed building, reminding Li Chu of the threat posed by Ench Jin. His observation haki sensed danger, and he turned just in time to see the stick hurtling towards him. Employing Sabo and Amp, Appo's Dragon Claw technique, he bent his index and middle fingers together while separating the ring and middle fingers, curling the ring and pinky fingers, and slightly bending his thumb, forming a pose akin to 3 dragon claws. He grasped the flaming stick, which splintered upon contact, only to be followed by a fire dragon, a result of Jin enveloping his katana in flames and unleashing a dragon-shaped fire projectile, scorching hot like lava. Li Chu commanded several swords to strike the incoming fire dragon, causing it to disperse, though the swords were formed. Jin unleashed Fire Dragon Emperor, this time summoning a significantly larger fire dragon, its power greatly enhanced. Li Chu orchestrated dozens of swords to release sword energy techniques, resulting in a clash with the fire dragon, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Jin charged forth. Li Chu utilized his left hand to grasp Jin and Amp, Appo's mask while parrying Jin and Amp, Appo's attack with his sword. When Jin and Amp, Appo's mask shattered, it revealed a strikingly handsome man with a serious demeanor, white hair, brown skin, and black wings, adorned with floral tattoos around his left eye, characteristics of the Lunaria clan. Though not as handsome as I am, you are rather dashing. Why do you always wear a mask? Li Chu inquired. Jin remained silent, loathing to reveal his true appearance. He then transformed into a toothless winged dragon, flames continuing to flicker around him. As a member of the Lunaria clan, Jin could generate flames from his body. Whether in human form or as a winged dragon, his body always ablaze. The flames possessed offensive capabilities. When they dissipated, his speed would significantly increase, albeit at the cost of his defense. Jin soared into the sky, diving at breakneck speed towards Li Chu, unleashing a ferocious assault. Li Chu formed a protective array of swords around himself. Jin's Danbao Emperor could not inflict damage upon him, so he employed the Weasel's Pride technique, pulling his head back like a slingshot before releasing a powerful shockwave. Li Chu could barely react. Despite his foresight through observation haki, he was struck on the left arm. It was indeed as powerful as Zaro had described, like a laser beam, nearly impossible to defend against. Li Chu, unwilling to waste time, knew that his fusion of man and sword had a time limit. If he did not hasten, he would not reach the Kazuki ancestral ground, rendering his efforts here futile. He hurled the azure sword towards Jin, and peculiar symbols began to materialize around him. Jin swung his katana at the azure sword, but it remained unmoved. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Jin attempted to flee, yet the azure sword pursued him relentlessly, leaving him no escape. He sensed the sword and Appo's imposing aura, knowing it could end his life with a single strike. Soon, the symbols of the Excalibur sword formation filled the air, and with a wave of his hand, Li Chu guided the azure sword downwards. As it neared Jin's body, he felt the impending approach of death. Forgive me, Kaido. It seems I will not return this time. Jin closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged, seizing the azure sword and driving it into his towering frame. Ha ha ha, what a delightful sensation. It has been so long since I felt this way. Finally, someone has managed to wound me. A hearty voice boomed. Jin opened his eyes in shock. It was indeed the figure he had envisioned, Kaido. Chapter 37. Fierce battle with Kaido as the azure blade pierced Kaido and Appo's body. An unsettling sensation washed over him. Unlike previous injuries that healed swiftly, this wound not only throbbed with pain but also bled profusely, resisting his powers of recovery. Little brat, your sword has captivated me. Come. Pierce my body and bring about my demise, Kaido bellowed, chuckling heartily while gazing at the still somewhat diminutive Li Chu. At merely 15 years of age, Li Chu had 2 years remaining before Luffy set sail, yet his physique belied his youth. Daily training tasks issued by the system had honed his body into a formidable weapon. As Jin contemplated attacking Li Chu again, Kaido raised a hand to halt him, saying, "No need for you to intervene, merely observe. It has been ages since I found an opponent worthy of my strength, and my hands are itching for action." Kaido was easygoing and unconcerned with trifles. Even when his subordinates spoke back, he paid it no mind, readily accepting requests to drink with Sasaki. And he bore no grudge against those who fell before him. His body began to manifest scales, with blue luminescence emanating from his arms. And dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. This was his hybrid form, a perfect equilibrium of human agility and beastly ferocity, making it ideally suited for combat. With astonishing speed, Kaido wielded his kanabo, crackling with lightning, and charged directly at Li Chu with immense power. Thunder Bagua! He roared, swinging the heavy club. Li Chu summoned the azure blade back to his grasp, deflecting Kaido and Appo's assault. The ensuing chaos sent Li Chu hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before he managed to plant his sword into the earth to halt his momentum, only to collide with a wall. Barely coming to a stop, the location where Li Chu and Kaido had clashed now bore a massive crater. Emerging from the smoke, Kaido challenged, "Come on. Show me your true strength. This is utterly dull." Li Chu raised his hand and shouted, "Sword, come." The azure blade soared from the ground, racing to Li Chu's grasp. He pointed it skyward, and dark clouds gathered, forming a radiant pillar of light around which numerous swords spiraled. Directing the azure blade at Kaido, the surrounding swords surged forth, aimed directly at him. As Li Chu propelled the azure blade forward, he cried out, "All swords unite." The azure blade began to merge with the other swords, growing to an immense size. In response, Kaido, far from intimidated, erupted with excitement. "Excellent! I have longed to test the power of this move since my time on Onigashima." Daiwato, Thunder Bagua. Kaido enveloped his kanabo with Conqueror's Haki and swung it skyward with incredible speed to meet the oncoming giant azure blade. This attack was a reinforced version of one of the Four Emperors and Appo's signature moves. Upon collision, the force unleashed a shockwave that sent debris flying, uprooting houses and scattering stones into the air. "General Orochi, run. Don't lie there. If this continues, their battle will annihilate us." Kurizumi Orochi lay on the ground as Kin and Appo's Eamon prodded him with his sword. "Stop. If they Haven and Appo's T killed me, you certainly won and Appo's T." Orochi lifted a hand in protest. Jin stood beside Kaido, nearly swept away by the overwhelming force. The two still faced off, flashes of lightning erupting at their point of contact, creating massive fissures in the ground as chaotic energy lashed out, demolishing rooftops and sending debris skyward. The sword energy, akin to the lightning, indiscriminately sliced through houses and the guards of the daimyo, while villagers outside the daimyo's estate fled in terror from the falling timber and stones, with many being swept away by the gale. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was attending to routine matters when the transponder snail began to ring incessantly. "Moshi Moshi. This is Sengoku. What is it?" Sengoku, in Kaido and Appo's territory in Wano, the enigmatic sword saint is engaged in combat with Kaido. And it appears Kaido is the stronger of the two. A Marine undercover agent within the Beast Pirates reports this. "What? You mean Li Chu has gone mad and is fighting Kaido? But the Gorosei have ordered us not to intervene in Li Chu and Appo's affairs. Keep an eye on the situation and report back if anything arises." Sengoku yearned to seize this chaotic moment to strike the Beast Pirates, who posed the greatest threat. The other three emperors generally maintained a standoffish relationship with the world government and seldom acted. However, the Beast Pirates attacked the Marines on sight and captured nobles as slaves without regard for the world government, making them a unique menace. At this moment, on an island, the red-haired pirates were celebrating with drinks. Lucky Roo, holding a newspaper, pointed to Li Chu's image and exclaimed, "Look at how fierce this kid is. He's boldly stormed into Wano and is clashing with Kaido, a feat even our captain wouldn't dare attempt." Shanks snatched the newspaper, his expression urgent. "What is that little brat thinking? Why venture into Wano? Captain, is something wrong?" The paper mentions that Li Chu is trading blows with Kaido, surely. He wanted Appo's T come to harm? Lucky Roo munched on roasted meat. "Udon and Appo's T understand. Sigh, let him make his own choices. It and Appo's best he stays away from there. The world government will not take kindly to his actions," Shanks remarked, gazing at the sky. Simultaneously, the transponder snail on the table of the Gorosei rang, and Marcus Mars took it and placed it on the table. "Gorosei, I have discovered that Kaido is currently battling Li Chu in Wano. You instructed me to follow Li Chu, who has ventured into Wano, seemingly in search of something. They are fighting within the daimyo and Appo's estate and flower capital." On the opposite side of Wano, a figure resembling a white-masked man reported to the Gorosei. His eyes, one black and one white, bore a scar over the right. and he donned robotic ear coverings, a light beard, a white top hat adorned with blue polka dots, and a white long coat over a double-breasted suit, complete with a dark tie and a medal on his chest. Understood. We await further orders, Marcus Mars concluded, ending the call. The four Gorosei, each drenched in sweat, understood the gravity of Li Chu and Appo's quest in Wano. Their concern did not solely stem from the possibility of Li Chu finding what he sought, but rather from the fear of him uncovering what he should not see. The poneglyphs were crafted by the Kazuki clan of Wano, with a backup residing in the ancestral land of the Kazuki. Kaido and Appo's prolonged dominion over Wano was a deliberate effort to conceal this location, as he himself could not obtain it. If the world government were to overtly protect it, suspicion would arise. Thus, they allowed Kaido to maintain control. The history inscribed within that poneglyph dated back 800 years. Chapter 38. Kaido's flirtation with Li Chu. Kaido and Li Chu remained locked in confrontation. Yet Li Chu and Appo's immense Qing Feng sword began to flicker into visibility, signaling the imminent union of man and sword. With a forceful strike, Kaido dissipated the sword, restoring it to its original form, sending it flying away. I Haven and Appo's had a good fight in ages. Today brings me genuine joy. Join my beast pirates, Kaido proclaimed, raising a jug of liquor to his lips. Such was Kaido's appreciation for talent. He relished in recruiting formidable warriors and welcomed anyone aspiring to be his subordinate. Though he appeared emotional, he maintained a rational demeanor. In the original narrative, he sought to recruit powerful adversaries like Ashura Doji, Luffy, and Eustace Kid, disregarding past grievances. He also held respect for strong opponents, detesting any interference in his battles, yearning for a fair contest with worthy foes. Li Chu waved his hand, summoning the Qing Feng sword back to him. Kaido, unperturbed, responded, "Then let us engage in a proper fight. I hope you can kill me, ha ha ha." As a pirate, Kaido had faced defeat 7 times, been captured by the Navy and the 4 emperors 18 times, and endured over 1,000 tortures, receiving 40 death sentences. Even in the face of execution, he would break free from the noose, shatter the guillotine, and withstand the piercing of long spears, which would invariably snap instead. He had sunk 9 colossal prison ships, and no one had ever succeeded in killing him, not even Kaido himself. Thus, the prospect of Li Chu piercing his body and rendering him unable to recover filled him with anticipation. Finally, someone might be able to slay him. After finishing the liquor, Kaido wiped his mouth, morphing his body into a dragon, a colossal azure dragon that soared through the skies. He possessed dominion over fire, wind, thunder, and clouds, transforming into a mythical dragon capable of unleashing cataclysmic attacks. Kaido exhaled scorching breath, which could reach several kilometers, annihilating countless structures in an instant. Li Chu observed the inebriated Kaido, now teetering on the brink of madness. He longed to escape the battle and head to the Kazuki homeland. However, Kaido interrupted his thoughts, demanding, "Where do you think you're going? Stay and fight with me first." With a roar reminiscent of a beast, Kaido summoned thunderous clouds, spinning his body to whip up potent winds, generating multiple tornadoes that wreaked havoc. Villagers from Flower Capital fled for miles, leaving only desolate structures in Kaido and Appo's wake. Using his observation haki and the Qi Feng sword, Li Chu evaded Kaido and Appo's tornadoes. At that moment, he realized he was no match for Kaido, especially since he had already utilized the Man-Sword Union, leaving him with scant opportunities to contend against Kaido. He sought to flee, but Kaido's eyes glowed crimson, a clear indication of his bloodthirsty state induced by intoxication, which excited him for carnage. Kaido grasped the flame clouds he had conjured, floating through the air. He enveloped the Daimy's estate, causing everything around him to levitate. Witnessing this, Li Chu leaped from the sky, soaring on his sword towards the Kazuki homeland. Kaido, noticing Li Chu's reluctance to engage, unleashed a torrent of flames until he conjured a massive fire dragon enveloping his form, incinerating anything it touched. The enormous fire dragon surged forth, melting the Daimy's island as it pursued Li Chu. In a desperate bid, Li Chu, risking exhaustion, activated the Man-Sword Union once more, only to be met with a warning from the system. The cooldown for the Man-Sword Union has not yet completed, forcing it will result in a 2.5-year exhaustion. Despite the impending danger, Li Chu saw the fire dragon drawing near and did not hesitate to unleash the Union. Instantly, he felt invigorated, his energy replenished, and his sword began to revive. Meanwhile, in a castle, the 5 elders knelt, awaiting a visitor. The sound of high heels echoed from behind the throne, revealing, "I'm seated regally. We have arranged for someone to track Li Chu," one reported. He appears to be searching for something in Wano, perhaps the Kazuki clan's mysterious treasure, or something pertaining to the historical texts from 800 years ago. Should we intervene? Asked Izambaron V. Nejuro, and murmured to herself, things are slipping beyond our control. How unruly they are. I had hoped to wait until you grew up to play with you too, but now it seems that opportunity is lost. The events of 800 years ago must remain concealed. The five elders remained silent, and Im addressed Izambaron V. Nejuro, you shall journey to Wano. I trust you understand your mission without further elaboration. Yes, understood. I will ensure the task is completed, Izambaron V. Nejuro replied, his head bowed. Very well, you may leave. Im concluded, retreating into her chamber. Emerging from the castle, Izambaron V. Nejuro soared towards Wano, capable of reaching the destination in just 15 minutes. Within Im and Appo's room lay a large stone straw hat and a sword beside it. She caressed the sword, whispering, I truly hope you grow stronger. It has been far too long since I last fought with you. What a pity. I wonder if the next millennium will offer another chance for a duel. Meanwhile, Li Chu remained unaware that Im had dispatched the five elders to confront him, still engaged in battle with Kaido. He commanded thousands of swords, forming a river of blades to counter the fire dragon. As the fire dragon collided with the river of swords, an immense gust of wind erupted, scattering trees and houses in its wake. The fiery tempest incinerated everything it touched. Seeing Li Chu no longer fleeing, Kaido initiated combat, intoxicated and playful, even throwing flirtatious glances at Li Chu. The alluring demeanor was nearly too much for Li Chu to bear, fearing that a mere gaze could lead to an explosion. Chapter 39. The arrival of the five elders. As Kaido noticed that Li Chu had disregarded him, his expression began to shift once more. In a drunken stupor, he wept bitterly, spiraling into self-reproach and lamenting his sorrows, ultimately reverting to his beastly form. Kaido and Appo's fighting style was characterized by his inebriated state, during which his strength would amplify, rendering him capricious in temperament. His drunken states included despondency, tears, rage, petulance, thievery of techniques, and bloodlust. Leaping into the air, Kaido whirled his iron staff, enveloping it with Conqueror and Appo's haki, and descended upon Li Chu with a ferocious strike, slamming him to the ground and generating shockwaves that fractured the earth. This was one of Kaido's four renowned techniques, falling of the three realms, inducing the abyss. Caught off guard by Kaido's sudden assault, Li Chu found himself kneeling on one leg, the ground around him splintering into a web-like pattern. He tasted blood in his throat and spat it out, relying on his Chi Feng sword to brace against Kaido and Appo's spiked club. Kaido raised his weapon again, intent on striking Li Chu, who seized the moment to roll away, evading the blow. Kaido's attack struck the ground, sending dust and black lightning spiraling into the air. Li Chu manipulated the sword energy surrounding him, coalescing it into a colossal sword, then utilized the Chi Feng sword as the focal point to weave a grand formation in the sky. This was a newfound skill of Li Chu, establishing the Zhu Xian sword formation within the colossal sword. Kaido, exhilarated by the sight of the giant sword and the enigmatic formation, took another swig from his wine flask. Suddenly, black lightning crackled around him as he bellowed, drunken thunder, inducing the abyss. In this inebriated state, he combined his Conqueror's haki with lightning, striking fiercely at his opponent with greater ferocity than before. The clash of the colossal sword and Kaido's iron staff sent torrents of air rushing outward, accompanied by black lightning and countless golden sword energies. Kaido laughed heartily, proclaiming, "It has been ages since I've enjoyed a fight this much. Let the storm intensify." His grip tightened around the spiked club, the veins on his arms bulging. Li Chu gritted his teeth, channeling all his inner strength to control the immense Chi Feng sword. The two remained locked in a standoff, as the alcohol within Kaido began to evaporate with sweat, gradually restoring his clarity and diminishing his power. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chu unleashed a sudden surge of strength, sending Kaido and Appo's spiked club flying. The enormous Chi Feng sword lunged directly at Kaido. As the blade approached, Kaido felt the chilling breath of death for the first time. Just as Li Chu believed he would land a decisive blow, a figure appeared beside him, startling him. His observation haki failed to sense this individual, indicating that their speed had reached an extraordinary level, surpassing even Rayleigh, who had once trained him. In an instant, the figure drew a sword with remarkable swiftness and slashed at Li Chu, preoccupied with controlling the Chi Feng sword. Li Chu had no chance to defend himself and was sent sprawling. Kaido, lost in thoughts of the consequences of being struck by Li Chu and Apos' sword. Witnessed a figure dart past him at incredible speed, crashing into a pile of rubble with a resounding boom. The Qingfeng's sword followed suit, narrowly missing Kaido as it impaled the ground beside him. Kaido, wishing to let the sword pierce his body, realized it was not swift enough. With a scowl, Kaido roared, "Who dares to disrupt our duel?" His beastly roar echoed like thunder. He soon understood that the figure that had just flown away was none other than Li Chu. Turning his gaze toward Li Chu's previous location, he beheld a bald man clad in a white robe, exuding an intimidating presence, wielding a katana and wiping the blood from it with a cloth. Muttering to himself, "Is this all there is? Why does Lord M care so much? Even with another 100 years, I would not fear. Alas, Lord M wishes for his demise. What can I do?" Unbeknownst to Kaido, this man was none other than the formidable Saint Isho Baron V. Nejuro, one of the 5 elders of the world government. In a fit of rage, Kaido downed the remaining wine in his flask, feeling his momentum surge as the surrounding lightning crackled with renewed vigor. In a flash, Kaido dove forward, creating a massive crater in the ground, enveloping his iron staff with Conqueror and Amp, Apos' haki, and swiftly swinging it to create multiple afterimages of his spiked club, attacking Saint Isho. The sound of clashing metal resonated as Saint Isho effortlessly deflected each strike with his katana, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. Lamenting the filth of the creatures and the air around him, Kaido's fury escalated, enraged that this unknown bald man had interrupted his battle with Li Chu. Ignoring him, Kaido continued his assault, wrapping Conqueror's haki around his weapon and attacking at breakneck speed. Saint Isho, his arms and blade now imbued with Conqueror's haki, countered Kaido's strike with a single blow, declaring, "I have no desire to engage with filthy creatures like you. I have more pressing matters to attend to. I feel ill in this sordid place." He then unleashed a golden wave of sword energy. Kaido attempted to block the sword energy with his spiked club, but was sent staggering backward, leaving deep scratches in the ground. He could not comprehend the presence of such a formidable opponent, one he had never encountered before. Ah, so this is the might of the strongest being. To think he could withstand my assault. Alas, his mutation is of no use, Kaido mused. Saint Isho unleashed an even more powerful wave of sword energy toward Kaido. As the energy hurtled toward him, Kaido gripped his spiked club tightly, veins bulging, as it crackled with electricity. He retaliated against Saint Isho and Amp, Apos' sword energy, with a resounding explosion. The impact sent clouds of dust soaring, forming a swirling vortex. A colossal figure emerged from the dust, crashing into a dilapidated building. Jean hurried over, exclaiming, "Lord Kaido, are you all right?" Supporting Kaido, Jean swiftly transformed into his toothless dragon form, eager to assist Kaido in confronting Saint Isho. However, Kaido restrained him, fully aware that the two of them were no match for the bald man before them. Should this figure harbor intentions of malice, Kaido resolved to risk his life, urging Jean to escape and lead the beast pirates away from Wano. As Saint Isho strode through the air, Kaido and Jean prepared for battle. Yet, Saint Isho paid them no mind, continuing past them toward the spot where Li Chu had been sent flying. Chapter 40. Has Li Chu perished? Invincible and V. Nasu Langxing approached the pile of rubble into which Li Chu had plunged. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of energy from his katana, intending to cleave through the stones. Contrary to his expectations, no blood flowed from the shattered remnants, even after he reduced the stones to mere fragments. Not a single hair of Li Chu and Apos' was found. Infuriated, Invincible and V. Nasu Langxing contemplated redirecting his wrath towards Kaido, considering a direct strike against him. However, he soon noticed a pool of blood on the ground, realizing that Li Chu could not have fled far, as he had been wounded by his own blade. Without delay, Invincible and V. Nasu Langxing took to the air, searching for Li Chu's figure. Should Li Chu reach the land of the Kazuki, it would pose a significant threat. For that place was safeguarded by a unique protective array, impervious even to Lady Emo. Without the Kazuki token, entry was impossible. It was learned from Jernica that Li Chu had somehow obtained the Kazuki token. Meanwhile, Li Chu was frantically fleeing through a dilapidated building. He pulled out the map given to him by Tsunjiro, but it proved futile, as the terrain had drastically changed due to the battle with Kaido. Suddenly, a wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a hand enveloped in haki burst through, delivering a powerful blow to Li Chu's midsection. He was sent flying, crashing through several walls, while Invincible and V. Nasu Langxing unleashed another golden blade of energy towards the direction where Li Chu had been hurled. "Where do you think you and Apos Rerunning, little brat. Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng taunted, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he demolished the wall before him. Li Chu. Bleeding profusely from Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng's strikes, lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, the Kazuki pendant emanated a brilliant golden light, enveloping Li Chu in its radiance, which was blinding to Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng as he approached. He quickly shielded his eyes, and when the light dissipated, all that remained where Li Chu had lain was a pool of blood. He had vanished without a trace. Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng advanced to inspect the area, frantically slashing at the ground with his katana. No matter how fiercely he struck, Li Chu and Appo's presence eluded him entirely. Recognizing that Li Chu had indeed entered the ancestral grounds of the Kazuki clan, he returned to seek out Kaido, commanding him to scour the earth for Li Chu, regardless of whether he was alive or dead. Kaido, initially reluctant to heed Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng's orders, felt the palpable aura of death emanating from him, a far more profound sense than that of combat. At that moment, Li Chu found himself transported to an unknown realm, where a corridor adorned with intricate murals and inscriptions lay before him. At the end of the passage stood a stone table, upon which rested a katana and a mysterious sphere of light hovering in the air. The sphere approached Li Chu, and though he attempted to raise his hand in defense, he found himself devoid of any energy, his consciousness beginning to fade. The sphere merged with his Chi Feng sword. Li Chu retained a flicker of awareness as he heard the system and Amp, Appo's voice announce, "Ding." Due to the host and Amp, Appo's depleted inner strength and severe injuries, nearing death, the system initiates automatic recovery mode. Duration, 2.5 years. Meanwhile, Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng lingered in Wano for 2.5 months, reluctant to depart until Kaido's subordinates unearthed the river beneath the ground. Kaido clenched his fists, troubled by the thought of a mysterious figure overpowering him. If word spread, how could he maintain his reputation as one of the 4 emperors? Thus, he commenced an intense training regimen. Upon returning to Lady Imu and Appo's castle, Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng hesitated to enter until a commanding voice resonated from within. "Does Mahatma Gandhi still wish for me to personally invite you in?" Terrified, Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng fell to his knees, unable to speak, knowing he had failed to complete the task assigned by Lady Imu. Crawling into the castle, he dared not raise his gaze. "I instructed you to eliminate a target, yet you return after 2 months claiming failure. Why have you come back?" Lady Imu's voice was chillingly calm. Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng remained silent, kneeling before her. The other 5 elders, sensing his plight, interjected, "Lady Imu, he did his utmost. Considering the time elapsed, Li Chu should be beyond survival." "Silence. This is none of your concern. Do not forget who granted you your positions. Speak another word, and you shall face the consequences," Lady Imu retorted, her fury palpable. The elders fell silent once more. Lady Imu continued, "Mahatma Gandhi may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment cannot be evaded." She raised her hand, sending an energy sphere toward Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng. The sphere penetrated his body, exploding from within and shattering his organs. Overwhelmed by pain, he fainted, while the remaining elders stood frozen, fearful of incurring Lady Imu and Amp, Appo's wrath. "Take him away. He shall report here daily from now on," Lady Imu commanded, retreating to the chamber adorned with the straw hat and sword. Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng lay bleeding, as the other 4 elders dragged him away. They were unconcerned about his demise, knowing his remarkable regenerative abilities would see him recover within a day. Yet none wished to endure such agony. Lady Imu gazed at the straw hat and the shattered sword, murmuring, "It appears this trial will not be easily overcome. I hope this straw hat endures." Meanwhile, news of the events in Wano spread across the globe, recounting the duel between the enigmatic swordsman and the formidable Kaido, interrupted by an unknown mysterious figure, resulting in the swordsman and Amp, Appo's demise. Morgan aspired to feature the moment of Izambel and V. Nasu Lang Sheng and Amp, Appo's ambush on Li Chu as the cover image, but the world government suppressed it. In a hotel on Sabaody Archipelago, questions arose about the identity of this strange swordsman. Who is he? I've never heard of anyone capable of challenging Kaido, and now he is dead. I heard Kaido was injured by that strange swordsman. Had the mysterious figure not intervened, Kaido might have perished. One exclaimed, gesturing towards a poster. An elderly man with white hair and beard slammed his liquor bottle onto the front desk, startling those nearby. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he scolded. Just as he finished his sentence, a foot appeared before him, sending him flying with a resounding crash. Rayleigh picked up the newspaper, disbelief etched on his face. This cannot be. What has that rascal Shanks done? Li Chu, whom Rayleigh considered a half-disciple, had suddenly perished after 2 years apart. Who wouldn't feel anguish? Chapter 41. Razy Lu, everything is fine, Captain. Your arm is not resting on Li Chu, Razy Lu exclaimed as he hurried over, his portly frame jiggling. Captain, something's wrong. Suddenly, Razy Lu stumbled over a tree root, prompting a chorus of laughter from the members of the red-haired pirates. Shanks, however, wore a grim expression. What's the matter? I'm perfectly fine. Not at all. Look at this newspaper. Razy Lu insisted, scrambling to his feet and handing the paper to Shanks. As Shanks held the newspaper, it felt as heavy as a boulder, and he struggled to maintain his grip. The most dreaded news had come to pass. It was something he should have intervened in. His hand fell limply to his side. Captain, is there something significant happening? One of the core members of the red-haired pirates inquired. Shanks remained silent, taking a swig from his drink while gazing into the distance. The crew pressed Razy Lu for answers. What does it say? Why is the captain like this? Razy Lu, dejected, gnawed on a piece of roasted meat without uttering a word. Shanks then passed the newspaper around, and as each member read it, their spirits plummeted, filling the atmosphere with a sense of despair. Razy Lu erected a makeshift grave on the island, inscribed with the words, "The tomb of the Erie swordsman Li Chu, 1518. He laid his favorite roasted meat on the ground, while Shanks poured out a drink in tribute. Well, death is an inevitable part of the seas. The journey ahead remains long, Shanks addressed his crew. Razy Lu muttered sulkily, Li Chu was and amp, Oppos, to your burden. If it were Luffy, would you not rush to save him? Before he could finish, Shanks kicked him, sending him crashing into a tree. Previously, Razy Lu had suggested rescuing Li Chu, but Shanks had denied that notion, believing Li Chu would survive his battle with Kaido. However, Shanks had underestimated the situation, failing to foresee that even the Gorosei would intervene personally. After a moment of silence for their fallen comrade, the red-haired pirates turned to leave. Get me down. My belly is stuck on this branch, Razy Lu complained. But his crewmates paid him no heed. If Li Chu were here, he would never abandon me, he lamented sarcastically. Shanks drew his sword and unleashed a gust of sword energy, slicing near Razy Lu, who fell to the ground with a thud. Do you wish to lose another crew member? You almost got me. Razy Lu dusted himself off. Li Chu would have rescued you from that tree, Shanks remarked as he led the way. Meanwhile, Ace, pursuing Blackbeard at sea, spotted the same newspaper and redirected his ship towards Wano. He refused to believe that Li Chu had perished so easily. After all, he had once struggled against Li Chu in battle. Days later, upon arriving in Wano, Ace sought out Tanguayama Hitetsu, the only person who might have had news of Li Chu. As he approached the familiar bamboo grove, Au rushed towards him. Ace managed a strained smile. Au, is it true about Li Chu? Ace, Li Chu, he has gone, Au sobbed, recalling how Li Chu had shared his first meal with her. Come inside. I have something to tell you, came a heavy voice from Tanguayama Hitetsu. Entering the treehouse, Ace was taken aback by Hitetsu's disheveled appearance, reeking of alcohol. Hitetsu felt responsible for Li Chu's fate, regretting having given him the Kazuki Poneglyph. He believed he had doomed the prophesied savior of Wano. Ace sat quietly while Au remained silent, fearful of speaking since Li Chu and Amp, Oppos, demise. Hitetsu, taking another swig from his flask, began recounting the events of that fateful day when Li Chu had accompanied him, revealing that he had told Li Chu he was the prophesied one of Wano. It and Amp, Oppos, it's all my fault. I killed the chosen one, he lamented, omitting the mention of the Kazuki family. It's not your fault. In the world of sailing, death is a certainty. Don't dwell on it too much. Au still needs you, Ace urged as he prepared to leave, seeking to explore the flower capital. Ace, will you return? Au called after him. Ace gently tousled her hair. Of course. When you grow up to be a great ninja, I shall return. Once again alone, Ace navigated his surfboard through the rivers of Wano without a map. Drifting aimlessly, he unexpectedly found himself in a canyon, where a pavilion awaited him. Just as he intended to rest, a figure adorned with a mask and wielding a kanabo charged at him. Ace narrowly dodged, catching sight of his assailant, a tall individual with long, color-shifting hair, transitioning from white to green, then blue. Sporting a middle-part hairstyle, the hair cascaded down to chest level, while 2 red demon horns adorned their head. The hair was tied into a ponytail with orange hairpins, and they wore golden earrings, a snug white sleeveless kimono patterned with blue flowers, and a red skirt. Barefoot in red wooden sandals, with handcuffs on their wrists. Before Ace could react, the Kanabo struck him, sending him flying. After an ensuing scuffle, they introduced themselves and soon found camaraderie over drinks. Where is this place? Which way to the flower capital? Ace inquired. This is Onigashima, my secret base. The flower capital is currently under heavy guard due to recent conflicts and is not accessible, the individual explained. I have a friend who fought with the Eerie Swordsman, and I refuse to believe he has died so simply. I intend to search for him, Ace replied, continuing to drink. There and Appos, no point in searching. I've heard the Eerie Swordsman has gone missing, with his fate unknown. They've been digging at the daimyo's estate for days without success. And rumors of his death have begun to circulate, though he may still be alive, the individual pondered. Understood, thank you, Ace acknowledged, although he felt a glimmer of hope. The realization that so many others had failed to find Li Chu weighed heavily on him, as he prepared to bid farewell and continue his pursuit of Blackbeard. The individual called out to him. Leave me a strand of hair or a nail, they requested. Ace complied, and after a brief wait, the individual returned with a piece of paper. Ace, this is a life paper. As long as you live and are nearby, it will guide me to you, they explained. Tearing a corner of the paper and holding it, watching it flutter towards Ace as if it had a life of its own. Thank you. I shall take my leave now, Ace said, accepting the life paper and bidding farewell. Goodbye, Ace. I await your return, along with Luffy, to take me away from here. They called after him, having learned of Luffy through Ace's conversations. Chapter 42. Luffy set sail in the tranquil village of Kokoyashi. A cross stood solemnly atop Liao Wanya, where Nami wept bitterly, clutching a newspaper. Beside her, two others embraced in sorrow, while the villagers bowed their heads in silent mourning. For Li Chu had once made significant contributions to Kokoyashi. A pirate ship docked at the harbor, and a group of fishmen disembarked. The last to step down was Arlong. Cackling with malevolence, that little brat is finally dead. After waiting so long, I can return for vengeance. He ordered his men to gather the villagers immediately. Upon hearing of Li Chu and Appos' demise, Arlong hastily returned to Kokoyashi to avenge the grudge of years past. The fishmen swiftly obeyed his command, entering the village in an orderly fashion. Searching the villagers and Appos' homes yielded no one, until they finally spotted a group at Liao Wangya. Armed with weapons, they surrounded the villagers. Upon noticing the commotion, the villagers turned, seeing the armed fishmen approach. They cried out in alarm, "Pirates! Pirates!" The villagers hastily retreated, while only a Jin pushed forward. And Bairumii, wiping her tears, also pressed ahead. A Jin, seeing the fishmen brandishing knives and guns, inquired, "What do you want?" The fishmen replied, "Our boss wants to invite you to the dock for a gathering." With guns pointed at a Jin, they warned, "We will go with you. Do not fire." Bairumii finally squeezed through the panicked crowd, only to find a Jin threatened by the fishmen. Reluctantly, the villagers cooperated and proceeded to the dock, where Arlong awaited them. Long time no see. I wonder if you all still remember me, he grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. ISN and Appos, see that Arlong? Why has he returned to Kokoyashi? The villagers were filled with dread, recalling how Li Chu had once driven them away. Panic spread among them as they realized Arlong and Appos' return meant trouble. Silence. Speak another word, and I'll feed you to the fishes, Arlong bellowed, silencing the crowd. Seeing the villagers subdued, he continued, I have merely come to collect a small fee from everyone. No need to panic. It's a generous offer, just 100,000 berries per month from each of you. I trust you are all wise enough not to end up like those thrown to the sea. He gestured to the bodies of his own men. 100,000 berries each month? How can we survive? A villager exclaimed, as many struggled to save that amount in an entire year of fishing. Seize that one. Arlong pointed to the villager who had spoken. The villagers attempted to resist, but the fishmen swiftly subdued them, overpowering any who dared to fight back. As one villager was dragged out, Arlong seized a gun from his subordinate and fired, the villager collapsing in a pool of blood. The crowd gasped in horror as the slain man and Appos' wife cried out in anguish, their child wailing for his father, rushing to his side. Another gunshot rang out, claiming 2 more lives. Bairumii attempted to rush forward but was restrained by Nami and Nojiko, who shook their heads vigorously, having already lost Li Chu. The thought of losing Bairumii, too, was unbearable. Is there anyone who still has questions? Arlong called out, tossing his gun back to a subordinate. With the crowd too fearful to respond, he declared, You may return home now. Someone will come to collect the fees later. Prepare yourselves. A single missed payment will lead to the same fate as those fish. Bairumi led Nami and Nojiko back to the orange house, where she descended into the basement. Inside were several large chests filled with treasures and berries, gifts from Shanks when he had passed through Windmill Village. Li Chu had once confided in Shanks about their struggles in Kokoyasi, promising to repay Bairumi when the opportunity arose. Thus, Bairumi gathered 300,000 berries. While some villagers managed to contribute, though a portion could not meet the demands, Arlong took those unable to pay to build Arlong Park. Meanwhile, in the land of women, Hancock, with the assistance of her sisters Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold, ascended to the position of Empress 2 years prior, longing for Li Chu's arrival. Upon hearing of Li Chu slaying a celestial dragon 2 years ago, she had been overjoyed, recounting tales of his deeds with childlike glee. Yet, upon reading of his death in the newspaper, despair consumed her. "Your Majesty, please eat something. You cannot continue like this," urged an elderly figure, Joel D. Roger, whose white, wavy hair was adorned with a flower, and whose pet snake coiled around his cane. "Indeed, sister, if Li Chu knew you were this distressed, he would surely worry. Please, consume something," Boa Marigold implored. Hancock, realizing she could not let Li Chu depart with such concerns, resolved, "I will eat. Bring forth the food." Curious about this Li Chu who captivated Hancock so deeply, Gold. Roger planned to inquire further when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Li Chu lay enveloped in a green energy within the land of Wano, his wounds gradually healing as the Qing Feng sword revolved around him. Time swiftly passed, and 2.5 years later, on a small island in the East Sea, a boy with a straw hat beamed with a radiant smile as he set sail on a vessel prepared by the island and Appo's villagers. At the dock stood a broad-shouldered man with orange curls tied back, adorned with golden earrings, perpetually smoking. Clad in a white shirt and deep green plaid trousers, with brown boots and a red bead necklace, he was Carly Dayton. Tears streamed down his face as he waved a handkerchief, bidding farewell to the boy. Behind him stood a throng of mountain bandits from the Dayton family, along with Makino, who called out, "Goodbye, Luffy. Be cautious out there, and remember, Windmill Village will always be your home." "Got it. I and Appo's, am going to be the Pirate King." Luffy grinned widely, bidding farewell to everyone. Chapter 43. The spatial fruit within a verdant chamber, a green energy shield gradually descended. As Li Chu touched the ground, the energy shield transformed into a luminous green dot, merging into his being, causing the surroundings to plunge into darkness. After a brief moment, Li Chu abruptly opened his eyes and sat up, recalling a dream in which he was struck down by Izambalin v. Nasishilang with a single sword. The world around him remained cloaked in darkness, but a faint glimmer of light beckoned not far away. Li Chu was uncertain of his whereabouts or how long he had been unconscious. The last memory he retained was of Izambalin v. Nasishilang and Appo's sword energy, which had transported him here using the moonlight jade pendant. Drawn towards the light, he stood and took a step forward, only to stumble upon an object. Bending down to touch it, he felt a surge of radiance that illuminated the entire chamber. As the brilliance faded, he discovered it to be the Qi Feng sword, now encircled by mysterious runes. The sword slipped from his grasp, swirling around him as if imbued with a spirit of its own. When Li Chu reached out, the Qi Feng sword nuzzled his hand affectionately. He recalled a moment when something had entered the sword, but the details eluded him. Nonetheless, its current presence was impressive. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the sword dance in the sky, a brief ascension to the heavens, piercing the firmament with a single stroke. What nonsense! I have done nothing to complete a task. The system does not err. However, it has healed you from the brink of death, necessitating a year for self-repair. With that, the system fell silent. "Hey, system, are you there? This is absurd. A year of repair? By then, my grave grass will be over a meter high. If I emerge, the 5 old stars will have wiped me out." After waiting several minutes without a response from the system, Li Chu and Appo's panel appeared. Name: Li Chu, inner strength 6,490, power 6,320, speed 4,270, items: Qi Feng sword, martial arts, sword energy technique, Qi refining technique, sword control technique. All swords return to origin, unity of all swords, extermination of immortal sword formation, sword dance in the sky. Secret art, unity of man and sword, sword heart, domain of the sword, not owned, hockey, intermediate observation hockey, intermediate armament hockey. Beginner Conqueror and Amp, Oppos, S-Hockey, Li Chu decided to take things step by step, observing the illuminated tunnel and the nearby chamber. The walls of the tunnel bore engravings and inscriptions that he recognized as the script of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom from which he had traversed. However, the arrangement of the characters was jumbled, missing a central piece. Perhaps finding that missing fragment would unveil the secrets hidden within. Ignoring the inscriptions, he proceeded into the chamber, certain it would harbor a mechanism, for such carvings on stone walls were not without purpose. Upon entering, he discovered a stone table with a box atop it, featuring a stone sculpture that perfectly filled the void. An empty space beside it indicated that something had previously occupied that spot, which he had seen fly into the Chi Feng sword before losing consciousness. Li Chu lifted the box and opened it, revealing a jade seal within. As he reached for the seal, the system and Amp, Oppos, S voice chimed in once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering an energy supplement for this system. Would you like to use it? Without hesitation, Li Chu mentally commanded its use. Hello, did you miss me during this brief absence? A cheerful voice chimed. System, what an Amp, Oppos, S wrong? You seem off. Previously, you were like a soulless machine. This is unsettling. Host, if humans can grow, why can Amp, Oppos, Tiwi systems upgrade? What new features does this upgrade provide? Show me. Please observe the host panel, where a shop and lottery have appeared. The shop is currently inaccessible, while the lottery requires 1,000 points. Items are categorized into gray, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Li Chu examined his points, finding a row of zeros. Excitedly, he counted 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 billion. He nearly fainted from disbelief at the sudden abundance of points. Yet, upon seeing the first digit was still 0, he felt deflated. Seriously? Is this a joke? All zeros. What am I supposed to do with this? Ding. Due to your assistance in the system and Amp, Oppos, S early repair, you are granted a lottery chance, guaranteeing an item of at least legendary quality. That and Amp, Oppos, S a bit humane of you. I suppose my efforts to save you weren't and Amp, Oppos, T in vain. Host, you are shameless. Do you know the saying about pride? A person without shame is invincible, while a tree without bark is doomed. Now, let me use that lottery chance. I hope for something excellent. Li Chu stared at the lottery interface, urging it to present a red item while covering his eyes, slowly revealing his hands. A crimson glow appeared, affirming his hope that it was and Amp, Oppos, T merely a gold-level fallback. Ding. Congratulations, host, for drawing a legendary item, a spatial fruit. Before him appeared a peculiar fruit with two options, claim or store in the system space. Li Chu opted to claim it, and the fruit manifested in his hand. System. This devil fruit is red. Are you trying to trick me? I might as well find one myself. Master, that and Amp, Oppos, that's not the case. This devil fruit has had all negative effects removed. Its potential relies solely on your exploration. The system and Amp, Oppos, S voice took on a playful tone. Please, just call me and Amp, Oppos, young master, and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, master and Amp, Oppos, sounds off. And spare me the cutesy voice, and Amp, Oppos, S overwhelming. Understood, young master. The system and Amp, Oppos, S tone shifted to a more mature one. Li Chu, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the system and Amp, Oppos, S transformation post-upgrade, took the devil fruit, pinching his nose before biting into it. Ugh, this is revolting. System, come out. Ugh, didn't and Amp, Oppos, do you say all negative effects were eliminated? Why does it taste worse than excrement? Ugh. Li Chu retched repeatedly, recalling the taste as he struggled to contain his nausea. The system stated that the negative effects were removed, not the flavor. Young master, have you eaten excrement? How do you know it tastes worse? Li Chu felt his stomach churn violently as he continued to gag.